Your faith.
My faith.
You convert, or you became?
I'm converted
to
Buddhist.
What took you to that?
Change. The practice in the early stages of it, when it was introduced to me, was that it could change your life if that's what you were looking for. And at that time, that's definitely what I wanted.
Had you broken up at that time?
No. I was still there. It was actually the shot in the movie right after I had taken the medicine that makes you sleep. And
took a lot of it.
Yeah. And when I woke up, I thought, well, okay, this is my life. I accept. And then the message came, Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, that it could change your life. And I had to teach myself because I didn't have the freedom to actually go to meetings or for people to come to me. So I remember working really hard, and I'm happy that I did it that way because it was on my own that I really struggled.
Hey, 40 million voters in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Hello. On Wednesday, 40 million voters in the Democratic Republic of Congo will go to the poll to elect a new president. President Felix Tshisekedi is seeking a second 5-year term in office. He's contesting against 20 other presidential candidates. 5 years ago, he promised to turn Congo into Africa's Germany. Democratic Republic of Congo is sub-Saharan Africa's largest country, with a landmass more than all of Western Europe and a population of about 100 million. It is also rich in natural resources. But since independence, the country has been going through numerous political crises. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 10:30 a.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Cape Town, South Africa, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host Chido Onuma is on assignment. On our show today, we will discuss the Eastern religion of Buddhism as the alternative truth, building off the interconnectedness of self and the environment, the limitless potential within each person's life, peace based on human dignity, reincarnation, karma, and laws of the universe. We will project what Tinubu's life will look like. Next.
My purpose is to condole the entire country through the army on the loss of life in Kaduna. Is tragic. But as people of faith and the people who believe in this country, and but importantly, faith, death through Maulud Nabi, and the separation of God, Shahada. We must take this as a tragic event desired by God. Otherwise, it won't happen.
Time, he reincarnates. Our guest today is Dr. Nneka Egbuonu. Dr. Egbuonu is a doctor in nursing practice. Apart from nursing education, Nneka is also devoted to Buddhism. Raised by dedicated Catholic parents, she now practices Buddhism. She came to Buddhism with skepticism, but is now wholly convinced of its profound value to life. She believes in the philosophy of peace, which says, when we change, the world changes. The key to all changes is our inner transformation, a change of our hearts and mind. This is human revolution. Dr. Nneka, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
So it's nice to have you this Sunday on 90 Minutes Africa.
Yeah.
So let's start
Thank
from
you.
the beginning, which is we look at the story in the news and connect it to the conversation we want to have today. And the
Okay.
story in the news is still the concept of the role of God in human life. And we played a video a few minutes ago from Bola Tinubu, what he said in Maiduguri when he went to visit that part of the country. He said
Yeah.
that the people that died, that were killed by the military accidentally, that was the design by God. What do
Okay.
you think of that?
Personally, after listening to that Tinubu's explanation, I completely disagree with him. Because what Tinubu is not really looking at is what led to the tragic event. We cannot make mistake. We cannot be rascal with our lives, and then push it forward and say that is the design of God. I don't think God is that evil to do such a thing. So if I'm basing it on the video that you just showed, and also for me, I did go back to listen to what Tinubu was saying, that is completely wrong. And I know that is wrong because if I was still a Catholic, I probably 100% agree with what he was saying. But after 30 something years of my Buddhist practice, I completely disagree with what he said there. If Tinubu's leadership is anything to talk about, I think he should rather find out what really happened to those lives, or where did the mistake start from. And I think that's what he has to say better than what he just portrayed to to the whole world, to the people of Nigeria, to the people of Kaduna that lost all these lives, to say that is God, that God designed it to happen that way. I don't think so. I totally disagree with him.
I spoke to some people who are my friends who are Muslims, and
Mhm.
they said that it's from their religion that they believe that anything that happens to someone is something that God wrote down that it will happen. Now, in the case of Christians, they tend to think that if it's good thing, it's God. If it's a bad thing, it's Satan, it's the devil that did that. Um,
Yeah.
what is the difference?
The huge difference here is that with my Buddhist philosophy, that everything that I have learned as a Buddhist is again what Tinubu said, and I read so much about Muhammad, because even in my Buddhist practice, we have a book where everything was explained about Muhammad and what his beliefs are. And Muhammad will not say what Tinubu just said. That's not the design of God. I think many of us as humans, we really misunderstood what religion is really all about. Religion is not here. People are supposed to be happy when they practice any types of religion, but not to make a mistake and somebody will lose their life and will say that that's what God wants, for them to lose their life in that tragic way. Again, don't misunderstand me. Death can occur, but not in that tragic way. Death is part of life. So people shouldn't even be afraid of dying. But when the time comes for that individual to exit this universe, it's okay based on my practice, but not to tragically destroy people's life, whether it was a mistake from the part of the army or whatever happened there. I think a thoroughly investigation needs to be done, but not for Tinubu to convert it and say that this is what it is in his Muslims' belief. I disagree with that. But then, as Muslims, if you say that you spoke to a friend of yours that is a Muslim, and they said that in their practice, that's what they believe, I personally will not agree with that. And we beg to differ on that.
All right, we will
with
get
any more.
we will get to Buddhism and what it means. But
Yeah.
first, I want you to help us understand, based on your own understanding of life,
Yeah.
who thinks that God is responsible for everything that happens in that way, good and bad. What are the wider implications of how that person looks at life?
Before we say that God is responsible for everything that happens, and it's written somewhere, even in the Bible, that God said, I've created you in my own image. You can now go. So we are that God. In my Buddhist practice, the first thing that I learned when I became a Buddhist is that every human being, regardless of what type of religion you're practicing, that we have a Buddha nature. And that Buddha nature is that God that we are talking about. And because I'm originally an Igbo woman, I then reflected back when I started my journey as a Buddhist. I reflected back to what I saw my grandmother doing and how my grandmother worships her chi. In Igbo land is called chi. So many of the things, or most of the things that I see with my Nichiren Daishonin practice of Buddhism, I truly connect it with what I've learned as an Igbo young girl growing up, and it helped me to really dig deeper when I started this journey as a Buddhist. So I do not believe that many a times that when bad things happen, that God designed it to happen that way. As human beings, we really need to look into what we are doing. If I make a bad decision, obviously I'm going to get a bad result. The word you had Tina say, Namyo Horengekyo, the renge in that word comprises lotus flower. Lotus flower bears fruit at the same time it bears flowers. So simultaneously, it does both things together, meaning that the moment we take an action and do something, we're going to get the result of it. So if we make a bad decision, we're going to get a bad result from it. And if we make good decisions in our life, we're going to get good result from it.
Now, how is that connected to karma, what you are just talking about?
Okay, the how it's connected to karma, and I'm going to read a little bit. It says, what is karma all about? Karma, although we all possess within our lives all these 10 life states, as you might expect, we all manifest them in a way that is unique to us. So karma is that if I'm constantly doing something wrong to people, and I feel like, okay, nobody is going to be able to do anything to me, I get away with it. When the condition is, the environment is conducive, those things can come up, and somebody could retaliate and do that also back to me. And the simple example that I will give is that I'm going to use my personal life to really explain how I understand this karma to be. Growing up, I've always, when people comes for a relationship, I never had any genuine relationship with people. It's not from my own design, is that whether it's a female or a male, I have this relationship, but it wouldn't be authentic from their own end. But from my own end, I truly want that relationship with that individual. So when I became a Buddhist and I started reading about karma, I began to say to myself, this is really me. I don't know what in my past life that I did to deserve this. So rather than blaming the other person, I began to look into myself and I started chanting Nam Myoho Renge Kyo to really, really look deep inside my life. What is it? And I'm going to say to you that some of the things, like maybe if somebody does something and I'm going to get really upset with what that person did, I began to change that condition, not to really get upset with everything that everybody, not to be judgmental with everything an individual does that will trigger me to probably say, okay, I don't want this relationship anymore. Rather, I will say, I'll give that person a leeway and said, oh, maybe this is why they did this, and try to really understand their own point of view of what they're trying to do or what they have said to me. I mostly began to look deep inside me to see what is it that is making me so upset with the other individual. So basically, that's how I see karma. And it changed so many things about me that what normally I would get upset with previously, I don't anymore. I would rather want to have a discussion with that individual and find out what is my own take. What am I bringing to the table into this relationship? Whatever that I'm bringing into to the table, is it authentic? Is it genuine? So I work on myself rather than allowing the external factors to play a part in whatever that I'm doing. Yeah. So karma is something that other religions might say, okay, when you do something, you. When I was a Catholic, I would probably have a beef with somebody, then I will go to confession. And I tend to confess my sins and said, oh, I'm quarreling with this person. But what I found out is that then after that confession, I'm still upset with that individual. But with my Buddhist practice now, if something is bothering me with somebody, I would rather have a discussion with that individual and said, I don't think what this and this and this and this is how I see it, rather than hold it inside me and bear grudge. So I don't bear grudge, because when we chant Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, whatever it is that we are asking for or we want to change will not manifest if we're bearing grudge towards somebody, no matter what that person has done. I have to have an open mind and really chant Nam Myoho Renge Kyo. And if I feel that other individual is doing something wrong, I will still chant for their happiness, authentically chant for their happiness. I've never been able to do that prior to me becoming a Buddhist, actually praying for somebody that I hate or somebody I might say that I hate. But in Buddhist practice, we authentically chant for that individual's happiness. And what we normally will see is that the individual begins to change whatever it is that they're doing to upset me, or whoever that is in my environment, that I feel that this person's present in my environment is really upsetting me. Rather than having that combat or having that quarrel, I chant for their happiness. Yeah.
Right. We'll get to all that chanting and coming back to command reincarnation, which you referred to. But let me ask.
Yeah.
I also talked to Christians about this and what Tinubu said, and
Mhm.
some of them are saying that the Christian God in the
Yeah.
Old Testament did
Mhm.
horrible things, killed people. He he um, he allowed Job to go through so many difficult situations, so that the concept of God designing evil is not
Mhm.
something.
It's not new. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's in the, I don't know
I,
what in the book that Buddhist like you read, but in the Bible, in the Quran, and probably there's that history of God doing designing things that are, you can't say they are good for people. So it's not a something new. So what do you think about that? Do you think is something that is misunderstood by people?
it's something that is misunderstood by people because, again, when I became a Buddhist, I realized that Buddhism was in existence before Christianity or any other thing. Buddhism was in existence before all these things. So some of the things that the Bible is writing, they're just picking it up from somewhere, from this, from that, from that. We have a Lotus book is almost 28 volumes. And in that Lotus book is where this Nam-myoho Renge-kyo was carved out. And it's a way for people to really waken whatever that, the Buddha nature that we all have. I disagree that God punishes people that way. I truly disagree at this point.
But
Prior I did believe, but now I don't. I don't believe in that.
are you familiar with the story of Job?
Not too much.
But you know the outline that God
Yeah.
wanted to test him, uh,
Hmm.
and basically took away his kids, his family. People died, and he was left alone. Do you believe that it happened?
I'm not sure if it happened because I haven't read deeper into it. Because again, when I read things, I really like to have data. Where is all this coming from? And if God took away his kids, did he do something wrong to those kids? Was he doing something wrong to the kids? That's the first question that I have to ask. Because if God took away his kids, maybe wanting to save the children because something else was happening that could have affected the kids' lives, and then God removes the kids from him. And maybe with his ego, he did not sought to change. The question is that, are we misinterpreting what God did at that time? That's why I'm always asking that. I really need data to see exactly what happened for me to say, yes, oh, God punished him. Because many a times, what I also discover is that we human beings, we have a lot of ego, and we tend not to have humility to really pay attention to what is happening, especially if someone is telling us the truth. It's so difficult for us to look the truth in the face and said, okay, maybe I should withdraw from this thing that I'm doing and change my way. So if you're telling me about Job and that Christian people believes that God punished him by taking away his children and him dying alone, what did he do? What happened for
Okay,
God to
let's
do that?
let's leave that Job story. We also know that in the Bible, God destroyed the world at one point, and Noah was the only one that survived. Do you believe that story happened?
It happened, but it wasn't the way that the Bible told it.
Okay, how did it happen?
In Buddhist philosophy, I read something that mimicked that story, and in that story, the first Buddha, who is Shakyamuni, originated from India. At a point, people there was there were only left about 5 people in the whole universe, and that was the story that I read, but when then I saw it also in the Bible saying that God destroyed the whole world. The evil that the human beings were doing was really what destroyed the world at that time. But no, it wasn't God that destroyed it. You know, we take, for example, what is happening in our country, Nigeria, today. With all the calamity happening in Nigeria, with all the lives we are losing in Nigeria, with all the bloodsheds, tomorrow somebody will say, okay, that God destroyed Nigeria. I don't believe that.
All right. So,
Yeah.
but if one last question along this line before we move on, if you think that you don't believe that God is doing that, but God has the power to also stop these things, do you believe He has the power to stop it?
But he has given us the power to stop it. Why are we still waiting for him to come and stop it for us? He has given us the power to stop it. A very good example of him giving us the power to stop it. Why did we all think that Obi came out? Why did Obi come out? Has any of us ever asked, why did Obi come out? You know, I think what I see with we human beings is that we say we pray. We pray, we keep praying. And I don't know if we're expecting this God to come down and we will go to dinner with him or her, whoever that is. Because Obi coming out, why couldn't we all see that and rally around Obi? And when I say that Obi came out, look at the courage that man has. How many of us have that courage? But we keep on, you know, even sometimes some of us, we keep on blaming him. Oh, he should do this, he should do that. But are we rallying around him and being very courageous to fight the evil that is confronting us? I think that's the bigger question that we have to ask ourselves. Rather than saying that, oh, God is doing this, God is doing that, because we are that God. We are that God. We need to stand up and fight for the right thing. As human beings, we have the power, we have the potential to say no to evil. But because we don't have that courage to say no, many of us, we tilt towards the corruption, we tilt towards the bad things. And many of us are afraid. We don't want to die.
Now,
The question is, why are we afraid that we don't want to die, at least to speak the truth?
okay, let's go back to karma and
Okay.
the connection to reincarnation.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding is that karma is a form of punishment for what you did. You are paying back for what you did in your last life.
I would like you not to use the word punishment because I created those karma. I caused whatever that is happening to me, and I have the power also to change it. Let's not use the word punishment because then when we use the word punishment, we are still projecting to an image. Probably we can say it's God. We are projecting, and anytime we are projecting something to an image, it stops us as a human being from taking accountability and responsibility for what we have done.
Yeah.
So karma. Let me also give you another analogy of a karma. Every day we leave our house as human beings, we live with an invincible portfolio. By the time we get back, let's say we do 9 to 5, by the time we get back home, that portfolio is already filled up. And how will that portfolio fill up? I'm driving on highway, parkway, and maybe a car runs in front of me. Many a times out of anger, I might raise my hand like this. You know, I could raise my hand or maybe say bad words to that person. Say bad words to that person. Sorry about the interruption a little bit. You know, I could do that. But ever since I started chanting, I don't do that anymore. provided the person doesn't cause an accident. If that person cuts me off and starts going, it's okay, I'll give them time to go. Because one thing that I've noticed is that if that lane continues to go, by the time that person goes maybe about a mile, somebody else could do the same to them. But for my own human revolution, I do not get upset with everything people will do to me anymore, like I used to before. So
Now,
that's that change that I'm trying to say to you. So karma is not punishment, but even if you want to use the punishment, just use the punishment, be understanding that I created all these things and is dormant in my life. So lifetime after lifetime, I will pay for it. There is no escape. Christianity will tell you that you go to confession, it's forgiven. Buddhism teaches me that you must change it. Whatever that you have done, you have to go back into your fundamental darkness and really uproot whatever that is making you do those things that is not good to another human being.
okay. Political analysts, some of them have said that part of the problems we're having in Africa is as a result of religion, that we have people leaving things to God, as was said with Tinubu's statement. Christians basically saying that God will punish someone. They could have a governor or political office holder doing bad things. Instead of them to insist that there should be punishment, they leave it to God. So isn't this belief in karma making it also possible for people to live that aspect of their life, which is to insist that the right things are done, leave it for God or karma to punish the person who is doing wrong? So how is that different?
Okay, please remove leaving it for God to punish. Remove that. Again. Do you see what we are doing? Yeah. We are not. We as human beings, we keep deflecting, not to take responsibility. And again, can I take you back to the our Igbo tradition in the old days? In the old days, at least in the 70s or 60s, even some of the stories that our grandparents told us. You don't deliberately hurt someone, even in the village. In the village, everybody takes care of everybody. You don't deliberately go and steal somebody's thing. You do not deliberately do things, because the elders, when they gather in the Obi, and they ask you a question, there's no two ways for you. You're going to confess. You're going to tell the truth. So because people are aware of all these things, people tend to do the right thing more at that time. That's why I said I saw a lot of Buddhist philosophers in what I learned from my grandparents growing up as a child, that you do not deliberately hurt someone thinking that you yourself, you're not going to pay for it, or that you're going to run away from it, or because you're rich, then nothing will happen to you, which is what we're doing now, because everybody feels like, okay, now I have the power, then I can snap somebody's life and get away with it, or I could do anything and get away with it. No, it's not.
Okay. A politician like Ike Ekweremadu, senator from Enugu State, is serving time in the UK.
Yeah.
For most Nigerians, they were happy that he was held accountable for certain things he did. If we leave it to karma, if we say that we're not going to enforce laws, that karma will take care of this, where would that leave the society? Is it not what we have in Nigeria, essentially? Because you have politicians who rig elections, who commit crime, and nothing happens to them. Where is the karma taking them? What is happening to them?
Definitely, there has to be a law. You have to have a law. Buddhism is not saying that because karma exists, that we shouldn't have a law. There has to be laws and order in a land. Even in my Buddhist practice, we have rules and regulations of what we do. And so with you talking about Ike Ekweremadu, you know that what he did was not right. Absolutely not right. That's, again, brings us back to people not caring for another human being. Because he was in a position to have built a massive hospital in Nigeria so that when any members of his family or other human beings are sick, he could have taken them there so that they will get adequate treatment. What he did, if he had come out and built those hospitals with the amount of time that he had spent in the Senate, he wouldn't be in the predicament that he is right now. You know, becoming a leader is not for you to bag all the money towards yourself, your family members, and everybody that you know, your friends. You are leading the people, and you must respect everybody, because everybody that you're leading, they are also human beings. So there have to be a law and order. But that doesn't negate the fact that when we do wrong, we will pay for it. And we might not pay for it in this lifetime, but it stays dormant in our life. We will pay for it anytime.
That brings us to reincarnation. What
Okay.
do you believe? What is reincarnation?
Reincarnation is definite. It is a definite thing. We reincarnate. Buddhism said that imagine if nobody dies in this world and we keep on reproducing everybody, we keep on having babies and babies, and nobody is ever dying. The world will not contain us at all. So death is that, I tell people, when you look at, you go to work every day and in the night you get home, you get tired and you go to sleep. Sleeping is like a mock to death. The only difference is that when it's death, we don't see that person anymore. But when we go to sleep, we don't, some of us, or many of us, when we are in a deep sleep, we don't know what is happening around us. None of us knows what is happening around us. But if somebody taps you or there's a big noise, you might wake up. But when he's dead, you do not wake up anymore. But reincarnation, you're going to come back. I clearly remember in a family, sometimes a child is born and we say, oh, this person looks like grandma, or this person looks like my father, or this person looks like my mother that has already died. And you will pay attention to their behavior. They might start saying things even at a very young age, things that you begin to say to yourself, how did they know this? Is that individual that came back? So it's like a vicious cycle. Even in a family, you belong to the same family at all times. Somehow, if you don't reincarnate and come back through your immediate children, your grandchildren, somehow you're going to come back again. And the thing is that we are, as human beings, we are really not paying attention to the mystic power that we all have. And so these things come across and we don't even recognize it. You know, and in Igbo tradition, again, many of our parents, that's why in Igbo tradition, sometimes you will see somebody is given a name, Nnennaya, Nnanna. It's because our elderly at those time, they recognize that person and they will say that this person is your mother or this person is your father. I personally, I truly, truly believe in reincarnation. And in terms of dying, if you have lived your life, because as human beings, we don't just come to the world to galvanize all over the places. We have a mission. We all have a mission. The problem is that some of us, we don't want to find out what is our mission. And when you discover what your mission is and you accomplish it, you need to go and rest. And when you rest, the beauty as a Buddhist is that with Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, when a Buddhist individual dies, we do what we call every 7 days of the person existing the earth. We chant for them, and we do it for 49 days. And we subsequently continue to chant. The reason we do this is for the safe and the fast repose of that individual to return. And the person will definitely return. That's my belief.
Are you the original person, or are you an incarnate of somebody?
I'm an incarnate of someone.
Do you know the person? Do you know your former life?
I was told, I was told that this is the person that I came back. I mean, you're not going to see it in this video, but anytime someone sees me face to face, I have a mark here. And that mark was given to me because according to my parents and my grandparents, basically my grandparents raised me. I was with my grandmother for a very, very long time. That's why I learned so much about the paganism in Africa and in my grandmother's village. I learned so much about it. And so that mark was given to me because according to them, I came, I didn't stay long, and I left. And so they wanted to identify me when I get back. And that's why that mark on my face, I still have it up until today. Doesn't matter.
Is that different from what they call Obanje? Is that the same thing or different?
They didn't tell me that I was a Wanje to say. So it's definitely, they wanted to recognize me when I get back. That's what they told me.
Okay.
So, but they didn't tell me that I was an Wanje, and I have not in my family hear of anyone saying that any member of my family is an Wanje. There's a lot of reincarnation in my family. And when I say my family, it's not just my siblings from my mother and my father. It's also because there's in Ogidi, where I originally come from, we have a big compound and each family on their own, but with that, under that one Egbuonu name. And I have a senior brother that lives in UK today. He's also a reincarnation of somebody else in that family. And we were told about it.
So how many times can someone reincarnate? Do you constantly reincarnate?
You constantly reincarnate. You come, you do whatever you need to do. You then come back based on the type of life you have lived.
And there's no connection to the original person, the first person, or there is no first person. How far do you go? I mean, so if you trace your own reincarnation, back, when was the original person? And when,
I couldn't. I don't have that power to.
We still have new people coming in, being born, or everybody an incarnate of someone in the past.
It's always a reincarnate in a family. In a family, yes, it's a reincarnate of somebody that has come back. Yes.
So, someone like Bola Tinubu or any of these political actors in Nigeria, so what do you think will happen to them when they die and reincarnate?
Well, they're going to come out in their family, and look at the way they're living. When they come back, you and I might not know them. For me to answer you this question, let me give you an example. Maybe then that will clear your mind after I say what I'm saying. Since I became a Buddhist and I got deeper into it, when someone is on the street begging for money, like on the subway, I don't give them money anymore. Why? because I don't know who that person was before, for them to be living the type of life they are living right now. Tinubu, if I'm going to use Tinubu as an example, all these things that Tinubu has done, all these atrocities that he has done, to pay for it in his next lifetime, he will not be in the position to be in this power. Rather, he will be in a position that when something is happening to him, if you and I or people see him that time, they tend to pity him, but they don't know what he has done to be paying for what he is paying for. Because he has done a lot of damage to people's life, thinking that he has power. He doesn't have power. We, as human beings, as Nigerians, we allowed Tinubu and his gangs to be doing what they're doing. If we have had the courage to stand up and say and demand change in Nigeria, we're definitely going to get that change. But all of us, we are afraid, including me. We're all afraid, and we keep saying, let Obi go and do it. What will Obi do single-handedly? He's trying already. And that's why so many people are not seeing what Obi is doing. Me, from the get-go, even before the election took place, I have stood with Obi, and I will always stand with him, because I know that Obi came, the universe brought Obi for us, but we're still not paying attention. We are really expecting him to perform magic by himself. I don't think so.
This ideology that if someone is suffering, that the person must be paying for what they did in the former life, isn't that a dangerous one? You know, if, say, all the charity organizations in the world that are helping people who are poor, suffering, if they just gave up and said, you know, was it that these people are paying for what they did in their last life, how would the world look like?
If I see someone suffering, what I normally do is I try for them to chant, because I know that if they chant, they're going to change their karma.
If
I
they
try.
change their karma.
Yeah.
All
what
right.
did you say?
You've been talking about chanting. Let me play for our audience
Yeah.
a sample of that.
If that individual chants, they're going to definitely change their karma.
Okay, this is Tina Turner,
Yeah.
appearance on Larry King Live years back. Let's watch.
That's what I do.
That's it?
Oh, it's that, but then there are 5 prayers. But
Can you give me a little variation? I like that.
Nam-myo renge-kyo, 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 Myo renge-kyo, Hopen Bon Tai Ni. Niji say sanju dhammayan ju niki go javis jo bo ji ye den den muryo go ji ye manang ge na nye we da jo manang ji bu yo bo no ji jo we cha ga bu zo den da na dan man na mo ju jo bu den yo jo bu mo yo jo im yo jo den yo jo bu man jo ju jin den bi so bu zui gi jo so the ju nang ge jo res go ju jo bu the ra ju ju yi nan ju ju hi yo ko en khang yo mu.
How is this different from speaking in tongues?
She's not speaking in tongues. Some people, when they do the prayer, they are very fast. When I do the prayer, I will be fast, but not as fast as Tina is. No, it's not. You are not speaking in tongue, because it's written that it doesn't matter what country that you're in. I'm going to say to you, we have Buddhist members, this same Buddhism that I practice. We have Buddhist members in Nigeria. You have Buddhist in 192 countries. You have in Togo, you have in Cote d'Ivoire, everywhere. You have in Ghana, right? We have members in Ghana. We have community in Ghana. You have everywhere, 192 countries. And the prayer is written the same. When I started practicing, some people said, why is it that this prayer is not translated in English? The reason for that is that if I'm chanting here and somebody in Japan is chanting, or somebody is in Cote d'Ivoire is chanting, somebody in Cameroon is chanting, we're unison with our prayer. We understand each other. That's why it's not translated in any other language other than this Sankist language. It's a combination of China, Japan, Indian words. That's what comes together to make up this our prayer. The Nam-myoho Renge Kyo, if we begin to divide it, to explain what is the Nam in it, the N-A-M is devotion. And like I said to you, the Renge in it is lotus flower. So telling us that whatever action that we take, we should expect to see a result out of it. Whatever bad course that we make, we're going to get a bad result from it. Good causes, we're going to get good causes. So it kind of shapes a human being to always think good, to always act good, to never deviate from doing good. And if we do not do bad, then we shouldn't be saying that God has punished us. And another thing, when I started practicing that sometimes maybe it's difficult for some people to really sit down and really analyze this. There was a time in New York, the news came out that a young child, I think the child probably was about, I don't know, 3 or 4, if I'm not mistaken. And the mother had another younger baby, and the mother was taking a shower and left the baby and the brother took a tanker truck and started hitting the child, and the child died. Buddhism do not believe in electrocuting a human being. We have some attorneys that are members of this our practice. You might say to me, what if they're on a bench and somebody needs to be electrocuted? The attorneys will start chanting for some other action to take place. We don't believe in killing people. Rather, Buddhism believes in allowing people to change their karma before they die. Because if they don't change that karma when they're born, they will start from where they stop. If that person took somebody's life, they're going to come back and take somebody's life again. So Buddhism believes no matter what that action, that bad action we think that person did, let the person change it so that when they're coming back, they will come back better human being.
Okay, we are going to let our audience join us in this conversation in another 2 minutes. But before that, let me ask you, so what changed in your life since you became a Buddhist?
What changed in my life? Oh, a lot. Okay. Can you ask me what really got me into it?
Okay, let's start from there.
Okay. Came to United States in 1984. Didn't understand what United States was all about. Had a problem with immigration. And a lady, actually, there was a song guy from, an Igbo guy from Asaba, who was really practicing this Buddhism, but did not tell me what it was. I met him and he said, oh, I'm going to a church. And I said, what kind of church? He says he's Buddhist. And I said to him, what is that all about? Again, I was still a Catholic then. So I didn't say a word. I said, it kind of went over my head. I didn't think about it. But then when I had the immigration problem, it was really bad. It was really bad to the point that I had a deportation letter. A lady, I came across a lady and she says to me, chant Nam-myoho Renge Kyo. And if you do, you will change this situation. As an angry woman that I was, or young girl that I was at that time, I cursed the lady out. I said, get out of my face. I don't want. But the lady continued to talk to me about it, regardless of my negative reaction towards her. She said to me, just chant. This is the word, chant. Just chant it. I said, you know what? Just spell the word for me and leave me alone. I was very, very angry at that time. And so I left Houston, Texas. I came to New Jersey thinking that if I leave Houston, Texas, the immigration problem will just go away, not knowing that it doesn't matter where I go. I was very naive with the country that I came into. So when I get to New Jersey, I was practically had no place. Consider myself to be homeless. And one day I said to myself, why don't you try and see what will happen? So I went to New York. Upon arriving to their community center, I met somebody from Abagana. And the guy told me, oh, he's been practicing for 15 years. My jaw dropped. I said, are you sure? These people are not going to kill me? He said, no. I said, you're telling me you've been practicing for 15 years. Did you start here or you started in Nigeria? He said he heard about it in Nigeria. I said to him, no, you're lying because I've been in Nigeria. I never heard about these people. He said, just check it out. So they took me in, and the same thing you saw Tina do, they were doing it. And for me, it was like, where are these people from? It was so foreign to me. But my life condition at that time was like, anything can happen. I really don't care anymore. If these people are going to kill me, that would be better because my life is really a waste here. Mind you, I haven't even reached back to my parents who are home to say to them, this is what I'm going through in United States. I was very upset with life. Didn't know which way to turn. And so they took me to Brooklyn. That was where their big temple was. And then I received the Gohanzen. And I came back. I was able to get a job at St. Peter's in New Jersey to work as their EKG tech. I did not connect the two together. And I worked there for about a year. I didn't practice. And one day I was paid to come and do EKG on a patient in ICU. And the patient, when I walked in, I saw the juju beads and their prayer book. And the word came out of me, Namyo Horengekyo. And the patient says to me, are you a member? I said, no, I'm not. He said, but how did you say that word? I said, I rehearsed everything, how I went to New York and how I was inducted into the practice, but I haven't been practicing because I didn't see any member in New Jersey. So he said to me, I will call my wife and we're going to help you and take you to a meeting. The guy is originally from Panama with the wife. And so they came, they picked me up that day, took me to Piscataway. We had other members, I met other members. And as they were doing their prayer, I was like, I won't be able to do this prayer. I can't. I don't understand what they're saying. This is traumatic for me. But they kept encouraging me and they kept visiting me. They came and they enshrined my Gohanzen. Every day somebody will come and help me to learn how to do the prayer. And I myself, I began to develop interest to learn how to do the prayer myself, and Lord and behold, I saw things start changing for me. I was able to register in school, able to secure a 1-bedroom room where I could live comfortably and continue to go to work. Finished my school, was able to, when I finished my LPN, the lawyer that I got at that time told me as an LPN, I won't be able to get a green card, that I have to become an RN, that I should go back to school. I went back to school, finished my RN, and was able to get approved by a hospital that I was working for at that time. And then I remember when they told me, they approved it in Vermont, and they told me that I have to step out of the country. I remember some Nigerians that I speak to at that time, they told me, oh, this is your end. They're definitely going to take you back. Don't trust them. Don't go. Don't do this. Don't do this. But I'm already a Buddhist at that time, and members came and said to me, just chant and go. And that's what I did. Because when I went, it was during the time of Abiola. There was a huge riot in Lagos, but everything went smooth for me. I was able to do my fingerprint, went to St. Nicholas Hospital, uh, went to Alabon Close, did all the paper, and wasn't up to 3 weeks. My papers came out. They called me to come and get my green card. So this our Buddhist practice. When a member comes in, one thing that everyone will say to you is, when you chant, you're going to definitely see actual proof, and then you decide whether you want to continue. If you do not see any actual proof, you don't need to continue to practice. So time after time, I continue to see actual proof in my life. I don't have the hot temper that I used to have before. I started calming down. When I'm in school, I pay attention to what I'm doing. I strive to do well. I strive to do better without saying, oh, this person is better than me, or that person is better than me. I do not envy anyone. There's so many things that changed with my life, a lot of things. And now, as an educator to young people, to nursing students, when I come into class the first semester or the first day of a semester, the first thing that I will say to whatever cohort that I have is, who in this class thinks that they're not smart? Or sometimes I try to use that things that Beyonce is better than them. Believe it or not, sometimes I will get students that will raise their hand, and then I'll have a kind of a conversation with that individual. What makes you think that Beyonce is better than you? And when that person says what they have to say, I will say to them, you have the potential to be whoever you want to be. Don't look at Beyonce. Beyonce is a pretty girl. We are all beautiful, all of us. All of us are beautiful. We don't need to add anything external to look beautiful. We are all beautiful human beings. We just have to go deep inside and bring out the beauty that each and every one of us have. But many times, some of us, we don't have these encouragement. We don't have good mentors in our life that will instill all these things in us. And so we look outside of us for somebody to acknowledge, oh, you're a beautiful person, by adding some external things to ourselves. And many a times it leads all of us into trouble. So the greatest change, if I may just add, is I developed a lot of courage. I'm not afraid of telling someone the truth. If I should go to Nigeria today, I'm not going to be afraid. If Tinubu is standing in front of me right now, I'm going to say to him, what you're doing is wrong. The only thing he can do is ask his DSS to detain me. If his DSS arrest me and detain me because I told him the truth, I'm not going to flip in that detention, because I know that I'm right, that what I'm telling him is the right thing. And with Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, you can open a closed door. And when I say you can open a closed door, I mean a heart that is as a rock. With me chanting Nam Myoho Renge Kyo towards that person's heart, let them have peace, let them be happy. Their heart will definitely open, and they will realize that what they're doing is not right. So I do not criticize human beings without saying to them, sit down, let's talk about this, and chant for their clear happiness, because everybody has a Buddha nature in them.
All right. For Pan-Africanists, they will look at Buddhism as another foreign religion.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the countries that practice that, Thailand, India, Cambodia, Myanmar,
Mm-hmm.
have they turned out different from all other countries of the world where you have Christians, Muslims? Is there anything different that, let's say, Africa or Nigeria, for instance, adopt this religion? Will we see differences in the life and
if again, I told you there's so many members in Nigeria today that are practicing Buddhism, but all I'm saying is that if we will have as many members as we can in Nigeria practicing Buddhism, definitely things will change.
All right, let's bring in our audience. When I call you, please ask a question, just one question. We can get second chance if there are not a lot of people in the studio. If you're in the studio and you want the opportunity to come in, turn on your camera, we can put you in. Ovie, you're next. You're first. Unmute yourself, Ovie. Ovie, we can't hear you. You're not muted, but we can't hear you. So I will skip you and go to AY. AY.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Damages, I need to correct something, then I will ask my questions. So you made mention that you spoke with some Muslims that said that is the belief that what Allah has destined is going to happen anyway. Yeah, which is partially correct, but I need to correct something very seriously. In Quran 13:11, Allah said he will not change the condition of a people except they change what is in themselves. To follow up with that Quran verse, there is an hadith of the Prophet that the Prophet said, tie your camel and put trust in Allah. What this means is we have a lot to do as people. If you are a student of a school or university, you need to write an exam. You can't go sleep and waiting for Allah to give you grades.
Yeah.
You have to study as a human being. Where the trust in Allah comes is do your part, put the trust in Allah.
Mm-hmm.
Islam uphold this very strongly.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the result, the outcome, you now believe that this is from God after doing your part. A very typical example is the story of Moses in the Quran, where you go to Quran chapter 26, 61 to 63, there is a strong emphasis there. What happened to Musa when they were driven out by Pharaoh was he got stuck with the ocean. When he got stuck, what happened next? The people were scared. They're like, we're done. Musa said, no. Allah is going to give me a way out. And Allah instructed Prophet Musa to strike the sea with the rod. So the significance of these verses is, one, Musa himself does not have the power to strike the sea, neither does the rod have the power to divide the sea. This is inspiration from God. God is kind of like telling us that God could have said be. It appears in the Quran, when he wants a thing, he will say be, and it is. But no, he still instructed Musa, strike the sea. So he could have just said sea, break the sea open, move ahead. But he says strike. When he strikes, so it also shows us that you have to do something. You have to do something. You have to do something. I have that structure in Allah. That is for that. So when you relate this with what the president said, I completely disagree with what is going on, because we really have to do our work as a country for us to have that belief in this is what God has destined for us. My question to you, Madam Nneka, I have two questions. The first one is, what do you believe as a Buddhist? Do you believe in the supreme being, God? Do you believe in supreme God? If I follow that, what is your view? How do Buddhists see the Abrahamic religion? Do they have any connection? The very last one is, you made mention of paganism in Africa. What makes a people pagan? And I want you to relate this with Buddhism. Do you see element of paganism in what they do? If they don't, I need you to differentiate between what Africa paganism doing that Buddhists are not doing. Just be very clear with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, AY. Basically, even with your first explanation that people have the power, I believe you had me when I mentioned it, that we, as human beings, we all have the power to change things. When you say to me to relate paganism with Buddhism, I did also say that when Rudolph was asking me question, I said what really cemented my practice was my knowledge of paganism, because I really watched my grandmother practice paganism. And paganism, the relationship that I see with paganism and the Buddhism is that under no circumstances will you hurt another human being. And when I say that, I mean in a general form. If you and I are doing business, I will not con you. I will not deceive you. Regardless, whatever that we are doing, I have to be authentic with you. And you just also mentioned that you used the exam to give an example of we human beings. That's also some of the things that I've just highlighted here. We have the potential to be whoever we want to be. We need to work hard. We cannot be looking up at somebody that the person is going to do something. We already have that Buddha nature in all of us. And that Buddha nature, you might look at it and call it a supreme being. Because even I said it at the opening of this discussion, that even in the Bible, it says to you, I've made you in my own image. What image is he talking about? In his own image, then you can go. So if you're then sitting here and be looking outside yourself, that God is going to do something for you. God is going to do something for you. But in your own way, you're not even doing anything. Like the example you used, I have an exam and I haven't studied and I'm sleeping. And then now it's time for me to do the exam. Will I be expecting to pass that exam? Or when I don't pass that exam, then I will blame my professor, I will blame my teacher that they don't like me. Isn't that what a lot of human beings are doing? So we do have that power. So everything that I saw my grandmother do when I was growing up, I also saw it in this, my Buddhist practice of Nam-myoho Renge-kyo. And again, if you had, because Larry King had Tina Turner more than 20 times in his show. And at the end of any of those shows, he will always ask Tina to chant Nam-myoho Renge-kyo. If you had listened to Tina Turner also, you will hear when she said, the first time that she was introduced in this, she didn't listen. And things keeps happening. And when she finally listened, it's like she took the power into her hands and she was able to change things and lived a wonderful life up to 82 years before she finally left us. She also wrote so many books regarding her experience and the things that she was able to change in her life with the practice of this Buddhism. And Rudolph asked me before you guys started coming in, what is it that has changed in my life? And I said a lot. If anybody had told me before 1986 that I would be able to have a son, and the guy whom I made this son with left me after 1 year, because first of all, I was not a loose girl at all. Came into this country naive. And this person tells me for a year, oh, I love you, I love you. Okay. And finally, when I gave in, got pregnant, told him, and he said to me, oh, we need to have an abortion. I said, what? And I will sit here and say to all of you, had I not been a Buddhist, I would have listened to him. I would have aborted that child. But because I was already a Buddhist, the members said to me, I remember asking some senior members in this, our Buddhist organization, what will I do? They told me, we're not going to give you any advice. Just chant. The advice will come. But we're not going to tell you, abort or don't abort. If you abort, you're going to suffer. If you have the child, you're going to suffer, because look at your condition. So I started chanting. And the more I chant, what happened? The change that I saw was I was very courageous to keep the child. He told me that if I do, I should not speak to him. This is somebody, I'm in this country, no green card. I'm just walking under the table here and there, trying to go to school. I'm talking to you from that person's house today in Atlanta. I live in New Jersey, but I'm here in his house in Atlanta. I raised him up. He went to Soka University in Aligio Viejo, finished his 4 years, went to Cornell University. Because chanting Nam Myoho Renge Kyo then gave me the courage, and I kind of said to myself, I must raise this child to be the most wonderful citizen, human being. And that was what I did. And I will sit here and tell you that had I not been practicing this Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, I, Nneka, I personally don't think I would have done it. I wouldn't have.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Henry. Henry, you're next.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Rudolph, and good evening, Madam Nneka. I was listening to some of the things we were talking about, like reincarnation. I believe in that. I believe in karma too.
Yeah.
What I didn't agree with you when you say African religion, they practice paganism. How come you use this word paganism? If I may ask, is Buddhism a religion or is philosophy?
You could, some people sometimes will say it's a religion, and sometimes people will say it's a philosophy. For me, that's all I have now, and that's what I practice.
That's a religion, you mean? You mean
yes.
It's a religion. Okay,
yeah.
But why you use this statement, use this word, we African? Because I believe I believe in my African tradition too. They always we practice our religion peacefully, we call us a pagan. I don't agree with you with that.
So, but what do you want? What do you want to call it, though?
You call
what
it.
Do you want to?
We have a religion in Africa, in different type of religion in Africa, but we practice we worship in a different way. We should say African religion. We don't need to use that word pagan. It's like when the white people want to say we pagan, like the Christian want to say we are pagan, like we are outcast, all this kind of stuff. I don't like it when people other religion try to downgrade our African proud religion, because I believe our religion is more older than other religions I've ever heard. So when people use this word paganism, it's not disrespectful to African religion. Thank you.
Henry, I don't think that using the word pagan, because I also had my grandmother use that word, and in Igbo way, my grandmother will call it that anmefe chim. So she's worshiping her chi. So using that word paganism is not in a derogative way for me, because growing up in my village, Ogidi, I hear people use that word. That's what they were doing.
We have to say African spiritual religion. Because we Africans, we are spiritual. When we talk to God, listen, please.
Okay.
So
if that's what you
respect,
Okay, if that's how you want to use it and don't want to use the word paganism, but I also want you to understand that using the word paganism is not in a derogative way at all. Yeah,
no,
I am proud. I am very proud to mimic, like I said to you before, having a full knowledge of what they were doing at that time, especially my grandmother, because she has we will call it Ogu. She has that. And every morning that she wakes up, she goes there with her Nzu. I don't know what Nzu will be called in English. And she will just draw a bottle of green bottle of whiskey, and then cola nut. She's going to do all that, and as she's doing that, doing all these reincarnation, incanting all these words, she always said, Namaye, I'm not going to hurt anybody, and please, nobody will hurt me. She says things like that, and that's why when I came into this practice, it really made sense to me, because the major thing that is in this practice is that under no circumstances will I hurt somebody else, no matter what that person has done to me.
But do you believe in God? If I may ask.
For me, you are that God.
No, I
because we all have a Buddha nature.
No, we have Almighty God. That's my belief. We
have
Almighty God. We as human beings, we are God. God gives us authority over things on earth, under the sea. We have the power to control these things. But when people say, like the Buddhists, they have their own shrine too. This is what I know. When I was in Japan, I saw it. So we don't call these people pagans too, but we respect their religion. When people use this word pagan, I don't feel comfortable with that, because we Africans, we are spiritual, and I believe we are spiritual. We are closer to God. Thank you.
Okay, Henry, I want to ask you, when you said that when you were in Japan, you saw their shrine. Please, can you tell me the shrine that you saw? Because when I talk about Buddhism, please do not misunderstand. And probably it's my fault. It's my fault. I could have said, remember there is Tibet, you have Nimbutsu, and you have all these other Buddhist religions. But I practice Nichiren Daishonin's Buddhism. The difference between some of these Buddhist things is that in these other Buddhists, like the Zen Buddhist, they believe that a priest, you have to go through a priest to do whatever you need to do. In Nichiren Daishonin's Buddhism, you are the priest. We have a central president, President Ikeda, who just passed away at the age of 95, November the 15th. So you chant for yourself. We do not go to a priest, that a priest is going to pray for me. No. That's why I say to you, when I was in the predicament that I went to some senior leaders. When I say senior leaders, many a times, if you're a member, you could be appointed to be a leader. The reason for appointing you to be a leader is for you then to dig deeper and change your life. Because as you're helping somebody else to become happy, you're also changing your karma. You're also changing your life. So that's what the leadership. So anybody could be a leader in our organization. But then we have a president because in every organization, you will have somebody that is on top. But you don't go to him to pray for you. No.
All right.
You pray for yourself. Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. Ruto, put me backstage. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Henry. Oti, you're next. Oti, you have to unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening, Nneka.
Good evening.
Yes, I think I have a number of simple, short questions. Um,
Yeah.
Now, what you chanting and you call it
Yes.
prayer, right? So,
Hmm.
to whom do you pray? I mean, what is really chanting? What do you do when you chant? What is it? What is the essence of it?
When I chant Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, I'm wakening up the Buddha nature inside me
I see.
to be
Right.
able to see clearly
Okay.
what I'm doing.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have what we call Gohanzan. It's like a scroll.
Mhm.
That scroll, when we are chanting, we are facing that scroll. And as I'm facing that scroll, it's like looking at a mirror.
Right.
Because many a times we don't see who we are.
Okay.
Prior to me becoming a Buddhist, if somebody tells me, "Oh, you have a hot temper," I always will fight it back and say, "No, I don't. I don't. I don't." But
Okay.
as I chant,
Okay.
does
I
that,
think this is,
did I answer your
yes, yes,
question?
yes, answer the question. Okay. So,
Okay.
I mean, so that
Okay.
I get quick questions. So
Okay.
now,
Okay.
um, is it correct? Would it be correct to say that Buddhism is really a kind of a spiritual practice and not necessarily a religion in the sense of having a philosophy, a theology, or an interest in the truth, in the search for the truth, the truth of human existence, of the cosmos, where we're coming from, where we're going? So is it just my understanding? If I'm wrong, you correct me. Buddhism is just
Mhm.
more like a spiritual practice. So
When you say spiritual practice, what do you
yes.
mean?
Okay. Now, for example, have you heard about Eckhart Tolle that wrote a
N-
famous book called Eckhart Tolle wrote a book
no.
called The Importance of Noun. I think he's a Zen Buddhist. And of course, you have mentioned that there are different sects of
Mm-hmm,
Buddhism.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So which one is the true one?
Nichiren Daishonin Buddhism, where we chant Nam Myoho Renge Kyo.
And not the
You
Zen Buddhism.
waken up the Buddha nature that you have. We all have it. It doesn't matter whatever religion that you believe in.
Uh-huh.
We all have the Buddha nature inside us.
Right. Okay. Okay. Which maybe Christians would say is, if you like, the Holy Spirit, or made in the image of God. Okay. That is
Mm-hmm.
so okay. So that is again, it reinforces the point that Buddhism is more like a spiritual practice, but not really complete in the sense of having a theology, really, a kind of a theoretical basis for understanding the cosmos, where we're coming from, where we're going. Is that correct? Is that
When
correct?
you really chant Nam Myoho Renge Kyo and awaken the Buddha nature that you have in you, you will then begin to understand the cosmos and the mystic and the relationship as a human being that we have with the universe. Is just the same.
Okay. And
Yeah.
with this belief in reincarnation, and when will it end? Where are we going with that? When will we see an individual, a human soul? When will it stop reincarnating or coming back to human existence?
Okay. I'm going to answer that question with a question. Why do you want it to stop? Do you what you're saying to me is, okay, if you don't believe in reincarnation, if I die today and my
Okay,
lifestyle
let me
that I
answer,
have,
a question.
hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
And why wouldn't I come back and start life all over again? What is it that you are really looking for,
Okay,
that
okay.
that you
Because
have
because
this?
because my own religion, I'm a
Mhm.
Christian.
Uh-huh.
Because as I said, that's why I asked whether Buddhism has a kind of a philosophy, a theology. No, because
Mhm.
something, there must be a sense in it. There's a kind of a reason. A
Mhm.
Christian theology or whatever philosophy says a logos. There's there was a kind of some way to understand existence. It makes meaning. It makes sense.
Mhm.
Now, this thing, for example, the reincarnation, the question, when will it end? What is the point? What is the end point? So, in a Christian perspective, so we said, because being made in the image of God, that we kind of have a union with God, or kind of we see God, if you like. I'm not saying union with God does not mean that we're going to become God, but at least we cease being separated from God. Which God is, of course, the source of our existence. Are you with me? So that is the end point. And of course, the theology, the Christian theology, we kind of that's where you have the doctrine. That's where you have the teaching about all these things. So in Buddhism, if he lacks theology or philosophy, of course, he wouldn't have any kind of answer, any theory about these things. So dying and being reborn. What is the end of it? End point. Where does it lead to? When does it end? And what is the purpose of it? If I ask the question in a different way, what is the purpose?
So you're asking me what's the purpose of people being reborn?
Yes.
So are you looking that people should not be reborn?
No.
So I want to
know what's the purpose. So something must have a purpose, a reason.
Because the world, life has to continue.
Okay.
Wouldn't it?
Okay, Oti, we have to, because there are a lot of people who are waiting.
Sure. Okay, that's fine. Okay, good. Okay,
if you want to, I'll give you one more chance, one more question. Then
okay. Right. So what is the? I mean, does the universe have a creator, a beginning, an end? In Buddhism,
the universe,
yes,
does it have
a beginning and end?
It's infinite. It's infinity.
Okay. Does
it's infinity? Like
a creator?
What is it?
I truly don't know how to answer you that by asking, does it have a creator?
In the end, I would say, as a Christian, Christianity. I mean, I've had kind of a bit of Buddhism, but Christianity really has a fuller, a more comprehensive view of our existence. Okay, and is Buddhism. Okay, I put it this way.
In Buddhism, life is infinity. Life is infinity.
Is quite superior to Buddhism. I have to say this. So
you're saying that Christianity is very superior to Buddhism.
It's superior as a way you look at life. As a salvation. Do you have miracles? Do you have a concept of miracle in Buddhism? That the miracle happens.
How do you expect the miracle to happen if you don't work for it?
It's supernatural. Or the Holy Spirit, something that is spiritual, something that you cannot explain, you cannot see, but is active. Holy Spirit, are you with me? So you can feel this, you can experience it, and it can work in you. I mean, that's somebody resurrection. So that's the thing. I don't have anything against Buddhism, but I'm saying in terms of if we're looking for salvation, not because I did mention Eckhart Tolle, for example, because if you meditation, you're gonna have good results, okay, by meditating, being more self-conscious, being aware, being present. This is a very interesting book. Look for it. The importance of now, Eckhart Tolle. So it's good. I mean, to have a different perspective. But Christianity beats all of it, all of this.
All right, thank you. We have to move on. I have some questions on the comment section. So many actually. One is this: what is the concept of forgiveness in Buddhism? Concept of forgiveness. There were some questions that you already answered during our conversation, but
Rudolph, I can touch off on that, the concept of forgiveness in Buddhism. And the way that I'm going to touch upon that is that you will be forgiven, but the first thing you must do is to get to the root of why you did what you did. Why did you do it? Because if you get to the root of why you did what you did, then the forgiveness will come. But if you don't get to the root of it, I could forgive.
Forgiveness come from whom?
It could be from you, from me to you, among we individuals. The forgiveness can happen also. Okay, if I hurt you today, if I do tender an authentic, sincere apology, I will expect you to forgive me. If that apology is sincere, you're going to forgive me. But I think the mistake that we make is sometimes we do things and we say, oh, I'm sorry. But you're sorry for what, though? We don't even realize what is it that I did and what made me to do what I did, that now I'm asking someone to forgive me. Or I think what I want us to stop doing is kind of deflecting the power that we already have. And Oti, you said, oh, God, am I looking at God? And again, I will continue to repeat myself that God has made you in that image. So why are we always deflecting towards him to solve the problem that we have here on earth? or what we have done, we keep waiting for God to come and do it for us. It's what I don't understand. So to forgive someone, if the person apologizes to you, regardless in whatever level that person has offended you, and they apologize, yes, you have to forgive them. I did also mention while I was talking with Rudolph that there's some members in this our Buddhist organization that are attorneys, and then they will have a case that comes to their court that this person will be electrocuted because they did such and such and such a thing. And I know when people commit heinous crime, the first thing that we will do as human beings is that we want to hate that person, we want to kill that person, we want to destroy that person. But in this, my Buddhist practice, let's chant for the individual. Let the individual himself or herself chant to get to the root of what made them do what they did and begin from there to change. Killing that person has not solved anything.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Olumide. Olumide, you're next.
Hello, Nneka, Rudolph.
Yeah.
I'm a fellow panelist. So my question is going to be pretty straightforward. I don't have anything against what you believe. I totally respect your belief as a Buddhist. But my question only relates to the kind of environment that we all subscribe to, where we're back from Nigeria as a country. So what is your own thinking? Do you think that the Constitution there has given enough inclusiveness to all religion, especially when you mentioned the issue of Ekwere Madu, with this issue in the UK, and more particularly inclusiveness to all ethnicities in Nigeria? So what is your own opinion regarding that?
Olumide, I know that watching you from my previous panels when I come in, you're always insisting about this constitution. Now I have opportunity to talk a little bit with you about that constitution. You remember that the constitution has been written by human beings. Again, until we as human beings, all the groups in Nigeria, we all come together. Because one key point that I want everybody to walk away from with this, my Buddhist practice, Nichiren Daishonin's Buddhism, is respect for every human being. And so when we put respect for every human being, every individual, then let's take it back to this constitution. Do not operate on the constitution that we presently have in Nigeria. We need to bring it down. We all need to wake up to our Buddha nature and then stand for peace. And then everybody will be included to then rewrite that constitution. We can operate on the constitution we have right now because it's not favoring everybody. When I say to you as a human being that everybody is a human being, I mean that everybody is a human being. I cannot come to you and respect you because you're a rich man, and then I will see somebody else that is not well off like you, and I don't respect that individual. Everybody is a human being. When I see people sometimes, when I'm greeting them, I will bow. The bow I'm bowing to you is that I'm bowing to the Buddha nature inside you. And when I bow, you're going to definitely bow back to me somehow. Even if you go to a mirror and you bow, you will see that the image in the mirror will also bow. Every human being has a Buddha nature. So if you're bringing it to the constitution that we presently have in Nigeria, that constitution needs to be rewritten so that everybody will be included. And how do we get there? We're going to get there by each and every one of us awakening to our Buddha nature.
All right. Thank you so much, Olumide. Let's go to Ovie. Ovie, you're next. Ovie, we can't hear you still. We can't hear you. I'm sorry. You have to try again. And let me ask you, Nneka, let me ask you a question from the comment section. Someone wants to know if someone can reincarnate as a goat.
Oh, I have to add in that reincarnation is based on how did you live your life. An example that I will give, one example, there's so many examples, but one example that I can give is that if all I do in life is to kill people, keep on killing people, I could come out as an animal, and every time I try to come through the highway, a car will knock me down and splash me all over. Yes, people can reincarnate as a goat. People can reincarnate as any type of animal. And that's why sometimes you see certain behaviors with certain animals. Based on what kind of karma did we create in this our existence? So people can, yes, the answer to that question is yes, people can reincarnate as a goat.
So there is a risk that Ababio could reincarnate as a goat.
There's no doubt about that. With all the things that they are doing, you know, I mean, I will, you know, and I know that so many people in this panel, they knew about this boy that was killed in Lagos, Imole. It's not just the wife; they just used the wife to finish that boy. The boy was writing. The boy said the Oba Elegushi is trying to kill him, and nobody listened to him. Okay, you watch. That boy's death is going to expose a lot of things in Nigeria. It's definitely going to expose a lot of things in Nigeria. If you're looking for a male child, why didn't you just get any woman could be a surrogate for you to have a male child? Why use somebody's wife, and why torment this boy this way? Again, these are the things, these are the life that we are portraying in Nigeria. And we wonder, and we have all these churches in Nigeria. And look at the type of things that has been happening. Oba Elegushi, you are Tinubu's boy. Sonwolu, Oba Elegushi acted so much for you to win elections. So that's why you're keeping quiet. You're not saying anything. Apart from Imole, if you really go into the details of what this boy went through, on the morning that they killed this boy, an ambulance with a cooler was there. What for? What was the cooler for? If the boy is so smart and you removed his kidney, you removed his brains, how good is that going to be for you? Why kill him? He's only 26, going to 27. It's a horrible death. And to know the people that are behind the scene doing this, and tomorrow you expect somebody like me to go to that palace and kneel, lay on the floor for Oba Elegushi. And people do that. Why can't people tell him the truth? Why can't, if you want to, and what did this boy do wrong? This boy wanted to play music, signed to Malian record. All right? Then you guys asked him to carry drugs. They even gave him drug to go to UK. He was arrested. And the people that bailed him are all these people that are in power. The boy came back and said, no, I don't want to do this. I just want to play music. Then they started threatening him. He was only killed because they didn't want him to reveal the things that he wants to reveal, that they were trying to make him do. So he was killed. This is somebody's child. This is a human being. If he was a son of Nwike, will they do that? No, because he probably will be in United States and doing his music. So my question is, does he have to die this way? He said no, he doesn't want to carry this white powder. Get somebody else to do it. We didn't need to kill him, and to kill him in this manner. Getting a woman who kept on putting drugs, benzodiazepine, in his food, the so-called Indomie. I don't know him, but his death, I cry every day when I listen to Ada Universe TV where they are talking about this boy. So these are the things that we all are condoning in Nigeria. All of us, because we don't want to tell the truth. We are afraid. Nobody wants to speak up.
All right. Thank you. Let me, Janab, I will skip you. Let me go to Wale. He's been trying to ask questions.
Can you hear me now? Can I be heard now?
And Ovia,
Yeah.
we hear you now.
Sorry, I'll be short.
Wale first, and then Ovia.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Nneka. I really appreciate your coming. I know we all created differently. Number one question is Buddhism. I don't know much about it, but I've seen people practicing it, and I don't see it as a Nigerian thing, except apart from when I step out of the country and I see more of Asian or Indian people of that origin practicing it more of. What I know as a religion is Christianity and Islam, and traditional religion in Nigeria, traditional practices in Nigeria. But this Buddhism seems to be foreign, just like Islam and Christianity to me. But because we were taught from childhood and primary school, we tend to know. But now my question is, where is humanism? With all this religion, there's still wars, corruption, killing, atrocity of all sorts in every religion you can mention. Where is God in what, either Buddhism, Christianity, are they really following? Is that what God wants? Why do we have a choice? Because the choice we have, I feel like maybe we are not even know how to use it properly. And if Buddhism, it's what you practice that when you chant, you can see, or you can, have a control of things, or when people die, or they are in, what is it called? When they come back, they turn to butterfly or something. Where is God in all these? I just want you to enlighten me more.
Thank you, Wale.
When it comes to Buddhism and God.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, when people, if you said, where is God, and all these other churches and people are still doing the wrong thing, I will categorically stand up here and say to you that since 1986 that I joined this Buddhist practice, I have never seen anyone that chants Nam Myoho Renge Kyo that digs their hands into any wrongdoing. If there are Buddhist people that chant Nam Myoho Renge Kyo in Nigeria today, they are not going to do what all these politicians are doing in Nigeria. It will not happen. I can bet my life on that. Ever since I became a Buddhist, I have not seen anybody who chants Nam Myoho Renge Kyo that has eliminated someone's life. I have never seen that. Never.
Directly, indirectly?
Directly, indirectly, I've never seen that. Okay. Yes, sometimes like when Shakyamuni in India started preaching, his cousin, who was also practicing, became jealous and got out of it and started fighting Shakyamuni. Because, sometimes when we started this, I tried to clear that there's so many types of Buddhism. You guys sometimes, I remember when I started this practice, one of my cousins that lives in Korea sent me the Buddha with a pot belly. I called him, I said, I'm going to send this back to you because this is not what I practice. Shakyamuni was a very skinny man, and he did warn his disciples when he was about to die, please practice what I taught you. Do not add anything and do not subtract. But then people separated in different ways. And sometimes people want an image that they can always look at to do things. And that's how this pot-belly man came. That's not really the Buddha. That's not really Shakyamuni. So again, prior to me becoming a Buddhist, what I read in sociology books, I was thinking that big pot-belly man is the Buddha. No, Shakyamuni is a skinny man. So what I'm saying to you is that as far as I know, for all the number of years that I've been practicing, I've never seen anybody who practices this Buddhism that will dig their hands into anything bad to do, or even get a job, because sometimes you might get a job, and in that job, you're required to compromise. As a Buddhist, you will not compromise. You will not. Right. Unless if it's not this Nam-myoho Renge-kyo that you chant, you're not going to compromise. But you will definitely explain to the person, no, we can't do this because he's going to hurt human beings.
Thank you. Mazi Ove, you're next.
Thank you. According to Rocha Sokorichi, I was in my people. Talking of religion, just one religion that we all don't respect, especially this religion that are mainstream, and that God that we all don't respect is called money. The Abrahamic religion, talking about the Christianity, the Muslim, believe that you will die first before you enjoy the real life, what life is about. And that message is so powerful that there are billions of people believing in that, right? You are here telling us that Buddhism believes in camera, the incarnation of us. You literally come back opposite of what you are now. And Dr. Aurora Dameji put it brilliantly when he asked you that you are an incarnation of who? Or do you know pretty much your 50th great father? You know the first person that started that reincarnation, and you said you don't know. That actually answered the question that I would have put across in that dimension. Now, the other religion that I say we don't respect so much is called capitalism, right? Which is the vehicle that hold the most powerful God so high, which is God, that every other religion worship without putting out in public money. Now, two prophets who understand this capitalism and the God of money in today's world is Prophet Jeff Bezos of Blue Origin or Amazon, and Prophet Elon Musk of Twitter or X and what have you. As at yesterday, they collectively agreed that for the population of humanity as we have it today is too small, which is 8 billion plus, is too small. That there's a need for us to take it to 1 trillion. That when we have trillion human beings, we have thousands of Albert Einsteins, more geniuses and in general. These are people who believe in that, the God of money and that capitalist religion. Whatever they say, they not just act on it, they bring it to fruition. They believe that humanity will live outside this, they are going to space and they are putting it to work. That's the most powerful religion that you Buddhist, Christian don't respect. And I wonder why. Because money, no matter who you are, anywhere you are, once you see her, you go respect that. That's God, that's power, that's what everybody. So I want to see, what's your take on that in terms of humanity generally? Because we invented all this God of Buddhism, God of Christianity, God of money. It is our invention, right? So why no much respect for money?
All right, thank you.
As much as the modern religion of capitalism is doing.
Thank you, Ovia. Dr. Nneka?
I don't think that money makes anyone happy. It's euphoric to think that money will make you happy. It doesn't make anyone happy. So, Ovie, that's how I'm going to answer that your question of money, capitalism. I already said to you, even as you, Ovie, you speak, you have a Buddha nature. Everyone on this panel has a Buddha nature, irrespective of whatever religion they believe in. They still have a Buddha nature. And personally, I will treat them so. I will not discriminate against anyone because you are not a Buddhist like me. We don't do that. You are a human being first and foremost. You're a human being. And anytime I'm having any dealings with anybody, that's what I will do. Respect you first. And Ovia, you said that I said that people will come back opposite. I gave you two things. Depending on how you live your life, you can reincarnate as a human being. You can also reincarnate as an animal. You can reincarnate as anything, based on how did you live your life. We all have a mission. You keep saying God, God, and I'm telling you, do not look for that God outside you. You have that God inside you. And if you have that God inside you, whenever you're having a business dealing or a relationship with another human being, you must also realize that that individual has that Buddha nature in them. So you relate with that individual with respect. Then if we all do that, I don't think there will be any opportunity for any of us to hurt another human being. And that's where I'm coming. And that's the most important thing that I learned as a Buddhist. I will nothing will ever make me. There's no amount of money that you're going to present to me today for me to hurt another human being. There's none.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nneka. Okay, thank you. Let's go to Pastor John Abba. This is Sunday, and today he's a pastor, and it's a good time to have him on this conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me, and thank you, Dr. Nneka. I think I've encountered you several times here. I think when you say Buddha's nature, you are saying, like the scriptures say, I think Psalm 92 verse 6 say, ye are God. And is that what you are referring to? That the Buddha's nature, when you say, oh, you have a Buddha's nature, you are referring that God also say, ye are God. Is that what you mean?
I said the way I always analyze it is that somewhere in the Bible, don't ask me to give you the quote because it's a long time that I don't.
I already help you with the quote.
Okay, it says, "I've created you in my own image. You can now go." So when people keep thinking that's the Buddha nature that I'm saying, we are all that God that we keep saying, oh, God is going to come and do this for me. God, you are that God. You have that power to change your life. You have the power to be whoever that you need to be. You just have to work on it. So in Nichiren Daishonin's Buddhism, the Nam-myoho Renge-kyo is a vehicle for us to get there, for us to waken up that Buddha nature that we all have and use it to do what we need to do in life.
Okay. In Psalm 82 verse 6 say, ye are God. Then you come to the New Testament, I think John chapter 10 verse 34 say, also Jesus was referring to the same scripture that ye are God. So when you say the Buddha's nature, I was thinking that is what you are referring to, that we are created in his image. And
yes.
And when you say that karma, I was thinking that is also in the book of Genesis, I think chapter 8, verse 22, say that as far as the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest will not cease. Whatsoever a man soweth, he shall reap. So I also believe that should be put in the context of whatever a man sow, he will reap. Is that
absolutely?
karma? Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, they okay. I'm making it simple for you. Do you also you
You're not
also
making it simple for me.
you
Go
also
ahead.
because you were a Catholic and that time you said that you didn't see that. So I said, okay, I think the
No,
Bible.
I absolutely did not see that. I
Okay,
absolutely did
okay.
not.
Did the
Yes.
Catholic have another Bible apart from that?
No, what to be honest with you, even
Oh,
as a Catholic,
uh,
I know that I always go to church every day.
okay.
I do
And
my
the
confession.
priest decide for you, so you don't
I
decide.
wasn't reading the Bible. The only thing I know about the Bible was what I read in the school, because reading Bible was a part of subject in the school.
So
So
when
I
you get
will
to as a Catholic person, then it's whatever the priest tells you. So the priest will not go there.
absolutely
Okay,
yes,
okay,
absolutely
oh,
yes,
that makes sense.
yes,
That makes sense. Okay,
yeah.
another thing that will come to the contemporary. Rudolph, I know I'm
Yeah,
marginalized.
you are. This is your last question. I have to go to someone else.
Okay, I'm not the one doing all the talking. It's a question
You should
my.
have asked one question only. Yeah.
Oh, when you come to me, it's only one question. Oh, now I know. All right. It's a good thing. I think this is the God's nature is for us to be happy. So whenever,
Absolutely.
yeah. So I will
Yeah.
hold my question as a good citizen and a senior
So you
citizen.
can ask one more, and then that will be it. And
Okay.
if you have just a second chance, you
Okay. One of the things that you say is, and in the political arena, it says that God sent somebody to us in the name of Peter being a political word, but we do not see it that way. Do you also believe it's the will of God
To do what?
for him not to win the election?
Obi won the election.
But okay, is it the will
Obi
of
won the
God that
election.
is it okay? Now let's frame it another one. Is it the will of God that another human being is to say that he is not the winner and he doesn't stick?
Abba,
Or you
Abba, no
believe that the
matter
person that
John
denied?
Abba.
Let me put it clear. No, let me finish now.
Okay, go
Or you
ahead.
put, yeah, I'm not trying to, because me and you are still going to meet again. So you now believe that okay, Obi win. Obi won the election, but the person that took it from him will face the consequences.
It's our collective karma in Nigeria that makes the evil keep getting the upper hand in Nigeria. Until we all come together and change our karma, what happened in Nigeria will not happen. We are all paying for it. One thing that I'm going to say to you here, there's two proverbs that I'm going to say to you here, and we can analyze that later. When the heart is impure, the land is impure. We all need to master our mind and do not let our mind master us. When the heart is impure, the land is impure. It's a big thing. So what is happening in Nigeria is a collective of all of us, until we change. What
Okay,
happened in Nigeria
I
will
know
not
I only
change.
have one question and I'm
No,
going to
Janaba,
let
no,
go.
no,
No,
Janaba.
I'm not asking. No, it's a follow up, my brother. You are getting interesting. All these people very soon step and Nancy. Now, another thing is that I'm saying that, do you believe that Obi win the election in Lagos?
Obi won the election all over.
No, I'm talking about the Lagos. I
Yes,
know.
yes.
Do you okay? Why don't you believe he lost the election in other states?
John Abba, for someone to be the president of Nigeria, Obi won the election that satisfies him to be the president of Nigeria.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. Let's move on to Max. Please, I want to limit everyone to one question. I know I've not enforced it, but I will try to enforce it. Max, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, Dr. Nneka.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Anyways, yeah, Dr. Damages Kila Mokunono by saying that I have to ask only one question. Anyways, I'm a Christian. No, when I say I'm a Christian, I believe in Jesus. I believe in God. I don't believe in any other thing. I'm not against what you believe in or whatever you you worship, you call God.
Mm,
All I believe is that whatever anyone is doing
mhm,
that is good, as long as we are living in this
mhm,
world, that we do it good.
mhm,
I believe in God and I believe in heaven. I believe in hell.
mhm,
So whatever right thing that I do, whatever right thing that I do, if it's justified to God Almighty when I go to heaven. If I do wrong, that it doesn't is unjustified, I go to hell. I believe that, and I don't think I have any problem with anything that any other person believes. Why is that I can't force anyone to believe in Jesus
mhm,
because I believe He is the Savior of the world, and I believe that if one can die, we don't know what is going on behind. If anyone, goes down to the on the Mother Earth, it's only that person that can tell what he or she is going through over there. All
mhm,
right. So
mhm,
we don't, we cannot say certainly what exactly. Or sometimes a lot of people like what you're talking about reincarnation, what you're talking about. I know with your name, you're an Igbo person.
mhm,
There's something they call ago that
mhm,
I don't believe in that. Why? Because all my family members, some of them they do. But why I don't believe in that is that when you see someone that is argo is a drunkard, is a drunkard because whatever you believe in yourself or say that this is what it is, it will start working in your life. I've seen many people, they are argo, who they say they are argo,
mhm,
they are not the kind of people that you can be proud of to say that yes, you come after this person and you keep believing it. Those things affect those other people in their lifetime, during their lifetime. So I believe myself that everybody came on his own. We have our own, we came separately. We came to live our life. We
mhm,
came to give our quotas in this life.
mhm,
What I believe in what you're saying is that based on the election, based on the ethics, based on natural life one should live, and feels good life one should live, to to input things that are right and to live right, to respect one another. This is what I see that you are preaching that I can say, okay, I can take, from all that you are saying. So, but
mhm,
I don't want to end. I don't want to, go into much of that religion because when I go in there, I might be, quoting Bible now like John Abba and all that. I might go off this thing, off the balance. So I don't want to go. I don't want to go there. But I just want to say that I believe in Christ and I practice it with my whole heart. I try to do love one another, whether you are whatever you are, whatever. Anybody, I respect everybody, show love to everybody, and do
mhm.
make sure that I right thing. So that's what I can say for now.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
thank you, Mike. Step, you're next. Step, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph and Dr. Nneka and
Mhm,
panelists.
mhm,
It's been an interesting topic, and I've been listening from the beginning. I am a Christian, um, and I see Christianity as from the point of view that is not a religion, and it's more of a personal thing, how you relate with your God through Jesus. But the reason why I've been listening is because I am a Christian that always want to open his mind to hear what other people believe in and why they believe in it. And it gladdens my heart that your encounter with a Buddha made a positive change in your life. And if that is your experience, I commend you, and I'm happy that it made you a better human. And I think that is what everybody should strive for, no matter what you believe in. Let it make you a better person. It doesn't make sense when people fight over religion and their life. It doesn't reflect in their life. So if it makes you a better human being, it's good. And I also love your perspective on life generally, in the sense that most times we want to expect much from God and absolve ourselves of all responsibilities, which doesn't really make sense. Um, if that is what God wants for us, when He say, "I place before you life and death, choose life that you may live," maybe He should have choose that life for us, but He still placed the options to us to choose. You understand? So, I commend you. Just on a final note, whatever anybody believe in, let it change you so that you can make a good impact on the society where you live. I don't have any question for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Roman, you're next.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Nneka, I've been listening to you, and it's a pleasure to have you here. And thank you for giving me the opportunity, Mr. Rudolph, to ask the question. It's actually the question that Mr. John asked earlier. The first few questions actually seem to be answering my first question. So I'll just expand on that, and then I can go into my main question, which is that there is this understanding that a perspective about world religions, that all the religions are the same. They are all looking for the same thing. The practices actually gear towards the same thing. It's just that because these religions developed in different regions of the world, different environments, so the language and some of the practices just seem to be different, and that's what people don't understand when they fight. So in that aspect, when you talk about the Buddha nature, is it necessary to insist on the word? Was what I initially wanted to ask, because just like Mr. John mentioned about the Christ, some people will say the Christ in you, and you have in Hinduism, there's this belief also that the God is in you, which also informs some of the way they behave towards one another. So when you say the Buddha nature of all Nigerians, does it sound correct? And can we also see it as like the Christ nature of people, or the godly nature, so that in such a way that even Muslims will be able to recognize that you're talking about the same thing, just using a different language. So I think that's important to be able to clarify, so that we know whether you are talking about this as a separate religion that you want to share with people, or just to be able to see the good in the practice, and how you can actually see it in every other religion that we have. So I hope you can do that. But the second question, which is also about the intellectual foundation of Buddhism. Maybe I'm late here. I don't know if I heard you talk about the basic foundations of Buddhism. I know you talk about the chanting, but there are questions about the Four Noble Truths, which are really what Buddha built the whole structure of the practice on. So can you tell us about that, so that at least maybe people will be able to understand a little bit more about Buddhism? Because I think those are very important. Sorry,
Okay.
that's my son watching. Right.
Thank you for your question. And I'm going to start with the first thing that you try to clarify. If you say that is Jesus Christ in us, what I'm calling Buddha nature. When John Abba said that, I said yes. But for me, the difference that I see is that by chanting Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, as an individual, we are able to really look into ourselves and be able to wake up that Buddha nature, and then begin to view things differently from the way that I was viewing it when I was a Catholic. It was different for me at that time. But now, when I chant Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, I look at things differently. when you talk about, because again, many of the leaders we have today in Nigeria, don't they go to church every day? They do go to church every day. And I just said to you that I have never, since 1986 that I started this practice, never seen anyone that practices this Buddhism or chants Nam-myoho Renge-kyo that will go in and do something wrong or agree with somebody doing something wrong just because they want to enrich their pocket, or they want to control people or want to have power. Everybody that I have met since becoming a Buddhist, it has always been that the person will bring out their humanistic principle, relate to people as a human being. For example, when Tina Turner was divorcing the husband, if anybody goes back and watch her video, the judge asked her, "What will you want me to give you based on what do you want to walk away with?" Tina stood up and said to the judge, "I don't want anything. Just the name Turner is what I want because I have created my records with it." And the question you need to ask at that time is, there was money, there was things to share. We all know that when there's a divorce, this person will take this person will ask for this. But she boldly said to the judge, "I don't want anything." So the question is, what made her say that? Is because she has already started chanting at that time and realized that all those things are material things. She can make them again because she know that she has the potential to do that. So she didn't go start fighting over those properties. And all she asked was that name. So she will continue her music career with that name because people have known her as Tina Turner. And that was the only thing that she walked away from that courtroom. She didn't ask for any other thing. So with that being said, in Buddhism, we have every human being, regardless of what religion that you believe in, we all have 10 worlds. We have the first 6 worlds. We go from hell to becoming a Buddha, going into Buddhahood. So, and one other example that I could give you so that it will probably be a little bit clear for you. Sometimes we meet someone and let's say the person gives us $1 million. We are happy at that moment. And then maybe a week later, or not even up to a week or a month later, something else happens to us and we sunk into depression or we become unhappy again. So do we ask for Buddhism? We chant Nam-myoho Renge-kyo because whether we are going through somebody giving us that $1 million or somebody just hit me with a brick on my head, I will still be happy. So that's what we call absolute happiness, not relative happiness. When the going is good, we're happy. Then when we are sick or something is happening in our life, we are not happy again. So regardless of whatever that we are going through in life, we're always going to be happy because we know that whatever that bad thing happening in our life, we are still going to emerge from it by chanting Nam-myoho Renge-kyo and having a positive attitude, having the wisdom to be able to change whatever that it is that we're going through. But for me, if I wasn't chanting Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, and this also comes across from every member that I have met that chants this Buddhism, that chants this Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, they've always said how this has helped them to become very strong with whatever they're doing, have courage and continue to fight for whatever that they are doing, whether it's a business, change the way that I do business with people. If I'm a business person and I'm doing that business, I have to be very authentic with the people who are coming into my business place. I have to tell them the truth. Not everything I will focus it on. I want to make money. I want to make money and then dupe my customers. No. So money is, I'm not saying that working for money is not good. Don't misquote me. But as I'm pursuing that money, I have to do it in a way that is fair to humanity. It has to be fair to humanity.
Excuse me. I just want to mention again, the reason I asked the first questions, the first one was that because from my perspective, I mean, I studied a few religions. So in a way that's why I'm asking, because I see all of them as pretty much the same thing in different ways, as I've mentioned. And that's why I wanted to see if you have that emphasis from your perspective of Buddhism when you talk about Buddha nature, because it's something that I think I've seen, which was why, but I don't practice Buddhism like the way you do. I don't practice any religion pretty much like you do. So that's why I want you to bring your perspective. So seeing that all religions are the same, and an example in there is a story of a time somebody asked Buddha about him becoming talking about the Buddha nature becoming enlightened, and Buddha asks him that what is Buddha? Who is Buddha? Which is a negation of even the word that people are using, because it's talking about the whole thing as purely psychological, and which is why Buddhism has been very successful in America among psychologists, especially because it goes straight, rather than all the different stories that you have in different religions. It goes straight to the psychological proclivities of human beings. But at the same time, you are able to see that, and I think that is the way you're able to see that it is just a different language of talking about the same thing that you have in other religions. And then other religions may emphasize on certain things, just like you're talking about the chanting, which doesn't necessarily make the Buddhism different from any other thing. So I'm trying to see the similarities so that maybe we can be able to all see that, yeah, you can chant, somebody else can say hallelujah in church, someone can say Allah Akbar, however, how can we be able to see the commonality? Because that's a recipe for the religious fights that we tend to have when people are able to understand that all these things are the same. So that's the reason I'm questioning that idea. Do I have to say the Buddha in me for it to really be the Buddha in me? So.
Okay, again, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I'm looking at it in this way also. Let's take, for example, because most of us here we are from Nigeria. All the people in leadership today, I'm sure that each and every one of them is either they are Christian or they are Muslims. Am I right? Am I right to say that? Okay. So again, if they are practicing or whatever it is that they are practicing is really bringing out the human nature that each and every one of us must have, why is it that we are suffering then? Why are we suffering? Why are we not being honest to ourselves? Why will somebody actually come out and stand in a podium and be telling Tinubu, we all know that you won the election? Did Tinubu really won the election? If we say yes, are we saying yes because Tinubu is a Yoruba man and I'm a Yoruba woman? Is that why I'm saying yes? For me, as a human being, what this Namyo Horingekyo did for me that I did not get when I was a Catholic is that I'm able to sit down and analyze everything that I do. Why am I doing it? And also, I want to use one other example. Osibanjo is a pastor, I believe, and a professor. And at one point, he went to the market and was giving people money. For what? For what? Because I will not do that. Rather, if I was in the position that Osibanjo was, I will build companies and schools and things that will help those people. Build a good marketplace so that when there's rain, the rain will not be beating them in that market. Make the roads or the streets where that market, you go from the people who are selling meat to the people, to the women selling leaves, and pave all that rather than giving them that money. Because if you give them that money, all those people that Osibanjo gave money, are they still eating that money that he gave them?
But
The answer is absolutely no.
Excuse me.
No,
Is
Yeah.
that the function? No, 1 second, please. Is that the function of the religion or the people? Because if you look at Myanmar, in Myanmar, Buddhists are the ones killing Muslims over there.
Which Buddhist are you talking about?
I mean, in Myanmar,
No,
they are
no, no.
Buddhists.
Remember, I said to you that I personally practice Nichiren Daishonin Buddhism. So before you say that Buddhists were killing people in Myanmar, I want you to say to me, who are those Buddhist people? Are they Tibet, Nimbutsu, Zen? Because those ones are not the Buddhists that I practice.
And when you're talking about Osibanjo, some people can also ask you that, who are the Christians you're talking about? Are you talking about Methodists, Catholic, or Pentecostal? They can also ask you.
In Nigeria, we have everything. In Nigeria, we have everything. 1984, when I left Nigeria to come to United States, every street, let's say we are living on Pitokoye Street in Enugu, every house on that street has block rosary. We have block rosary. Children, by 6 p.m., they have their hair gear, their chaplet, everybody. The candles are light all over the street. We are praying. So my question to each and every one of us, is this prayer working in Nigeria in particular? And we are still suffering the way we are suffering. You know that we were better than Ghana before. But when Ghana, we had a lot of members. These are our Nichiren Daishonin's Buddhism in Ghana. Ghana toppled Nigeria. Look at Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, the people that we have a lot of members. These are our Nichiren Daishonin members in these countries. I'm not saying to you they're 100% there, but they are better. They're still better than Nigeria. So my question to you again back is, we are practicing all these religion. Why are we not getting better with ourselves? Is the question that I'm asking. Because I say to you, all of you in this panel, I will never, no matter what, see any of you and hurt you or hurt anybody that is related to you. For what? Because I want to be a president, because I want to be a leader, or change a ballot paper because I want my brother who is contesting election to win, or tomorrow I become a president and you are my senior brother or you're my junior brother, then you come for me to give you a position. If you're not qualified for that position, I won't give it to you. Not just if you're not qualified, but if you're not going to be authentic, I will not give you that position, regardless whether you're my brother. I will not do it with what I know today.
All right. Thank you, Nneka, and we have to move on. Raman, thank you so much. If you stay, you may have a chance for a second question or that question. But let me go to Mazi Prince.
I thought
because you had a chance already. I want to get to people who are here to say. Okay, we can come back to you.
Oti, you wanted to overshadow me, huh? Well, good morning, Dr. Rufo, and then good morning, Nneka.
Thank you.
Pretty much, mine is not actually. I don't really have a question. Rather, I just want to applaud you for your faith. I'm somebody that don't subscribe to a particular religion. I don't believe that religion is all about a building, all about somebody being a bishop or being a pope or whatever. I don't, my own practicality is just that love that exists, which is universal. Love that never as thyself. That is me. Um, because when we talk about it, when we talk about religion, we talk about even people who would say, "Oh, but politicians are politicians," but they go to church
Yeah.
and they go to mosque. And how come the imams, the pastors, the whatever don't tell them the single truth? They don't tell them the simple truth because they go there, they give money, and those ones we praise them. That won't they will even close the church for them to sit in front of the seat. So I just want to applaud you and thank you for what you do. Keep up the faith and keep up with what you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Master Prince. Austin, you're next. Not Austino, Austin.
Yeah. Good evening, Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
I've been in and out because of the network. Good evening,
Thank you.
Very good. I just want to, not really a question, just want to say thank you for your enlightenment about Buddhism. Well, let me just put it selectly. What is the difference between the chants you do with the chants from the monks in Abbey and the Christian chants? These days, Christianity, they don't really practice chanting, because I know when you do chanting, you chant at a particular frequency, which releases your inner self, like the Bible in Psalm 82 that said, "Ye are gods." We are all gods. God is everything, and everything is God. So, what is that difference between the Buddhism chant and the chant which obviously Christians do but not really practice these days? That's one.
Can you limit it to one, please? We want to get to. We are running out of time. We want to get.
You keep skipping me, so it's my own turn. Let me just ask you questions. No more, just one more, please. One more, please.
You know why I'm laughing? Because I have the power to. I have the Buddha. Let me use the right one. I have the Buddha.
Please, let your Buddha be praised. Let them be praised, please. Oh, thank you so much. So, Nneka, when you finish answering that one, then I guess you must have read a lot of books on Buddhism and other religions, which culminates to somehow how most of religion come about. Could you enlighten me more how Buddhism came about?
All right, thank you.
All right. There's a man called Siddhartha, and the other name is Shakyamuni, originated from India. Shakyamuni. The father, very rich. So, and he was the only child. So he has palace for all the different seasons. So winter, he has a palace for winter. Autumn, he has a palace. Summer, he has a palace. So, I mean, this guy the father was filthy rich. I mean, if he's walking, there will be maidens that will be dropping flowers for him. And so one day, he kept saying to the father that he has all these money, he has all these wealth. But then he goes out from the east gate, he sees somebody who is sick. He goes out from the south gate, he sees somebody who is begging, raggedy. He goes out from the north gate, he sees a corpse laying, nobody cares for it. What is happening? Why is it that people cannot be happy like him? Because he is the only son, the father kept quenching that inner awakening that Shakyamuni was having. He kept suppressing it. The first thing that the father did was to get a wife for him, thinking that, okay, if I get the most beautiful wife for him, he's going to stop telling me that he wants to go out to find a way to help human beings. But as much as the father did that, he was still asking that question. You know, once in a while he would say, Daddy, but why? Why? I mean, he has people, his horse, ordinary horse that carries him, wears gold shoes. That's how filthy, that's how rich they are. So at one point, he decided, he took one of his bodyguards that he thinks he can trust. He said, we need to go somewhere. Mind you, he was already married at that time. And so when they got to a place that there were 4 exits, you know, there's 4 roads, he knew that if the bodyguard gets back to the palace, the king will force him, the father will force him to tell him where the son is. So he took off the gold from the horse, took off everything, and gave it to the bodyguard and said, we need to stop here. I need you to take this horse and turn back. And the reason he did that is so that the guard will not be able to identify which of the road that he took. So he took one road and he kept going, and at one garden, he saw some monks praying. So he joined them. He wasn't shaving anymore. He wasn't eating. For 40 nights, he was there praying. And he develops all these sores all over him. And with his beards, he wasn't shaving anymore. He looked haggard. And so he started hallucinating. So he said, this cannot be the way to find enlightenment. This cannot be. He's just hallucinating. And when I read about that hallucinating, I equated it to when I was a Catholic and I would do fasting. And when I do that fasting, depending on how long I would do that fasting, I'll have a headache. I'll feel dizzy. So he said this couldn't be the way. So he left, and while he was leaving that garden, the other monks were mocking him. They were calling him a coward. But he continued, he left. And he got to a river. He took a shower. He used a sharp stone to shave his beards. And he sat down with his legs crossed. And he just stood there motionless. And even there were ants coming over, crawling over him, he did not move. And that was when he, got awoken. Nothing, he wasn't moving to nothing, he wasn't, even though everything that was coming towards him, he wasn't disturbing that thought. He concentrated. And that was when he woke up his Buddha nature and then started preaching. He never went back to his father again or went back to his family or anything. He continued to preach. And then at the time he was preaching, he said to people, his disciples then, that they're not going to understand much of what he's telling them, but there will be somebody who is going to come from Far East and break his preaching so that people will understand it. And that person came in form of Nichiren Daishonin from Japan. Nichiren Daishonin at the age of 12 left his family and went into Buddhist school. And he said to the priests that were there before him, this was a 12-year-old boy born to parents, they were fishermen. He said, but why is it that there's so many schools of Buddhism? Are they not talking about the same thing? Why then do we have different, this Buddhism, that's why you hear Nimbutsu, you hear Zen, you hear this. He said, no, there has to be one unifying thing that will make people happy. The idea is what will make human beings happy. It's not the money. And so he also set out, he read all the books, he went from Japan to China, went back to India, and then back to Japan. Then while he was going through all these books, that's when he came out with this word, Nam-myoho Renge Kyo. And that when people chant that Nam-myoho Renge Kyo, you will be able to awaken the Buddha nature inside you and be able to really see who you are. Who are you? A lot of times, human beings don't even know who they are. We keep reaching out. External factor. Everything we're reaching out for externally is inside us. And so that's what the chanting does for me, that I did not get when I was a Catholic. When I was a Catholic, I would do my Our Father, hallowed be thy name, my Hail Mary, my, in Igbo we call it Nai Binigwe. I'm now forgetting most of those things because I've not been doing it. And I have to go to church with other religion. But as a Buddhist, I have my altar in my house. We have a center, like in New Jersey, we have a center in New Jersey. We have a center in New York. Once in a while, or maybe on Sundays, we do what we call Soccer Spirit 2030. We go there, we chant together, we share experience of what someone is fighting for and how they were able to achieve it, But every morning that I wake up, I always chant to my Gohanzen at home. And every evening I chant to my Gohanzen also. The other thing that I was doing before I became a Buddhist is that sometimes if I'm riding on a train, I see people, they will put a handkerchief over their head and they're reading their Bible. So the way I look at that, you wake up in the morning, you are able to put on all your makeup, but you couldn't say good morning to your chi, to that your God, but you decide to do it on the train. I'm not knocking anybody, but for me, when I wake up, that my daimoko is the first thing that I will do. I will chant. The same thing you guys saw Tina Turner was doing for Larry King when Rudolph played Tina Turner's video. I pray first. Then I pray that whatever that I'm going to encounter for that day, that I will use my wisdom to handle it. And then I will leave. When I come back, I will also do my daimoko and chant, appreciating whatever that I went through, whether good or bad. It doesn't mean that I'm only appreciating God when things are good. Even if it's bad, I'm still appreciative, because with that negative or badness, there's something good that I'm going to get out of it and put it back into my life.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to Okija, please. If you can help us, one question we want to really get back.
No, Dr. Damages, you can't ask. I can't do one question. You get the link you gave me. I click on the link, and I was listening to the show like 1 hour behind. So you can't just give me, you can't just give me, 1 minute. So this is the kind of topic I like. So let me go get into this. Dr. Nneka, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Okija and Okija.
Yeah. So I'm gonna come with, from a mostly Christian perspective. Look at it this way. What I found out about religion. Listen, I'm from Okija, and there are many roots and herbs in Okija. I can smoke up one, and then see things and come up with religion. So that's basically what what it is. People come up with so many things, and then they tell us that that's the way. But I have to take some of the things you said. You said that what chanting did for you, Christianity didn't do it for you. it's not that chance, it's not that Christianity didn't do it for you, that you didn't understand Christianity. Look at it this way. You can find contentment in Christianity. Jesus said, like he was talking about, the birds, how people, like how they worry about life. He said, look at the birds of the air. Even Solomon in all his glory, he wasn't clothed like them. But but they were fed. They were clothed. I mean, they were fed every day by God. So that's the mentality you have to come up with. It, that God, everywhere you are, you have to be contented that God will surely take care of you. But it didn't divorce it from the fact that you have to work. Okay, so that's what you were looking for, something in Christianity you didn't find. You thought chanting. Then prayer in Christianity is not all about just praying for God to give you things. It's prayer is about total submission to the will of God. That's why he said, "Let thy kingdom come."
Okay, I beg no.
No, please don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt
Rudolph, I only came to say
don't
that.
Interrupt me.
Don't think that you are the.
Don't interrupt me, please. Don't interrupt me, please.
It's for all of us. Your channel. It's for all of us. It's not for only you. Okay, this is your channel.
Please don't interrupt me. Rudolph, take him out if he continues to interrupt me. In Christianity, Jesus, like when he said, "Let their will be done, let thy kingdom come, let your will be done." That means it's not about your will, it's not about what you want, it's about the will of God. Even if you don't believe in that God, but believe in the way that whatever you are doing, whatever comes out of it, you have peace, you have understanding. So it's not what it's the problem is you, what Christianity didn't do for you because you didn't understand Christianity. Okay, and again, also, you can't divorce religion for human experience and human reality. Okay, you are talking about, Buddhism came from Japan. Japan, they're about 70% Buddhism, and they have Shintoism as well. But Japan, they are, in that society, they commit suicide more than everyone else in the world. But they're supposed to practice, Buddhism. So it has something to do with, there's human reality, there is understanding. People in Christianity can understand something. People in other religion can understand something else. So it has something to do with trying to shit on Christianity and that Buddhism is better. Buddhism is not better. And also, you say something about Muhammad. You said something about Muhammad that I can't remember what you said, but what you were trying to say was that it wasn't like that they believe in God, that God will do everything. I was reading this article. One guy, he was English, and he was driving with some Arabs in the desert, and there was like a wind that came, and the whole place, rain started falling. Their car broke down, and he was trying to find a mechanic to fix it. So the Arabs, they told him, why are you worried? That's the will of God. So that's the mentality, the way they see things is almost the same way Christian people who know about Christian experience, the way they see things. Also, you said something about data. You said you said when you read something, you want to have data. What data have you that some people people reincarnate? Have you reincarnated? What data do you have that people reincarnate? You don't have data there. So, I mean, who has reincarnated before? Tell us someone who has reincarnated, and tell us, how the person told you about his or her previous life, so that that will make you, you want data that will make you now to believe in Buddhism. That is, that's the religion for you. Because all of this is just errant nonsense.
All right, Okija, thank you. And Nneka.
Okay. Again, I seriously believe that people reincarnate. There's nothing that you're going to say to me today that will make me to stop believing in that. I just say to you that I have a cousin whom, when he came back, even my great grandfathers or the elderlies in our compound did acknowledge that this is him that returned back. I myself, my parents told me that I came back. So this data that you're asking me to provide for you, in our village, in growing up as an Igbo person in Nigeria, I've always heard the elderlies talk about people returning back. And I am a true believer that people do reincarnate, because In Christianity, they said that when we die, we're going to wait and Jesus Christ will come and wake us up. I believed in that before, but I don't anymore believe in that. I don't believe in that anymore. So I truly believe that when people finally exist this universe, the flesh is all that goes. Other people just exit the body. That's all. Right. So if you're asking me to give you a data, and you did also mention that in Japan, where they practice Buddhism, people commit suicide. Well,
Yeah,
I
out of
never said
frustration.
to you that if I just said if people, a lot of people are chanting Nam-myoho Renge-kyo today in Nigeria. Most of the calamities that we see happening in Nigeria will not be happening. People will begin to say the truth. Because if we look at what is happening to us today in Nigeria, is that nobody wants to tell the truth. All we are aspiring is to be the person that has the most money, and everybody is worshiping us. I just talked about Imola dying and how Oba Elegushi has a hand to do with that. Why is it that Sanwo-Olu is not saying anything and he's the governor of Lagos State? Why is it that such a tragedy happened in Nigeria and Tinubu has not commented on it? When George Floyd died here in United States, didn't the president, the president at that time, didn't they say something? So was Imole a butterfly? Is he not a human being? And especially all the petition that this young man wrote to our police people that look at what is happening to me. Look at what is happening to me. He even mentioned this Oba Elegushi. How come the police people did not take action to safeguard this boy's life? Why didn't all this happen? Or are you telling me that in that Panti police station, that all the police people there, if they're not Christians, they are Muslims? So my question is, why are we saying that we are Christians, but we are not behaving like Christians? And I think that's what each and every one of us need to find out. And again, when any of us in this panel, when we're in that position, let's say Tinubu calls any of us here and said, I would like you to be the minister for solid gold and mine or whatever. What are you going to do? What are you going to do as not to compromise yourself? Will you be able to stand all the corruption that will be coming your way? If you're able to answer that question yourself, you don't need to tell me. If you're able to answer that question, then you know that whatever it is you're practicing is working for you. But if you're going to cave in after pressure, then I don't know what you're telling me. Because personally, as I am, I won't cave in. And I will give you an example why I'm telling you I won't cave in. For 2 years now, I don't have a full-time job as an educator. Why? The reason is that I had a school. It was a private school. I teach nurses. And the owner of that school, what he was doing to the students, I didn't like it. At a point, he offered me to be the dean of the school. Who wouldn't want to be a dean? I said no. Unless if you do right by these students. And he thought I was joking. Every other professor or faculty, they're always afraid of him because he's the owner of the school. I wasn't afraid of him. Students were failing, and some of them will graduate, they're not able to pass boards. What did I do? I wrote my resignation and I gave it my resignation and walked out. I said, I'm not going to be part of this. Why wouldn't I want the money? I'm a single woman living by myself. I want the money. I want to pay my bills. I want the accolades. I want to be a dean. I want to be this. I want to be that. But on what condition do I want to be that? No, I'm not going to do that. I've been for 2 years now on a part-time job, paying my bills. Am I not surviving? Sure, I am surviving. Well, how am I surviving in United States with the inflation that we have today? Have I not gotten other jobs? So I made a determination. The next job that I will take, this is what I'm going to get. This is how distance I'm willing to travel. This. And when I interviewed, if all these conditions that I lay out is met, I will accept. If it's not met, I'll turn it down. Before 1986, this Nneka will not have the courage to even say no to somebody in such an authority. I won't. So these are, again, some of the things that I have achieved from being a Buddhist, the confidence to do what I need to do and make sure that I did not hurt anyone while I'm doing it. Be able to tell people the truth. And I will not criticize you with whatever you're doing. But if you engage me in a conversation, I'm going to say to you, think, this thing that you did, why did you do it? You know, earlier when I was talking to Dr. Rudolph, I said, many a times we do something and we say, okay, I'm sorry. Are you really sorry? What are you sorry for? You need to go back and find out, what did you do and what pushed you to do what you did? Is it because I'm greedy of money, or is it because I want to control you? Is that why I want to be a leader? Or do I want to be a leader because I want to make a difference in people's lives? Well, these questions are questions that each and every one of us need to ask ourselves and answer it. Or again, mind you, I'm not criticizing any religion, but I'm telling you that this Buddhism that I'm practicing in my next lifetime, I've already made that vow. Whoever is going to be my parents in that next lifetime better be practicing, because I want to practice again.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to Ostaino. Ostaino, you have the floor. You can ask 10 questions.
Dr. Rudolph, thank you. Dr. Nneka, good. Thank you. I have 3 simple questions. Number 1, we're talking of reincarnation. My Bible says that immediately after death, judgment follows. People will go to hell or heaven. Are you saying that there is no hell, there is no heaven?
Your heaven is here, your hell is here, based on my Buddhist practice. Your hell is here. If you're happy, when I mean happy, I don't mean relative happiness. We have 2 types of happiness. You have relative happiness, you have absolute happiness. Absolute happiness is whatever situation you are in life, be happy. You're not going to tell me you're happy only when you're a rich man or only when you get married. You know, we young women or young girls, oh, let me get married, I'll be happy. Then they get married and they want to check out again. So, but you were asking to get married. Like when you get married, then you're going to be happy. No, you need to be happy. You need to bring out your own sunshine first. A man will never come in and give you that sunshine. You have your own sunshine. He has his own. So if you're going to marry somebody based on that, well, if I get married, then I'll be happy. No, it won't work. That's the mistake we all human beings are making. And that's what is the result of it. We then end up with all these killings that we are having. What is my intention of saying, okay, I love you, or babe, I love you? What is my intention? Is it because I want to run away from my miserable life, or I want my friends to see that now I have a boyfriend? What is my intention? Is that person my mate? Ever since Tina Turner left Ike, she didn't date anymore until she met this husband, who is 17 years younger than her. We just need, all of us as a human beings, we have our mate. But our horridness and our greed doesn't allow us to meet whoever is our mate. That I'm living in a house with a man and have 60 children doesn't mean that that person is my mate.
All right.
The second question I have, it's you said when we chant, like a magic wand? When you just chant, all your problems are solved.
I didn't say that all your problems will be solved. I said you will begin to understand. You begin to see who you are. Who are you?
So does it
as
a revelation, or how do you begin to understand? It's gonna be somebody.
Can I give you one example for you to understand what I mean?
Sure.
If somebody gets very angry quickly, or somebody gets angry quickly when people are saying something to them, and if you come and you say to that person, you know what, you have a quick temper, they're going to say, no, I don't have a quick temper. It's because this person did this to me. When you start chanting, you will recognize it and you will tape it down. In certain situations, you don't have to really be so angry. You listen to that individual because even when someone is saying something to you, if you really pay attention, there might be some truth in what they're saying. So you take that truth and you improve your life. Before I left Nigeria, I happened to meet Osadebe in a wedding. And in that wedding, Osadebe was giving an advice to the bride and the groom. And he said to the woman, and pray that you will always have, in Igbo land, we call it Wunyedi. Wunyedi meaning other people married in that compound, obviously. And if I'm not right, Rudolph, you can correct me, because some of our Igbo things, I don't know what the word is in English. So to have a Wunyedi, and so that when you and your Munyedi is having a quarrel,
wife.
Okay, and your Munyedi says to you, is telling you things. In the midst of you trying to be angry, just pay attention, because there might be some truth. And the way he explained it, he said, because if you go to the backyard and do a number 2, and maybe some of those number 2s are at the back of your clothes, you don't have eyes at the back, so you're not going to see it. It's only somebody might see it, and they might not say anything to you. They will be laughing at you. It's only a courageous person that could see it and say to you, oh, look, something is at your back. Why don't you go and change your clothes? So I take all these parables that I hear in Igbo land while I was growing up, and I see a lot of it in my Buddhist practice. And that was some of the things that cemented my faith with this practice, because I can really look at that. So when someone is criticizing me, instead of me to get upset with you, I will look at that criticism and pick up some of the things and use it to better my life, rather than being upset every time somebody criticizes me. I will take some of the things that person. So it requires me to be on that level. My daimoko puts me on the level that now I could bring myself down, rather than getting upset and continue to make the same mistake. I will use that criticism and better myself and become a better human being. That's basically what I do.
Thank you.
So, in your belief, do you think that people achieve greatness, or they become, or people are destined to be great, or they achieve greatness?
You can achieve greatness. Everyone can achieve greatness. When I teach students, and I think I said this earlier, when I get new students, the first thing that I normally say in my class is, who among you in this class thinks that you're a dummy? Believe it or not, sometimes I get people raise their hands. Another thing that I use is I will ask them, who among you thinks that Beyonce is more pretty than you? I've seen girls that will tell me, yeah, Beyonce is more pretty than them. My question to them is, what makes you think Beyonce is more pretty than you? Beyonce is a pretty girl, but each and every one of us, we have a beauty in all of us. Each and every one of us, we have the potential. Somebody in this panel also said it. If you have an exam and you didn't study, you didn't make any effort to study, and you failed that exam, why will you then say, oh, Joshua is smarter than me? Nobody is smarter than anybody. Anything you want to do, that's one thing this Buddhism taught me. Anything you want to do, just focus and you're going to do it. It's not going to be easy. I keep saying to people, you keep thinking, oh, Beyonce is this, Beyonce is that. Do any of us ever ask that woman how much effort she puts behind the scene to present what she's presenting for you? Or do we think that she just go to bed, or she's on a yard with her husband, Jay-Z, and then comes the next day and do all those things in the Renaissance arena, wherever that she is? She puts a lot of work in it. So each and every one of us, we need to put work, and we need to bring out the potential that we all have. We all have it. So I didn't get anybody encourage me with any of these things when I was a Catholic. But Buddhism made me to understand I have the potential to be who I need to be. And when I get a job, it's not just getting a job to make money. What will I use that job to do? What kind of legacy? Right now, even me getting my doctorate in nursing, it's not just for me to have a title, but what kind of legacy will I leave? When I'm teaching students, I tell them, I know some of you came into this profession thinking, oh, I'm going to make money in nursing. No, but always remember, in nursing, we have a lot of branches. If you're not cut out to help human beings that are sick, that are in their most vulnerable stage, please go to other branches of nursing, go to technology, because we have informatics. We have different branches in nursing. You can be a registered nurse with insurance company and do compensation deal, okay? So, but do not be at the bedside. But if you decide to be at the bedside, please, these people are in their most, and none of us know when we are going to be a patient. So I cannot be a medical doctor and then shit on people. There's nothing that says because I'm a doctor today or I'm this, that I cannot be sick tomorrow. And so whatever I put out in the universe, I'm going to receive. I was here in United States when my father had stroke in Ogidi. He had good doctors because I called. He had good doctors and nurses because that's ever since I became a nurse, starting from LPN, I've always been very diligent with the way I treat my patients. Nobody, if I'm talking to students today, I say to them, do not look at somebody because the person is a homeless. You have to give them a clear discharge order. And when you're giving them that clear discharge order, I mean, if somebody is a homeless, I'm going to find out if they're going home with an antibiotics, and maybe they're on social security check that comes maybe once a month or twice a month, are they going to be able to get that antibiotics they are going home with? And if the answer is no, I must make sure that I go down to the pharmacy and get them enough starch that will carry them through. Because what are we treating? I was treating the infection. So if we break that cycle of taking that medication, well, I haven't done anything good for that patient. And why will I want to do it for somebody who is a rich person and don't do it for somebody who is on the lower pole? Again, everybody is a human being, and I treat everybody that way, regardless.
All right, thank you, Osaino. We have exceeded the time. We said 3 hours with our guest, but I will let Chim Electricity and the flagship to ask their questions. Then we will take a break. If she wants to continue, it's up to her. We can continue. If not, we round it up. Chim, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph, and good day to everybody. And pleased to meet you, Nneka. I didn't start exactly from the beginning, so I always love to be honest. I'm not going to be asking any question. I think that would be very ingenious of me to do that. But I want to make comments based off where I started from, based off some of the things I heard you say. But before I proceed, on the issue of Munyedi, literally means in the first instance, some men marry multiple wives.
Yeah.
So each of those wives will refer to their co-wives as Munyedi. That's the primary meaning. Then taking it to the plural perspective, based off good relationship in a clan or in a community, women describe themselves as Munyedim. You understand? Just trying to show some comradeship, and so just to put that out.
Yeah.
So full disclosure, I am a Christian, and my understanding of Christianity, first of all, I was born a Methodist. I was raised an Anglican. I went to a Catholic church. When I became of age, I chose to go the Pentecostal way. But in all of this, I have grown in my spiritual relationship with Christ. The Bible makes me to understand that it's God is looking for those, not those who will go to a specific mountain to worship him, but those who will worship him in spirit and in truth. And if you sit down to dissect this, it's deeper than what we see. As human beings, God is not necessarily calling us to perfection. I use that word advisedly. He wants us to be to grow in perfection. But you are not a Christian, or your acceptance as a Christian is not because of your perfect or moral standing per se, but it's because that you understand your decadence, the fact that you are burdened by a sin nature. The Bible says that for all have sinned and have fallen short of the glory of God. And because of that, that's why God sent Christ, who was God incarnate, to bear the moral burden of that sin and restore our relationship with God. That is what Christianity is all about. Those who have accepted what Christ did for them, not those who are being morally correct, not those who are necessarily being the nicest people, but those first and foremost, primarily, who have accepted what Christ did. Now, but you cannot continue to be a Christian without some moral perspective. You would love your neighbor as yourself. You would see good for your fellow human beings and do it. So why I'm going that direction is some of the things I heard you say, for instance, like the politicians who profess to be Christians and who in the realm of politics have done certain things that don't seem to align with what you would say a Christian should do. I agree with you. But you see, but that is not what makes them Christian. Human beings falter, human beings make mistakes. And if I go back to the scripture, you will see that there are people, for someone like a man like David, for instance, he sinned, he did what was wrong. But you see, the concept of sin and reconciliation with God also now came in, which is why when he understood the moral bankruptcy of his heart, that the fact that he committed adultery, which is wrong, and then not only did he commit adultery, he now killed the man who owned the wife he committed adultery. He now went to God to ask for atonement, to ask for forgiveness. And it's not a surprise that it's true. This same man who understood that this Christ that we now refer to in the Christendom now came through. So what I'm just trying to say is this. You might be morally right. You might be morally doing all the necessary things. But if you have not accepted Christ, then there's a problem. Because ultimately, I'm a Christian. I know, it can be contentious. I know people will say, what do you mean? I'm a Muslim. I understand all that. But the truth remains that the Bible says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father except through me. I believe that totally. I don't just believe that just because I was taught that by a missionary. I went to a school, one of the best schools in Lagos State as a primary student, Our Lady of Apostles private school in Yaba. And I interacted with a lot of the sisters and all those. I went through all that, but I wasn't born Catholic, but I went to a Catholic school. But you know what? Growing and reading the scriptures, I'm beginning to understand that life is not about being happy. That's not what God has called you to be. In this life, as a Christian, you might be serving God and doing the right thing, but you will go through challenges. What God wants to see is that, in spite of these challenges, you profess to know him. Would you still stay and love him as a Christian? Abraham, one of the progenitors of Judaism that eventually Christianity came through, he didn't have a child for many years, but he still served God. And in the course of his time, he was tested to see, is it the gift that he's looking for, or is it the giver of that gift that he's following? And he passed that test, because when God asked him to sacrifice, not that God was, thirsty and blood thirsty, that he was just wanted, he just wanted to see, like what you rightly said, some of us are pursuing material things at all costs. We can kill for it, we will do anything for it, we will even subvert good morals just to accomplish that goal. Christianity does not want you to do that. So, in spite of the fact that we see certain people in our climb, in our generation, where we live, it could be in America, it could be in Nigeria. I know sometimes we say that in Nigeria there is no Christianity. I always beg to disagree. We operate in, if you come to the American sphere, you will find people who profess to be Christians, but are not exactly doing what the Christian faith expects them to do. So the point I'm just trying to make is this. I don't know much about Buddhism, so I'm really not going to castigate anything. But what I just want to say is that, like, as a Christian that I am, not only was I born as a Christian, but I have come to accept Christ, study the word of God and understand it. Like, I can relate with one thing you said earlier, where you said, you were working for an organization that wasn't doing right. That's fine. That's being morally, trying to be morally upright and everything. But Christianity is not necessarily asking you to be morally right. But you can't be a Christian without being morally right. I don't know if I'm making sense. The basis, the foundation of Christianity is not about morals. It's about a savior that came into this world, died for you, you accept what he did, and that becomes a basis of relating you back to your creator, who is God. But to be a Christian, then you will also do right. You would suffer when suffering needs to be done. And you would also, need to make sacrifices for your fellow human beings. Christ does not expect you, okay, good. Let me give an example now. Some of us know the woman who was caught in adultery. A lot of people haven't really understood that scripture. I see people always use it all about. Christ was not saying that the woman was right to commit adultery, because when he said, he who has not sinned, cast the first stone, people made it look as if, he was, no. What he was simply saying is this: we all make mistakes, but you know what? There is room for forgiveness. There is room to be able to say, okay, this person has done what is not right. Does it now warrant us to now, execute judgment unnecessarily on this person? And then lastly, where was the man this woman committed adultery with? Adultery cannot be something that is done by yourself to yourself. In committing adultery, it takes two to tango. And so there was a lot of hypocrisy in the judgment being passed on that woman, and which is why Christ asked those people, anybody who has not committed any sin, didn't even say adultery, be the one to cast the first stone. And people knew that they have done things. Somebody may have collected meat from their mother's pot that the day before. You may have done one or other things. So I just wanted to say that Christianity is not necessarily just about, being morally right, not stealing, I didn't cheat my neighbor, and all those things. And for those politicians who profess to be Christians, but when they have the platform to, in their office as Christians, as vice president or whatever, they chose to do the wrong thing. Well, it's up to God to be able to point them at the right time to say, I give you an opportunity to show good conduct, to be a good example. And I end in this. The Bible says, let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father in heaven. So everything we do here on earth is not just about us. It is to honor God. And in honoring God, whether it is in your office, whether it is in your town union, whether it is in your interaction with your fellow human beings, if people cannot say, look at Chimezie, wow, I'm so blessed by what he did. What kind of faith does he profess? That is the way you win people over to your Christ, because of your conduct, not because of, that I'm a righteous person, I do this. No. It's because the Bible says is by the armed flesh, no man can prevail. It's not by your power, it's not by your capability. It is because of the grace of God. So I don't really have any comment. Like I said, I just wanted to put it out there so that people will understand what Christianity is. Because people think that Christianity is about rituals, it's about chanting. No, that's not what Christianity is about. It has nothing to do with chanting. It has nothing to do with this. In fact, as a matter of fact, that is why Christians are different from people who are Hebrew Judaism practitioners. And that's why the Jews have not accepted Jesus Christ. These are the primary things that distinguishes Christianity from a lot of other faiths. There is a life after, and that life after is with God. It's not that you are going to reincarnate and come back into this world again. It is the fact that when you have left this world, the Bible says it is appointed unto man, like somebody already quoted, to live this life once, and after that, there will be a judgment. That's just my submission. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to say to you that most of the things you're saying, it's the same thing that I'm saying. You're just saying it in a different way. And I would say two things I'm going to comment on two things that you said. You talked about challenges and happiness. And if you did listen to what I said, I also said that even when you are having challenges, I'm aspiring to have absolute happiness. We have relative happiness. You're happy this moment, and then the next moment something happens, you sink back into unhappiness. That's not the life I live right now. Because for someone in America, with everything going on in America today, with all the inflation, for me not to be able to have a full-time job, to be able to pay my mortgage, pay my bills, I would have been sad, but I wasn't, because I knew that I will continue to do those part-time and continue to apply to get a full-time job when a good full-time job that I want presents itself. So you then said also that people don't have to be happy all the time, that they have challenges. It was the same thing that I'm saying to you, that you're chanting Nam Myoho Renge Kyo or that I'm a Buddhist doesn't mean that 365 days in a year that I'm constantly happy. I do have challenges, but I walk towards it. It doesn't bring me down. I have challenges, and I will not be deflected like a tire because I have challenges. Or let's say if I become sick with any terminal illness tomorrow, then I will sink, because if I sink, all the fiber inside me will deflate immediately, and that illness will overcome me. I will continue to fight. So that's one thing about when you talk about challenges and happiness. And then you talk about forgiveness. And again, if you had listened to me and I didn't know, you did say that you didn't come from the beginning. What I said about forgiveness, let's take, for example, what just happened, which is similar to what you just quoted that happened in the Bible with Imole, which is Mobad. It's now being said that Oba Eligushi has something to do with that boy's death. Oba, the child, Liam, that Imole's wife has, belongs to Oba Elegushi. Sam Larry introduced this girl to Oba Elegushi. And that's why I didn't even know this before, that in Yoruba land, I don't know if this even exists in Igbo land, that when a woman has a baby, you give the placenta to your father-in-law. I didn't know that. I just found that out. This girl clearly refused to give Imole's father the placenta. The placenta was taken to Oba Elegushi's house. So the question is, Oba Elegushi, you are a rich man, you want a male child. Why didn't you just take the girl from him rather than killing him the way they killed this boy? You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that Oba Elegushi will not be forgiven, but for you to forgive Oba Elegushi tomorrow, he has to realize what he has done, because Imole is not the first person he has killed anyway. So many young kids have died in Nigeria.
Talking about forgiveness in the context of...
Hold on. Chim, hold on. Okay. Let me just mention that, Dr. Nneka, what you are saying now is allegations. I don't think they've been proven, and we have to make sure that this platform does not put out.
Okay, I would then use alleged.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Tim.
Tim, go ahead.
You are muted. You're muted now. You can unmute yourself, Tim.
Okay, so what I was saying, when I introduced the concept of forgiveness, it wasn't introduced with direction towards anything you had said. I was just trying to let you know that in Christendom, an aspect of Christianity is the asking for forgiveness. And that asking for forgiveness starts primarily with Christ himself, who came to die for us. Because you can't be a Christian if you have not come to at any point where you say you understand that, look, you're a sinner, and you ask for forgiveness. That is the whole basis of being a Christian. And then the issue of happiness. Christianity, because, people say, I mean, in modern Christianity, I hear people talking about it's not my portion, all those kinds of things. I was just trying to bring out that perspective that Christianity also recognizes the fact that there is suffering to be done in this world, but you're suffering, it should be based off the fact that you're doing what is right. Once in a while, maybe things won't go your way. It's not all about because you haven't had your way, you don't have so much money, and then you flip from happiness to no. You should be joyful. In Christianity, we don't talk about happiness, we talk about joy, and the joy of the Lord being your strength. The fact that you look forward to something beyond this earth. We want to be successful on earth. We want to accomplish our goals on earth. But if by adventure it doesn't happen, like Okija talked about, the will of God, at the stage where you can say to yourself, things are not going my way or what I wanted, perhaps it's not the will of God. After you have done what you should do, not from a lazy perspective of you haven't worked hard and then you sit back and say, oh, it is no. Christianity does not encourage you to be lazy. It encourages you to work hard. But when things don't exactly go your way, then you know that if you're a prayerful Christian, you say, perhaps this is not the will of God. And just lastly, you talked about people waking up in the morning and praying. Now, I disagree with you that because somebody woke up and did not immediately kneel down to pray doesn't mean that they have not honored their God. This person chose to find somewhere quiet to read their Bible before they pray. God is not ritualistic. At least in Christianity, it's not about ritual observance. It's about the heart. I don't see what is in your heart. You don't see what is in my heart. But God will see that this person, his intention is pure. His intention is to honor me. And he will accept that person's service as a sacrifice. That this person has done what is right. It is God that justifies. It's not the human beings. We can judge. We can interpret people's actions. It's normal. We do that. But we might also be wrong.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me just throw in a question from the comments section because a lot of people are sending in questions there. There's someone, Abby, wanted to know Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, all those. Which one is the truth? And do you have to be spiritual to be? Do you need religion to be spiritual? So that's the question. There's a question about whether you believe in evolution. Do you believe in evolution? And then there's another one that is kind of funny, but I think it's an important question. If people can reincarnate as goats, should we continue to eat goat meat? All right.
Well, now that's a tough one. All I'm saying is that what I just want to say in the terms of reincarnation is that I believe in reincarnation. To ask me if people reincarnate as a goat, should we continue to eat goat? I guess I'm going to defer that question to people who eat goat. I don't eat goat.
Are you a vegetarian?
No, I'm not. I just eat chicken. That's it, or turkey. I don't eat goat. I don't eat cow.
That could be somebody too.
Yeah, well, it could be somebody. And if we look at it that way, then even the plants in the environment that we eat, whether we're vegetarian or whether we eat meat, it boils down to what then are we going to eat? I just don't want people, but again, I'm not going to stop people from taking this to whatever level. In this, my Buddhist practice is actual proof. It's not that somebody said. when I started practicing, if I didn't see the type of changes that I saw in me, I don't think I would have continued regardless, but I saw changes, and that's why I stick to it. It's like if someone is eating apple and the person tells me that that apple is so sweet, did I taste it? I'm only believing what they're saying, that the apple is tasty, is very sweet. But until I bite off that very apple, then I will say, yes, it's sweet. When I started chanting, a lot of things changed for me. The way I reason, the way I think, everything changed for me. And when I was a Catholic, I didn't even say this at the beginning, I wasn't just a Catholic, I was also going to Aladura churches. I was seeking everywhere. I visited so many different churches. But this Nichiren Daishonin Buddhism is my last bus stop. Nothing will ever make me to change. Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Okay, I will let electricity go, but there's a question that I want you to think about, and maybe you get to that. When you were talking about beggars and not giving money to beggars or helping anybody because they may be trying to how did you put it? It may be because of what they did in their last life that they're in that position. How is that different from somebody who is a patient of yours in the hospital that you are going to treat? Maybe the person had cancer or had whatever illness as a result of what they did in their last life.
Maybe you are saying maybe there were doctors and they didn't treat cancer patients well, or they keep giving them prescription.
Yeah, but you treating him or her, you are helping to reduce that karma, whatever punishment. You don't want the word punishment. Whatever. Yeah, you are trying to reduce that. Well, how is that different? Is that different from helping a beggar?
For me, when someone is begging, and this has actually happened in '98 when I visited Nigeria, somebody came we were in a holdup and was asking for money. I gave the person a card that was written Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, and the guy said to me, "What is this?" And I said to the guy, "Just chant Nam-myoho Renge-kyo." He spitted in my face and said, "Why are you giving me this? I'm asking you for money and you're giving me this." So, I mean, we drove up, you know. I think sometimes when we're doing a comparison with certain things, I clearly don't know what to even say with that, comparing with when someone is a beggar. First of all, why are they begging? Is there anything that is preventing them from going to look for a job? Why is that person begging? That's one thing. And that's why I will decide to share Nam-myoho Renge-kyo with that individual. Let them chant and be able to dust themselves off and go. It doesn't matter what kind of job the person wants to do, no matter how meager the job is, because sometimes we feel like to have a job, we all have to be in a big farm for us to recognize that we have a job. Everything is a job. Here in United States, people that removes the garbage in our homes, they make money. But some of us, we might not want to do those type of job because we might look at it and said, "Oh, this is beneath me." As far as I'm concerned, nothing was beneath me. I was before I even registered myself to go to school in this country, I was cleaning houses in New Jersey. At that time, because with me not having my green card and working under the table, I was cleaning houses. Now, when you call people to come and clean your house, they will charge nothing less than $350 or $400. But at that time, I will clean a big mansion, and all that I get paid is $30. 30. And I was managing with it. So at that time, I did not look at it, "Oh, this is beneath me." There was no other thing that I have. So rather than going to ask people, some Nigerians or some people from my village or Gidi, "Oh, can you help me? Can you do this for me? Can you do this for me?" No, I continued to struggle on my own. And this is what I used by combining all that money, making all that, keeping together all that money. I was able to go to school and lift myself up. So again, had I not been a Buddhist and was chanting this Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, I don't think I would have had the courage to do it.
All right.
But so that's what I'm saying, in terms of this, saying that I'm not going to, because if the person gives me, and I use those Sibanjo, all those people that he gave money, if let's say we knew who those people are, I bet you that if I go and ask those people, that money that he gave, what has that money done for you? How has that money changed your life? How has that money made any improvement in your life? And if it hasn't, so why do we choose to give people money rather than teach them how to make that money and let them make money for the rest of their lives?
All right. Thank you. Electricity, Ernest.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone, from my own location here. So it could be morning or afternoon or good night. Rudolph, first, let me commend you for taking Olumide off the platform. And because if you had not, in your next word, you will come, you will be Olumide, you will reincarnate as Olumide. Take it away.
Actually, let me say, I wasn't the one that took him off. I assumed that
Whoever did, I commend the person, because there has to be some level of decorum on the platform. And if some people don't want to change, then you give them what they deserve for continually interjecting or interrupting. Kija or Kija, whatever I can say. Madam Nneka, you cannot weigh in on what I said. Do we have an agreement? You understand where I'm coming from when I say you cannot weigh in? You cannot respond. All right, so let the record reflect that. But I'm going to weigh in on Chim. I've said some things I wanted to say. But you said if Tinubu invited you to into his government, you're not going to accept it. If that's the case, how do we effect change? Can we achieve that perfect system whereby I'll now say, there's not a perfect system. Now, this is where I'm going to function very well. Now, we all will come to temptations in life. The choice is for us to say, no, I will refuse to compromise. And in Rudolph post, which he sent Gazette, the title is, I tried. How can they put it on my tombstone to say, I tried, if Tinubu offered me a position and I have that opportunity to effect a change? It's either I'm allowed to effect a change or I'm not allowed to. Then I will not have to step down or resign, as we see is being done in some countries because they don't want to be corrupted. And sometimes they win the fight to say, no, okay, this is the right way for us to go. Now, I will come again from an ignorant position and consider every book we've read, including the Bible, as an history book. Daniel was in Babylon, in one of the most corrupt countries in the world at then. And he was pushed at every point to break the law of the land, but he refused to. And as a result, he got thrown into the lion's den, and for some miracle, the lions did not hit him. As a result of his stand, he was able to bring change to the system, including the 3 Hebrew children. So I want people to say, electricity tried. But there is no way anyone would tell me I tried if I chicken out or if I get corrupt. I have a choice to say, no, I refuse to be corrupted. If Tinubu extend from it, I will. If I can't effect a change, I will. If I cannot, I have the choice to tender my resignation. And that is a problem we have in our country. We don't have that I'm not standing on any moral high ground for people to say, let me walk away. I can't do this to my fellow human being. I can't sit down here where you are not telling me, let's change this figure from 100,000 naira to 100 billion dollars. I can't be part of this system. Then I have that choice to say, I resign. And as Rudolph said in his gazette, people will say, he tried. We speak about Peter Obi, for example. Certainly, he must have come across issues where he could as well written a check for himself. And you said it several times when they wanted to buy him a vehicle, official vehicle for so amount, and he refused. People will tell him he tried. But if he has chickened out, as it is today, who will care about him? Nobody is still in the same system, and he has not chickened out. So how do we can't fix the system if we keep saying, if I leave this platform today, I believe Rudolph will tell me I tried. Of course, people will say I tried. So that is what we should be aiming at. Because if we sit down and say, okay, Tinubu government is bad, and Rudolph is calling to come and serve as a finance minister, we will say, no, I can't go to that administration. He has a choice to go to fix it if he can fix it and push for a change. And if the people around him refuse to, then he has the choice to resign. But who knows? His ideology may prevail at the end of the day, and we start seeing a change in all systems. In respect to forgiveness, I will say this. As a Christian, I say one of the most ridiculous things Jesus Christ has ever said is, forgive your enemies. How is that possible? So if every one of us can come to that point, but even with an enemy, somebody by definition of enemy, there's still also what consequences for their actions. The thief that was crucified with him on the cross, Jesus Christ did not condemn the people who pass the judgment because he knows the judgment they pass on those thieves are right. So there has to be consequences, but he also forgave. Today, you shall be with me in paradise. He didn't condemn them. And that is one of the reasons we have situations back in the court, because people don't face consequences for their actions. It doesn't mean I'm not going to forgive you, but it has to be consequences for our actions. If that is not done, regardless of what religion we practice, regardless, it makes no difference. Those in the Senate in the US or in this, some of them barely go to church, but they still uphold the rule of law. So that is the point. We cannot close our eyes, like Rudolph said. I would like it to be put on my grave or on my tomb. I tried, and I tried, and I tried. And if that cannot be said about me, about you, about anybody, then what is the purpose of how can we effect change in our fellow human being? I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment, Nneka?
My comment to electricity is that everything that he said is absolutely true. And me saying that will not work for him is coming from the fact that I know that if I take up any position with his government, they're not going to allow me to make that change that you're talking about. But at the same time, listening to you saying that, okay, if I get there and I'm frustrated, I'm not able to change anything, then I will tender my resignation, which I've already done once in my life here in United States. So then I do agree with you, but knowing or seeing the way his government is working, everybody that Tinubu elects is either that they have something on that person that will make that person not even want to say anything, because if that person says anything, they are going to open the skeleton that the person has in the closet. So they try so much to compromise those individuals. Like I gave you the example that Obe Legushi is Tinubu's boy, that pushes the powder for him a lot, allegedly. Okay, then we have that same Obe Legushi that played a huge part with his Aboro boys with the election that put Songolu there. Allegedly too, if you want me to say that. So again, because this person has washed this person's hands, well, this person is not, even if the person says that the person has done something wrong, they're not going to speak on that. If I'm in Tinubu's cabinet and this Chicago thing came up, I will personally tell him, this is fraud. But nobody is saying that to him, but rather everybody is congratulating him. My question is, all these people who are congratulating him and dining and eating with him, what is their real intention? Is it that they're not seeing all these things, or they're not hearing all these evidences against him? All these things that David Hundeyin brought out about him. Is it that they're not seeing it, or they're not worried about it? What is going through their mind? And again, I cannot, like Chim said, I don't see their heart, and I'm not going to speak for them. What I'm speaking for, and I will continue to speak for, is that as human beings, when we are in a leadership position, we must include everybody in what we are doing. We are in leadership to serve people, not in leadership to enrich our pocket, or for us to control people, or for people to always be afraid of us. As a matter of fact, if I'm a leader in an organization, or even when I served as president of a school here in this country, my focus was, what could I create for my department, for my school at that time? How can I help other students to achieve what all of us came to that school to achieve? That was my motive, So that's the kind of life that I want to live. And if Jim is saying that morally, because if I'm clearly understanding what he said, I'm not separating my moral behaviors from my lifestyle. For me, it all comes together. My chanting what he has done for me, and I have seen other members that practices this Buddhism. Example, Tina Turner, Herbie Hancock, Orlando Bloom, and one of our actors from Nigeria that lives in UK, and the list goes on and on, is that I see a lot of changes with them. When the late Gorbachev went to Japan to speak with President Ikeda, and they had a conversation, Gorbachev sometimes use some of the discussions that he had with Ikeda. Well, every year, Daisaku Ikeda writes a letter to UN, and what that letter contains every year is that there should not, under any circumstances, be a nuclear attack, have any war, and then a nuclear bomb is released, based on what happened in Japan during the Hiroshima attack. And he kept on saying to them, no matter what they discuss, they should go and see the after effect. The people that survived that bomb, the destruction that it did to human beings, and that they should consider that, and always try to dialogue. With dialogue, we can solve our problems.
All right.
With dialogue, we can definitely change things rather than having war all the time.
All right, thank you. Hold on, I just want to mention that trade union laws, they mandate that we don't keep a guest. for 4 hours without a break. I'll go to the flagship, and after his question, we take a break. If she wants to continue, we will continue. I know that OT wants to ask some follow-up questions. Electricity, what's up? Yeah.
Sorry, it's not a question. It's just to further buttress my point.
No,
That
hold
this,
on. We can
it's
wait.
just 2 seconds. I mean, I won't be long.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm leaving the platform. It's just the case that this ideology of not joining Christians preach it that our government are corrupt, so Christians should not get into politics, and when we leave it for the corrupt people, they keep breeding themselves. So if we don't get into politics, if good people don't get into politics, we cannot change anything. That's just what I want to say. Thank you very much.
You're absolutely right on that.
All right, thank you. The flagship.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Sorry, please, can you put me on backstage? I apologize. Put me on backstage, please. Thank you.
And thank you, Madam Nneka, for your time today. Rudolph is actually right. It's beyond 4 hours, and you really do need a break. But I've got a basket load of questions, but I'll keep it to one. And I did hear you say you're here in Georgia, Atlanta, to be specific.
Yes.
I'm not sure how long you're going to be here. I live here.
I'll be leaving here on the 24th to go back to New Jersey.
Okay, great. You did.
Yeah, I'm here in Semina. That's where my son lives.
Okay. I know where that is. Not too far from
Okay.
me. I said that to say maybe someday we could sit down over a cup of coffee and discuss the rest of my questions.
Please.
Very interesting presentation you've made today. And I thank you for the insights you've given so far. I live in a community where there is a huge population of people who practice the religion that you are here talking about today. And it's the reason why I would want to sit to talk about it with you. Many of the examples you've given of people who are not of the race of the people that practice this religion or from where it came are good examples. Americans, Nigerians, yourself for one, they have lived by the examples and outcomes of what you have seen that made you make that your last stop in your quest for a better life in terms of religion. My question is this, and I'll keep it simple. Maybe if I get a second chance, I'll ask another. Does Buddha use, or can Buddha use someone outside the practice of that religion to effect change in a community?
To answer that your question, I earlier on said that each and every one of us on this panel, every human being on earth, regardless of whatever religion that you practice, has a Buddha nature in them. Rosa Parks, she was not a Buddhist, but she visited Japan to have a dialogue with President Ikeda. Gorbachev was not a Buddhist. He visited Japan. Nelson Mandela, when he came out of prison, visited President Ikeda. Is dialogue, because some of the things that Christianities will say, it's also in Buddhism. And I also said, when I was a Catholic, I didn't have that key. What was in my head is that I have to go to a priest, I have to go to church. And when I go to church and then I pray that Our Father and Hail Mary, and that's it. If I do something, I see maybe I'm quarreling with my friends, I go to confession. I come out of that confession, I do the same thing again. But ever since I started chanting Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, there's many things that I will not even attempt to do. I will not attempt to do it at all. I will not say because somebody has done wrong, let's kill that person. I will not do that. Many times that I've been on Rudolph's panel and certain things have been said, there's this picture in my head of a young boy in Lagos that was killed because he stole Gary, and then they put a tire over him and burnt him. If I'm in that scene, it will not happen because I will be chanting Daimoko, that everybody that is on that scene will cool off. What did he do? I probably would have taken money and pay for that Gary because probably the boy is hungry, 8 years old. Killing him did not return back the Gary. So we all have the Buddha nature. So you asking me, will the Buddha use somebody outside the practice to effect a change? Absolutely. And please don't look at it. And I have said this so many times on this broadcast today, that this Buddha nature that I'm talking about, if someone who is in the Christian side reads it, the Bible said somewhere that I've made you in my own image, you can then go. So, but many of us, we keep looking for this God outside ourselves and keep praying towards that God to give us whatever it is we want. But for me, as a Buddhist, the Buddha nature is inside me. So when I chant, I'm awoken to that Buddha nature and I'm able to start doing things the right way. That's what Buddhism did for me.
And just to chip in to that, a few seconds. The reason I said that and brought in the people that live in my community, the action seems to be different because you see, and excuse my language, I'll try to look for a better one. I see the most racial divide. If you don't belong within the community or the race, you tend to be treated differently, no matter how much friendly you try to be to them, to understand who they are, what they believe in, or just try to be neighbors. If you are not speaking the language, believing or practicing the religion, you're excluded from everything that is done. And I'm not sure I understand why, but while I jumped into the session, I think I heard you mention different sect of Buddha, and you practice one that does the chant.
Yeah.
Perhaps maybe that would be the reason why these ones are.
Okay, that's the more reason why that you and I really need to meet so that I will see, because if these people that you're talking, that your neighbors, if they're really chanting, they're practicing Nichiren Daishonin Buddhism, believe me, you will not have this experience that you're sharing with me right now, because they will be the one that will be even coming towards you to really what we call plant the seed or shakabuku you and preach to you to chant Nam-myoho Renge-kyo. So it could be a different set of Buddhism that are your neighbors. So maybe if we meet, because if you Google SGI Atlanta, you will see their community center here in Atlanta. All right. And if it wasn't because I was going to do this with Rudolph this morning, I would have gone there, because from 8 to 9:30, we have what we call Soka 2030. I would have visited there. I'm from New Jersey, but some of the members that are here in Atlanta, I've known them in New Jersey before they moved to here. And again, my son practices this Buddhism. So sometimes also he himself, he goes to that community center. I don't know exactly the address where it is, but anytime, any state in United States, you put SGI dash Atlanta, you will see their community center. Don't forget, in New York, you have Dalai Lama, who also is another sect of Buddhism. I'm not a Dalai Lama. I don't even listen to that. We don't wear red. Nobody tells you how to dress to come to a community center. We call it community center. We don't really call it church. We call it SGI Buddhist Center or Community Center. That's what we call it. So
Are these all different versions, offshoots of the same parent?
Well, also, that's why I say to you that it started with Shakyamuni from India. And then Shakyamuni said to the disciples, then you all will not really understand what I'm preaching that much, but somebody will be coming from far east and the person will break it down. And that was when Nichiren Daishonin, at the age of 12, came out and said, there's so many different Buddhist set schools. Then they have schools of different Buddhisms. And he started searching to find out what will unite for anybody who wants to practice Buddhism, rather than having this set preaching something different, this set preaching something different. And he came out with this Nam-myoho Renge-kyo in all the books that he read. And so the Buddhism that I practice is Nichiren Daishonin's Buddhism. And that Nichiren Daishonin's Buddhism, your neighbor has to be happy just like you. The happiness is not just you. You take care of everybody because everybody has a Buddha nature in them. You respect every human being. You do not pick and choose. I'm going to respect this person because they are rich, because they are famous. Everybody is a human being.
All right.
Thank you so much. I'll save my other question.
But I am up for meeting with you so that we can go through it, and I will also then see who are these your neighbors, so you don't misunderstand what I'm saying. And again, with this our practice, nobody says to you, because when I joined, I still have my cross that I was wearing on my neck that my parents gave me, and that they told me, we're not asking you to stop whatever you're doing, but when you want to chant, because it's actual proof, that's what it is. For 3 months of your life, just chant. If there's something in your life you've been wanting to see change, chant towards that thing. And if there's a change, then you continue. If there's no change, that's fine. Move out.
All right.
It's not an organization that's, okay, just come in because we want people. No. And again, if you become a member, nobody asks you to contribute any money. Even if you want to, they will tell you no. And the money that we contribute after you've become a member is you showing your appreciation. We use it in building all these community centers in different places that we build. So.
All right. Thank you, Nneka. Thank you, the flagship. We are going to take a break. When we come back, Nneka will round up, and I will let Ochi ask a question, and anybody else who is here. But my Buddha is saying that we need to take a break.
Yeah.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you have unye lo kwanu mono fube nazo olaga ni biazugo, ulaga do ni biazugo, akwa wilo chiyo bikora puzo, kona bazia. Onyo mazoro biko abamba watare dasari ibya unyane gana mo ulaga dori biazigo mo ulaga dori biazigo abamba wilo china bigora fuzoro ona wazia. Mazi welcome up. Odoguna kwerezi neka. Onyoma niga delemo. Mazi ni mazi. Ibu go with melody. nigga Olagado ni pesigono Olagado ni pesigono Amama wilo chilo Nikora muzoro Anabazi Say Onyamazoro Amama wazoro Sorry Ibya muyano kwa namo Ofube Naro Olaga doni piasugo, nasa boy. Olaga doni piasugo, amama wilo chilo, biko rapuzoro, anabazi. Ice. Odogu kenelu bikechofo, ama kwa mnika gogogia. Oligwe kwelo. Get your mobile back. Hey, you won! Eku kampune kene Omogo ninso Chukwe mekalumo Ike chukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene ịla polife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ nabasị zoro 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 Deduru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe ma nofia nara Onye nwuro zurike
Oh, that's what I do.
That's it?
Oh, it's that, but then there are 5 prayers. But
Can you give me a little variation? I like that.
Namyo renge kyo, 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 namyo renge kyo. Yo ring kyo, hopen bon tai ni. Ni de say san do the mayan do niki go jaris do bo ji den morio go ji manang ge na nyu we da jo manang di bu yo bo no ji jo we cha ga. But so den da na dan man na mo do do but den yo do but morio do im yo jo sim yo jo bu man jo jo jin den bi so wo. Zui gi show the issue nang ge jaris go to jo bo the ra ju ju i nan ju ju hi yo ko en khang yo mu.
Welcome back. We are having a wonderful Sunday afternoon conversation with Dr. Nneka, who is a Buddhist. Nneka joined us from Atlanta, but she lives in New Jersey. So welcome back those who are joining us for the first time. I appreciate your time. We are going to round up with New questions, and then I don't know how long she wants to stay more, but as soon as we give her the chance to round up, we can have our feedback on what happened. So, but let me start with, I see new faces here. Jenoza, welcome. Tone, welcome. Oti, I know you are itching for more questions. So let me start with Oti, then I will go down to other people. Oti, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Nneka. Right. I just have maybe a question or two. But with sub teams. But first of all, we talked about this reincarnation. I can't argue for or against it. Okay, but at some point, is there a possibility of perfection? If I'm correct, in some maybe some sects of Buddhism, they have what they call enlightenment. At some point, a soul becomes enlightened. Do you have that in your own sect?
Yes, we do have that enlightenment.
Right.
So the thing is that it says that if you're not able to change your karma in this lifetime, whenever you come back, you're going to start from wherever that you stop. And starting from wherever you stop is the reason why this Nichiren Daishonin Buddhism that I practice is seriously against killing somebody because they probably murdered somebody else or they committed a crime. Do not electrocute that person. Do not kill that person by saying that, oh, life for life. No, let them change, because if they don't change, when they come back, they start from where they stop.
Okay. So another question. So your religion, your Buddhism is not, one would not describe it as kind of otherworldly. In other words, it's not something that is for the world, life after. Even our existence here is something that is of interest to your practice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is there a reason why you do not get more engaged in evangelism? In other words, trying to get more people, convert more people, to this or do you
Today's
do that?
Buddhism? Today's
Right, yes.
Buddhism? Oh no, like I just told you, we plant seed all the time. We plant seed all the time. We always share with people. Afterwards, somebody shared it with me. And like I was saying earlier, that the first time that I went to their community center in New York, I met somebody from Abagana. Okija and Okija, there's somebody from Okija that lives in Chicago, Adolfo. Adolfo is a Buddhist today. And when I got to know Adolfo, I was asking him, how did you get into this practice? He said that his grandmother in Okija told him about it. When he was a child, his grandmother in Okija went out and came back and said, oh, you guys should chant. And at that time, they were playing with it. They didn't understand what grandma was telling them. So when he came to United States, he was in a subway train and somebody said to him, chant Nam-myoho Renge-kyo. Everything his grandmother was telling him about Nam-myoho Renge-kyo came back to him. And that's when he started practicing. Actually, he started practicing before me. I started practicing in '86. The Abagana guy was into it 15 years before I met him in New York. So I then began to discover there's some members, not a lot, in Nigeria. As I speak to you right now, we have Dr. Afolabi in Lagos who practices. Dr. Afolabi became a doctor at NYU here. The moment he finished his program, he went back to Nigeria. And Dr. Afolabi practices. There's some community members that practices this Nichiren Daishonin in Nigeria. There is an attorney, Barrister Uzo from Enugu. He practices it. So I've gotten to know these people from my travel when I was going back and forth visiting Nigeria. Because the first time that I started this, my mother was bent out of shape that I must stop, that is a cult. I said, Mom, no, it's not. My mom was a very powerful woman, She did everything to stop me. I said, no, Mom, you can't. This is it's not a cult. So according the type of person my mom was, she investigated this practice. She knows how she did. Because at another time when something was going on in the family, the same mother that was vehemently against my practice, she stood up and said to them, you guys need to listen to this, my daughter. Whatever she's saying is the truth. I said, my son and we visited Nigeria then, and my son was a little boy. My son looked at me and said, Grandma, you are saying this? Because my son witnessed the way my mother was against the practice. At one point, when my mother was sick and was in the hospital, and I was called, my mother opened her mouth and said to me, can you please chant for me? I said, Mom, you go to Jerusalem every day. You visit all the popes every day of your life. You have more than 300 chaplets from Jerusalem. Mom, you're asking me to chant? I said, well, there's no doubt about it. You know that my daimoko protects you anyway. So if that can happen,
you proselytize. Okay. So finally, now tell us, please.
Can I say something, Oti, before you move on? It says that we doubt our Buddha nature because of our ignorance and the habitual self-disparagement that we human beings have against ourselves. Our honest self-reflection and persistent faith will help us to break through each doubt and discover the gem of Buddhahood that we all have within ourselves.
Okay, I would agree, but finally, please tell us, because this is a reality, human life.
Okay.
How does your practice religion deal with the reality of sin, of spirits, good and bad, witchcraft, demons? These are things that beset us in Nigeria, in Africa. So I mean, how are they dealt with? Because these are kind of realities, really, not because human beings are fallible, we sin, and of course you cannot tell anybody that because somebody is chanting, they've now become they're no longer sin. So how is that?
Can you say that again? I want to make sure that I got you right. You said
because somebody follows this path, it does not mean that the person can no longer sin. Sin. You know what I mean? Sin.
Okay. So again, what do you define as sin? Can we use one thing so we know exactly what we are talking about? Because sin, it's a big umbrella, and there's so many things that can come underneath it.
Immorality.
Okay, immorality. Okay, let's take for example.
Sex.
You say what?
Sex.
You say what? Sex.
Illicit.
Sex is not a crime. Is sex a crime? It's not a crime.
It can be immoral.
In what way? If I cheat on my boyfriend or my husband, is that what you're saying? Okay. Okay. The way a Buddhist person will look at it is, let's say I'm dating somebody right now, and I cheat on them. The cheating is not the real problem. The problem is what made me cheat. What brought about that cheating? Until I get into my fundamental darkness and know why did I cheat, because it could be various reasons. My reason for cheating might not be your reason for cheating. So why did you cheat? Is that your mate or no? Did I get into that relationship because of desperation? See, that's how we as human beings were making these mistakes. Why did I cheat? Until I get to the reason why I cheat on you.
But you see, look, that's what I said. Reality of sin. Okay, human beings sin.
Okay.
So, in other words, is it again that maybe that may bring in the question of forgiveness? Do we apart from maybe asking the person we have offended for forgiveness, if we do something wrong, sin? Can we look up to somebody, approach somebody to ask for forgiveness? So absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay, is that who is that person? Is that
If it's you that I offended, I can come to you.
No, I don't
and
mean
ask for you.
myself. Just the universe, the cosmos, or the God that created the universe.
For you to ask for that forgiveness, again, you're going to chant and be aware of what you have done, and then say, I'm not going to do this anymore. No matter under whatever condition that I'm placed in, I will not do this again. But why will I leave you that I offended, and I'm looking for somebody outside in the universe to ask them to forgive me? Okay, they will forgive me, but have you forgiven me?
Okay,
See,
so how about demons? Demons.
Do
they exist, and how do we deal with them?
For me as a Buddhist, if demons exist, I don't see them. They don't affect me. I'm not afraid of them. So I don't even know how to answer you that question. Before I became a Buddhist, I could worry about demons and the spirits. I don't anymore. I don't. Because I didn't do anything wrong to you, so I don't believe that you will come and hurt me. But if I did something to you, then I'm afraid of your shadow.
I see.
So in terms of demons, I don't worry about that at all.
All right. Thank you, Oti. I'll come to you, Lumide. Let me go to Tone first. He hasn't said anything. Tone, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, people. Let me just my audio here. Okay, good evening once again. I've been listening in and out from the backgrounds, and from what you've been saying. Well, my simple take in all this, and it's not about religion. And let me just make it clear, because people think that really people use the word religion loosely. Religion is about do's and don'ts. Relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ is a personal thing, and that's where I line to. There is no other way to Jesus to God. There is no other way. I know some people will take offense, but again, you can be sincere and be sincerely wrong. This Buddhism and all this sort of all sort of movement that I've seen that have been coming up, I know that these are the real, because if God should drop the curtain, I know these are fallen angels. These are fallen angels. They're very, very, very dangerous. And incidentally, you just mentioned something just some microseconds ago to OT when he asked you about demons and then angels. There are demons. The devil does not hurt you because you did not offend, which does not come at you because you offended them. The devil does not afflict you because you offended him. He is there. That is why he's called the devil. Okay, so that's our thinking, saying, well, I've not hurt him or you not hurt me. Obviously, with all due respect, if I am not in where God wants me to be and all that, or you're where, because the greatest weapon that the our address it as Satan uses is deception. And when you're in deception, you will not see any other thing and all that. So why would the devil worry about you? The devil will not worry about you. Okay, so what I believe strongly, and that is it. I know that everybody is free to make their decision. Is Jesus is the only way, the truth, and the life. There is no other way to the Father. You mentioned about Catholic and all that. Catholic is not Catholic. I'm sorry, Catholic. Is another cause that a lot of people are lost. You know, a lot of people are deceived, are lost, and all that. I'm not talking about Catholic. I'm talking about having a relationship with God, having a relationship with Christ, believing on the work of the cross and all that. And that's it. I'm not going to go into any more debate about that. But again, a few things you said about Buddhism on the surface, it sounds right. I mean, it's no brainer that you should deal with your fellow human being with equity. You need to be truthful. You need to you don't look to hurt anybody. But boy, being from where I'm coming from from what I did before, wearing that uniform, when I'm asked to go and defend my country and a man's life is taken, I don't feel anything about it. I wouldn't think I will come back as maybe as I don't know what animal you said. I know that people choose excuse me, people choose to eat whatever they have to eat. I mean, if the whole Almighty God should, because of what we did, will come back as a goat or as a chicken and all that, then that means we've been eating all the bad people that lived before. That's what it sounds. That's what it sounds to me.
John, can I please
Continue.
tell you, can I please say that you separate you being in the army? It's a different story altogether. Nobody will condemn you because you defended yourself as a soldier. That's different. But again, on that same perspective, this Nichiren Daishonin Buddhism, I don't know if you heard me when I say to you that every year, President Ikeda always write to UN asking them, dialogue should be the first thing, not the war. Dialogue, let's dialogue. Because if we dialogue, you'll find out that all these war that we are always going out to fight, what is behind it? So if there was a dialogue, you could still be an army person, but you're not going to go to war to even begin to kill anybody. But please don't take that you probably being in the army as a soldier and you're defending yourself, then you have created and you have done anything wrong. No, that's your field of work. That's what
I don't talk about it. I don't talk about how a man's life was taken by myself or by my troops and all that. I don't talk about it. At that time, I'm cold about it. You know, if it's something that has to be done, it's done, and that's it. I'm very cold about it. I don't discuss it even with my wife or even my parents when they were alive. It's not something that I discuss. I know that I'm very professional about it, and. People that say PTSD, there's nothing like PTSD. I'm sorry. That is in another discussion for another time. There's nothing like PTSD. People hide under different pretenses, and But what I'm trying to say here, back so that I will not veer out to another thing. What I'm trying to say here is Buddhism, some Eastern religions they sound very harmless on the surface, but they are very dangerous. They are fallen angels. They are our demons. Everything we do, I mean, even our dream state is not just a dream. Because people like Yoruba people will say they have these saying, they will say alago, which means you don't take a dream literally. It's just this thing. But let me tell you, our dream world is a very, very, very powerful tool that God speaks to us, but we do not know the code, the dream code. God shows us what is happening in our life or what has happened or what is about to happen. So when even I hear some people, when they say they don't dream at all, I say it is very dangerous. It's just like somebody has taken away the display of your life, your spiritual display, so to say. So the world we live is a very, very wide, it's a mystery. I'm learning a lot of things. I'm still growing spiritually. I'm learning a lot of things. A lot of our actions are determined spiritually before it actually happens on the physical. But then again, back to where I stand. I just stand with Christ. He is the truth, the way, and the life. It's just as simple as that for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Tone, thank you. Let me ask Nneka. So Tone just called Catholics that they're part of a cult. I'm horrified by that because basically it's the same thing with some people in Islam. They say that if you're not part of them, they are infidel, and you complain that you're being called infidel. But bigger than that, they were the people that came to Africa. Catholic priests came to Africa and converted your fathers, your grandparents, and made you to abandon your ways. Now you turn around, you discover that they are now a cult. And remember, this cult convinced your foreparents to leave everything that they were doing. you still don't think you should reject everything, all of them, whether the new version of them that you think is better, which maybe 100 years from now, some people who will be here will feel that this new Redeemed Church is actually a cult and we have to move away from it. The point I'm making is there's this thing in the Bible where it says, Jesus was saying, I'm the life, the truth, and nobody comes to the Father except through me. I've had that said here today. And to me, it's a standard thing that any teacher will say. If you want people to stick to your lessons, you have to tell them this is the way to solve this quadratic equation. You can't go and use it any way you want to solve it, even though there are other ways to solve it, but you have to say to your students, you have to do it this way. Otherwise, your students will not follow your path. So I don't know why someone like Tone or some other people who came here will say that, their way is the right way and the other ones are wrong. And there's a question that people ask you, which one is the truth? How do we know which one is the truth? Is it the Christian way? Is it the Islamic way? Is it the Buddhist? Is
the
it
Buddhist way? For me, I think I've answered that question. I said that I practiced other religion before I became a Buddhist. And I saw a massive change in my life, a massive change. So I stick with it. So even until my parents passed away, my father was an also titled person. Still, there were about 15 priests in our compound when he died. First, they demanded money. They demanded everything for my father to be buried. I did not appear that I went to the church with my father's coffin. I said to my dad, this is my last respect for you. That's it. Everything they were saying in that church, if they stand up, I'm going to stand up, but I was chanting Namyo Ringekyo inside me for my father. Repose. That's what I was doing. But every other thing that they did in my father's compound with all the priests and all the bishops that came, I was not part of it. I told my senior brothers, do not call me because I'm a Buddhist. I don't agree with what they're doing, period. Okay? I know what my parents contributed to the Catholic Church in Nigeria. When my mother passed away, I know how much they told us to pay for my mother to be buried. When my younger brother passed away, they actually refused. The Catholic people refused to come. They said because my younger brother was not baptized, and which is not true. We were all baptized. That's why my English name is Hope Mary, which I don't really like to use that much. I like to answer my African name, which is Nneka. Right? So they charged us all this money for burial. As a Buddhist, all I need to do is continue up to today. Even when I finished all that burial in 2010, I finished all that burial with all the money we spent. When I came back here, it didn't cost me more than $30 to do a Buddhist funeral for my father, which I cherished more than all that shenanigan that we did in Nigeria for him.
So could I say something about this question about truth? Could I maybe add something on that?
Can you hold on? Let's get Olumide, then I'll come back to you. Olumide.
Thank you, Rudolph. So Nneka, I've listened to you all for as long as you have spoken, and I'm happy with the fact that you found the faith that worked for you, which is which is more important. And the fact that with that faith that you have with you, you've been able to relate, you've been able to translate it into your everyday life to reflect who and what you are. You understand? So I want to look at that in the light of nation building. That is the more reason why we're here, to learn and tap from you. Perhaps other Nigerians of different faith and ethnicity would tap from you I'm of a different faith than you. I'm a Christian, and I've learned a lot from what you've said, and I'm hoping that other Nigerians will also learn too. You understand? Especially with the fact that you know, with the judgments, because I've seen a lot of people speak on the panel, and those on the platform writing, making judgments, which I think is very inappropriate. To say that, oh, Catholics belong to a cult, to say that what you're doing is immoral if this one sleeps with this one, I think it's very inappropriate and not respectful of the other person, their religion, their faith, and also of the kind of society that we want to build. You understand? We're talking about North and South divide in Nigeria, where a particular section of the country has lost their own faith over the rest of the country, not obeying the constitution. When we say the rightful age for marriage is 18, and a particular section of the country, regardless of the constitution, give out a young girl at the age of 40. You understand? You're not questioning that, and then you're questioning somebody else's faith about immorality, sleeping or not sleeping. I think it's very inappropriate. And that aside, and also about cultism, and I mean, we had an example, electricity too. I don't exactly. Somebody can correct me. I don't exactly know exactly what it was inferring when it was saying that. Are we then saying that Christians should not go into politics? Nobody is saying Christians shouldn't go into politics. It is their attitude. It is what you do with it. We had a whole vice president of a particular section, religious section of the country, Pentecostal, was there for 8 years. This guy said nothing when Christians were being killed in southern Kaduna. Even when his own ethnic people were being killed in his own state, he never said anything. So this is how bad things have gotten in that country. That was why I asked initially about the constitution, about, we need to sit down and build, so that regardless of our faith, whether it is that religion that is indigenous to the people, or it is that religion that you've gone out to take in from outside the country to practice as that which impacts your life. That constitution that we subscribe to, what does it say? How then does your faith affect the way you interpret the constitution? I'm also aware, that in Nigeria, a particular section of the Christian denomination in the country who are supposed to be pastors, are directors of ministries in almost all the ministries in Nigerian government. I'm talking about Redeem now. Most of them you can go research yourself. Most of them are pastors, or they have one kind of role to play in their church, but it does not reflect in our nation building. These ministries are cesspool of corruption. How has that impacted our life? That's why we say we want, regardless of your background, we want a constitution that we can all subscribe to, that will affect, regardless of your faith, that will impact our life. I mean, a constitution that would treat every human being as equal, as the same, as one, regardless of your faith, regardless of your initial, whether somebody belongs to a Kanka, is a Ekis, is this, is we want a document that will bring positiveness to people's life. If you're a pastor, you're a reverend, you're an imam, and this has not impacted your work, in how you do your work, or how you impact your environment, what is the essence of it? I beg the use of my language. That's why that country is a shithole today, despite our religious inclination of all sections. So I'm happy for what you're doing. I'm not going to pass any judgment. Some of the things you've said kind of sheds similarities in my own faith as a Christian. Even though we may have some differences, but how does this impact our daily living, our daily life? How do we impact fellow Nigerians? That's all I can.
Well, Olumide, I think I've also answered your question. You said, you talk about constitution. We are the ones that are going to write this constitution, and all of us need to abide with whatever that we have said in that constitution. And I go back again and say to you, until we wake up and realize that everybody is a human being, That's where we need to start from. And then we begin to respect the constitution that we have put in place. Because everybody is a human being. So we represent everybody. Because you're a Muslim, I will never disrespect you. There's a guy in this Atlanta called Lawrence. He's a Baptist pastor, and he even wrote a book. And the title of the book is Preacher. He was around during the time of Martin Luther King. So he knows Martin Luther King very well. So I think he's a pastor, and then I don't know if he's a mayor also. And so he keeps hearing about President Ikeda. President Ikeda, people will tell him about President Ikeda. Sometimes some of the people he works with, they will give him the World Tribune, one of the magazines that we get. And then he became curious. He said, I want to know who this President Ikeda is. I'm going to go to Japan to speak with him. This is a Baptist preacher, you know. So he went to Japan. The reason he went to Japan to see President Ikeda is to interview President Ikeda. What is it about you with peace, your writing? Everybody is talking about you all the time. But to his surprise, when he got to Japan, President Ikeda already had things about him too. President Ikeda turned the conversation and said to him, I need you to tell me a little more about Martin Luther King. I heard that you were one of his followers. So this Lawrence guy, he was shocked. He said, I came here to interview this man, but rather he focused the attention on asking me to tell him more about Martin Luther King. So again, many a times we look at things and we don't understand what it means to be humble, to really tell the other person, you are a human being, let's talk. He came back, he wrote a book. He said he knows that he's a Baptist preacher, but wow, what he learned when he went to speak with President Ikeda, it's amazing. Now he sees why people follow him, people listen to him. He's a mentor to so many of us. You know, he doesn't ask us to pay him any money. He's not using any money from any member to do anything. You know, he's like he will tell you, Chanda Emoko and change your life. This is what you need to do. Herbie Hancock speaks about Buddhism almost every section in Harvard University all the time. Herbie Hancock was so close to President Ikeda, and Herbie even wrote a book that is called The Buddha in the Mirror. These books sells in Amazon, in Barnes and Noble, Day by Day Living Buddhism. This is the type of Buddhism that I practice. I will never criticize you because you go to church. My son is a Buddhist, but he's married to a girl that says that she's a Christian. I did not object to that when they were dating or when they got married. But one thing that I said when the wedding was supposed to happen, I said, Onyi, I must read a portion of a Gosho that has to do with marriage. And the family agreed. I said, I have to read that portion, and you can read your Christian portion. That's fine. All I want is that my son will be happy. I don't want tomorrow I will hear, oh, we are divorcing. Oh, you can't see my child. I can't see. I don't want that. I just want my son to be happy, regardless of whoever that makes him happy. It's not my business. My son gets up every morning, does his daimoko, does his gonyo here in this house. And whenever I visit, I do it with him also. He goes to the community center here in Atlanta. His wife was going with him earlier when they were living in New York, because they lived in New York before moving to Atlanta. His wife has attended some of the function that we have done. When we did 50 Lions justice, where we gathered so many youths in Prudential Center in New Jersey. Michelle Obama was invited to that activity. So the one important thing with this Nichiren Daishonin Buddhism that I practice is humanistic principle. Respect every human being, regardless. We do not discriminate against anybody. If you're gay, you're a human being. If you're a lesbian, you are a human being first, before any other thing. So that's one thing that I got out of it. So I will never say because somebody doesn't practice what I practice, then I will disrespect that person. It will never happen. I will respect everybody. Sometimes people invite me to their church and I will go. It doesn't mean that if you ask me to stand up, if I stand up, I'm saying what you're saying. I could be chanting Nam Myoho Renge Kyo in my mind because I can chant it anywhere that I am. You know, I know what I believe in and I know how the guiding principle in it is guiding my life. And that's basically how I'm going to answer that for you. Yeah.
All right. So we have about 16 minutes left. So
okay.
I will quickly want to get to one questions. Everybody who is left who is South to OT. The question.
Okay. Sorry, it's not a question. I wanted to say something about the question. Look, I'll have to say first that I'm a Catholic, right? So no, some of our Protestant brethren, well, they quote the Bible, but then we tend to forget where the Bible is coming from, okay? How we got the Bible, but then that's an aside. Now, yes, I mean, the passage of you quoted, yes, it's in the Bible. That's Christ said that, right? Now, but also he said that, I mean, we shouldn't be judges, okay? So nobody can really stand or say that you know, salvation is something that they alone are entitled to. We don't have that. We don't have that. You know, prerogative. But again, talking about truth. Yes, there are functional truths, or what you might call principles, like what you're telling us, Nneka. These are principles, universal principles. Love, the humanism you talked about, they're all principles, okay? Universal, which we can, you know, most human beings can accept. But then they have limits. There are limits even to those principles, humanistic principles. But then when it comes to the truth, the absolute truth. Now, I'll give you an example of that. You know, this question was, we recall in the Bible where Jesus Christ, you know, during his trial, he was brought before Pilate, who was then the Roman, representing the Roman Empire in Judea, to try him, because the people that brought him to trial, they wanted him sentenced to death. But of course, they don't have the power to sentence somebody to death, being under Roman Empire. So they had to take him to the representative of Rome that can pass the sentence of death. So they brought him before Pilate, and then he questioned him, asked him questions, and then Christ said, he's the truth. So Pilate asked, what is the truth? Now, Pilate knew very well that the accusation leveled against him wasn't correct, because Christ claiming to be the king, he wasn't referring to the earthly king, but rather, okay. So in other words, there was really no charge. The charge couldn't stick. Pilate knew this, and that's why he had to wash his hands. He didn't want to pass that sentence. So in other words, he knew the truth. Okay, I'm talking about now functional truth, the truth, in other words, of the innocence of Jesus Christ. So, but this particular truth, he didn't want to uphold it. What did he do? He did a pragmatic thing, in other words, because he had to do that because the crowd reminded him that if he set this man free, he's no longer going to be the friend of Caesar. In other words, he's going to lose favor with Caesar and perhaps lose his position. So he did a pragmatic thing by not upholding the truth. Instead of upholding the truth, actually sentence somebody that is innocent, making him, guilty, and then of course had him just to death. So now, but Christ in this scene also said that he is the truth. In other words, the absolute truth. There's no other religious leader that has come out to say that he's the truth. Okay, so this is of course what we believe as Christians. It doesn't mean that other religious worldviews they don't preach some truth. There are no truth in what they're saying, but we have one leader, one man. Okay, I'm the truth. I've seen God. I mean, and this is but of course that does not give us Christians maybe the right, the prerogative to say that other people are not going to be saved. They're not going to see God, because in the end, that's really what religion is about. We have to see God, we have to meet God, we have to be with God. Okay, and the absence of God in our lives means that we are
not the same Bible you're quoting from. You just missed it. Jesus Christ did not say he's one of the ways. He says, "I am the way."
No. Sorry. Yes, I didn't say yes.
No. Rewind it. You just said there are other ways. I said, "I am the way."
Sorry, excuse me. Yes. I said. Remember, the first thing I said was that Rudolph he quoted that passage, and I said it's correct. He said it. Okay, he said it's the way. It's the truth and the light. Okay. So, but he said that. But again, and we accept that, okay, as Christians. But in terms of other religious worldviews, I don't think I have the power to condemn anybody. And again, some things they say there is truth in it, because universal principles that by their fruits you shall know them. These work. These are practical. They make sense. They're meaningful. So you can't condemn them. And in terms of salvation, I mean, who are you to say that somebody is not going to be saved? That you're only the person that can see God.
But Oti, sorry to bug him. Remember, Tone said your Catholicism is a cult.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. And that's why I said that, first of all, as a Protestant, he said he's a Protestant. I mean, if you ask you, how did your Bible come about? Would you know?
My name, my full name is Anthony. Do you know that? My full name is Anthony.
Okay.
Otherwise Tone, right? So I know what I'm talking about. So I'm not being disrespectful.
I'm a Christian too, and I'm a Catholic. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm just telling the truth. But so when you say this, they'll say you're coming from a very high position, or you're being disrespectful. I'm not being disrespectful, but that's what it is. It is what it is. We can be sincere and be sincerely wrong. Listen.
No, but sorry. What is your denomination? What is it?
My denomination.
Yes.
I don't have a denomination. I have a relationship with Christ.
It's okay. Okay. Another thing is this.
Religion is about do's and don'ts. I am not.
No, it's not about do's and don'ts. No, that's not what it is. So the thing is this. Now, look, we don't follow any man or any woman. We look up to God, okay, to Christ. So in our various religious denominations, it's not really what the Pope or the Bishop or the whatever the pastor we don't follow their example, because they're not the example. We are all following, human beings that we can sin. So it's only we look up to God. All right. So what people do in churches, don't forget, these are these human institutions. They fail. They're not perfect.
This religion thing is one finger pointing to the other person and 4 pointing back.
All right, thank you, Oti. Thank you so much. Let's go to Chim. Chim, you have just one question or comment.
I know, and I will stay there.
I know.
Anyway,
I know that Rudolph is biased. Oti,
I'm coming to you. The black stone.
No, Oti,
I'm coming to you.
I just spoke for 20 minutes. You are telling Chim to have only one question. How can that be possible? That's biased now. So,
Blackstone, I'm coming to you. Okay, go ahead. Chim.
All right. Okay. Beautiful conversation we had, but usually I try to stay away from religious issues, because it's religion is not something that is very what's the word, you cannot easily be objectable, because there will always be pushbacks, and depending on the temperament of the people you're dealing with, some may not be able to take what you're saying. People may get offended and all that. I respect everybody. Like I rightly said, full disclosure, I repeat it again, I'm a Christian. It just happens to be that we are called Christians. The man that I follow, who came in the likeness of man, they didn't tell us about Christianity. He only came to relate us back to the Father, which is why some people will tell you that they don't. I know when Tone said he doesn't belong to any denomination. I understand what he's trying to say. But we would, because for purposes of worship, you would find somewhere that aligns with, depending on your level of understanding of the Christian faith, you find where you think would align with what you believe and worship there. To that extent, that would make you perhaps belong to a sect, in quote, or otherwise, really, Christ did not come to create any. He only came to create followers who understand the principles of what he's talking about, and which is God. Now, the one question I wanted to have for you is, I've listened to you talk about chanting, this, I don't know, I'm not good at pronouncing it, so please don't take any disrespect.
No, I'm not taking any disrespect.
Thank you very much. So
Yeah.
when I hear you talking about chanting a lot, in my faith, for a better use of word, it's not about chanting. It's about a relationship with God. And that relationship with God, like I rightly said earlier, I want to repeat it because people sometimes don't understand where you're coming from. And sorry, full disclosure again, because I am limited as a man, in my choice of words, I might say things that may not exactly pass my message properly. So I hope people will understand that. When I say that Christianity is not about morals, I'm not saying living a moral life is wrong. I'm saying that what Christ came to do, first and foremost, Christ came to die. So even Pilate, even if he did not find Jesus guilty of what he was saying, the will of the Father would still have been fulfilled, that he needed to die. That death, people don't seem to understand it. He died to restore us, to help us overcome sin. There is a sin problem. Humanity is sinful. And you do not wish away sin merely by looking at the whys. Yes, there may be a need to look at, okay, why did this person do what is wrong? Yes, I agree with you. But it's not just about the why. It's about understanding that humanity has a tendency to sin. If you're caught in between a contract, if you don't know what you believe in, there is a tendency that you might want to take 10%. People do these things. If you're caught with a beautiful lady as a man and you don't have restraint, there is a tendency that you might want to compromise. And that sin problem has plagued man, and that's what Christ came to solve. And once you accept and know that it is not by your power necessarily, I might not be able to explain some spiritual things involved, so I don't want to go into all those things. But I respect everybody's views. I respect everybody's wanting to look for the way they want to follow and all those things. I just only have one issue, which is, like I rightly said, you talked about chanting. I'm trying to understand, what exactly are we chanting? What is this, chanting supposed to accomplish? Maybe you want to educate me a little bit more.
Chanting Nam-myoho Renge-kyo helps us to understand the negative, destructive workings of life and to challenge them by summoning the life force, wisdom, courage, compassion, to transform those negativity into fuel for transforming our lives and the environment around us. You keep saying that Christ came and died for us to wash away the sin. But the question also is, have this sin been washed away? If we continue to repeat the same thing that this same Christ came to die for us for. And then, Oti, you said he knew that he was right, but he didn't want to savage his relationship with Caesar. And the people, the masses were chanting, oh, punish him, punish him. Why wouldn't I want to savage my relationship with the Caesar if I knew that this person is right? Again, everything we are saying here is reputation of what is going on in Nigeria. And we are all here crying every day. But we keep on repeating the same thing. And I'm telling you that ever since I started chanting Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, I became very courageous. And I had the wisdom to say no to you. And if my saying no to you means that it will savage my relationship with Rudolph, yes, so be it. Because when I look at it, it was really never a relationship anyway. But I will say no, because I'm not going to do wrong because I want to have a relationship with Rudolph. Because again, whatever religion that you are in, if Oti, I flip you right now, you become that person who was about to kill Christ, my question to you is, what are you going to do? Knowing fully well that the person you are about to kill is honest, is right. What will you, as Oti, what will you do? Because me, as Nneka, I will savage that relationship you said I have with Caesar, and I'm going to do the right thing. Maybe if I do the right thing, maybe the masses will stone me to death. So be it, but I will not cave in. And I'm telling you this, that since 1986 that I started chanting Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, I will not do it. But prior to that 1986, I bet you I will do what every other person is doing. Period.
Sorry. Are you saying it's only by chanting? Is it not possible that other people following other paths, a monk?
Well, if you're following other paths and you're able to stand, then that's fine too.
So it's not the chanting, it's not the
chanting helped me. The chanting helped me.
So
yes,
the question
and
really
stabilized
is,
me.
How do we mainstream it? How do we make it something that is, universalize it, generalize it? So
the universal is the same thing that I told you, chanting Nam-myoho Renge-kyo. Give yourself 3 months from whatever you're practicing. Bring out something in your life that you haven't been able to change. And chant Nam-myoho Renge-kyo. And if you see a difference, continue. If you didn't see a difference, please go back to whatever it is you're practicing.
All right. Thank you. The flagship.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you so much again. I've listened to every comment and every response that you have given to questions and comments that were made. And this is my conclusion partially. Man has a quest, a big one, that has not been fulfilled, partly because of their personal choices. The quest is, who are we? Why are we here?
Yes.
What are we doing here? How did we get here? Where are we going to after here? And that quest has led man to search for a source, which in my words, I would say is the creator, God, supreme. And that has resulted in the interpretation of the findings that they've had in many forms as religion, which is what a lot of people practice differently today. I'm a believer of the gospel of Christ. And the one thing that Christ came to talk to us about, to satisfy this quest that we have, is to bring us back in connection with the source where we came from. And that would explain why we're here, what we're doing here, and where we go after here, and so forth. I've listened to everything you said about Buddha or the religion Buddhism. And if I want to change, will not do that because I find so many limitations in it. And you would agree with me. It is very, very limited. I'll take on one to save time. You did mention that you cannot judge. And I remember Rudolph in the beginning, when both of you were starting the program, made mention with a comment he made. He said something about judgment or punishment, and you asked him to retract that word, not to use it, because Buddhism doesn't judge, doesn't punish. Karma, reincarnation, and so on and so forth. But I've also heard you say, in your own words, that Buddhism judges. You didn't say it that way, but I'll put it this way. How you said it. If you find a man hungry that comes to beg you for food, you would not give him food. You would rather give him the chant. Other than the chant, what else does Buddhism offer that would mainstream affect humanity while you are here and make this place better, that will either individually or collectively change the world from evil to good? Maybe not 100%, but effect a great change. If you do not judge or discriminate, like you said, why would you see someone hungry and not feed them? Knowing that if you feed them, you can then introduce your chant and perhaps they may be able to listen. In my work with God and relationship with God, there's a part of scripture in the Bible that says, and Jesus said this, if somebody's hungry, your neighbor comes to you and say, please, neighbor, I'm hungry, I need some food. It said, do not pray for him, say, the Lord bless you and put food in your stomach and send him away. It said, but give him food to eat. If what you're saying is the right way to go by Buddha, offering the chant, does that solve the problem? Have you done that man good by saying, name, please forgive me, I don't know how to say it, but take this chant and just recite it. Life will be better for you. How does that affect society? And I know Lumide has been trying to link it up with politics, but if we go beyond the chant, this is what I can offer you. If you recite it, it may change your consciousness or your spiritual awareness. And perhaps maybe good things will be happening around you. It's personal, it's individualized, it's clustered in one little person. But it doesn't go beyond you to those around you. And that's why I brought the aspect of the community where I live. It seems to be just within that one space. It doesn't affect or change anything because I don't understand what it is. If you give me that thing and ask me to chant it, I'm asking you, what is this? Is this a seance or speaking in tongues or whatever you call it? How does that help humanity is what I'm trying to figure out outside the change. Because if I sum up everything that you have said today, you've spoken peripherally on chanting. What else other than chanting does the type of Buddha that you practice offer humanity that will make it better and life worth living? I really wanted to talk about incarnation to convince you, but I won't go there. If chanting would make one good and change the things around them, but evil is still prevailing in the society. I know you talk about Christianity and all that, but if that's what Buddha offers, don't you think it's so limiting to one person at a time when there is a vast spread of evil within the society that we could mainstream, figure out other ways to curb? Thank you.
Let me start by the first thing that you asked, and you said, why will I refuse to give somebody food and just offer them to chant? I think also, I don't want you to kind of put it all together that when you see someone that is hungry, that you don't really give them food. But what I'm saying to you is that Many a times, let me probably rephrase it in a different way so that you can understand. Many a times people, they keep asking you for help. They ask you for help, then you will help them. And tomorrow they will ask you for another help. Even if you give, let's say for us who are in diaspora now, let me use what goes on in Nigeria. We have some of our family members still back there. They will tell you, I need to start a business. Can you please send me some money? You send them money. And tomorrow they co-mismanage that money. And then they will come back to you again. Oh, well, I lost everything. You keep on giving. The person will never utilize the potential that they have. That's the reason why when people ask me things, I ask them, chant. Because if you chant and I give you that money, you're going to utilize that money well. But if not, because your chanting will awaken the Buddha nature you have. I keep repeating it. And that Buddha nature, what I mean is that you look into yourself and see the potential that you have. You can't ask me because I'm in diaspora working and I'm going to send you $1. I myself, I get up in the morning, I go through snow to go to work. Because if I don't go to that work, I will not be paid. But then I will send you the money and you take it for granted in Nigeria because you're relying on me that you're going to call me back again tomorrow. So you're not allowing that individual to bring out the potential that I have. It's not that I am such a callous person that if you want food, I won't give you food. But on what context are we talking about me giving you food? And I'm telling you that you have the same thing I have to become somebody. I came to this country, I didn't come under a husband's umbrella. I came by myself. I was homeless before. I raised a son by myself. What some couple cannot even do, I did it by myself. Then the question is, what makes me different from you? And I'm telling you, that's that the moment I started chanting, because before I could have been blaming, oh, this person didn't help me, this person didn't help me. There was a lot of Nigerians in New Jersey. There was a lot of people from Ogidi, where I originally come from. I never went to any of them to ask for help or support. I raised my son by myself. How in the world? I myself, sometimes I question myself, how did I do it? I couldn't have done it without my practice of this Buddhism. And I will encourage each and every one of you also, if you have a chance, when you go back to watch What's Love Got to Do With It by Tina Turner, you will see that the moment she chanted that Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, her life automatically changed. She was not afraid of anything anymore. She was not afraid of Ike. Even when Ike came to her dressing room with a flower and a gun, Tina did not move. Tina was not shaken. And that it was like it destabilized Ike immediately. So what happened? I'm trying to say to each and every one of us, that God you're projecting to be outside you is inside you. Activate it, and it will work for you. Whether you call it God, whether you call it Christ, me, I'm calling it Buddha nature. That's all I'm saying. So whichever way you wanna do it, all I'm saying is that with this practice, I have gotten to the point that under no circumstances will I soil my hands because I want to please somebody. I will not do it. If I do the right thing and you say you're not going to be my friend anymore, it's okay. I won't hate you, but I'm not going to do it. That's all I'm saying to you. This practice has stabilized me, giving me the courage that I need to stand up and say no, whether you are president of a country or whoever you are a human being.
Okay, in light of what you said initially, that you do not help because when karma could be playing in that person's life, because in the former life they may have done something, and if you choose to help them at this time, it could be a violation or something of that nature, as you said.
No, it wouldn't be a violation. I didn't mean that it would be a violation. No, that's not, I didn't say it's a violation. What I would say to you is chant daimoko and change whatever. There is fixed comma and there's unfixed comma. But whether it's fixed or unfixed, you can always change it by chanting. Because the more you chant, the more you begin to see the Buddha nature that you have, and then stop
Do you think that
whatever that you are doing. Yeah.
Helping that person at that time could help to change the course of life for that person and bring out that inner potential that they may have not discovered?
Yes.
And push them up to do what they need to do without having to chant?
Absolutely. Without having to chant?
Yes.
I doubt it, because I haven't seen anybody in other religions that have been able to do that.
Well, it has happened in so many cases. There are people who have been beggars on the street.
Okay.
And they meet somebody who perhaps may have sat down, talked to them, gave them directions, and they sit up and there are many stories. They are out there. It didn't have to do with religion or anything of that nature. It's just man's ability at that point where they are pushed to the wall, like you said with Tina Turner, that inner resolve kicks in, and you tend to want to face the demon. When you get to that point, it really necessarily have anything to do with whether you prayed at that moment or you chanted the chant by Buddha and come up with whatever situation you were. It's just your ability to say, hey, I have to change this thing and I have to move on. I have to chant the right or toe the right course. It doesn't necessarily mean because I got a piece of information that says recite these words constantly for 30 minutes or 3 months. If you don't get nothing good, drop it. That's 3 months wasted. Well, what I'm saying is there has to be something other than the chant that would be able to help that person bring that innate ability, which you're right about. We all have it. Each person may not be able to discover it the same way. You did it the way you did because you came to America and you were homeless, and the condition and the system pushed you to a point where you figured it out. For other people, it may be in a religious meeting. For some, it may be in a political meeting. For others, it may be different places. It necessarily doesn't have anything to do with your religious belief at that time. Religion is good, it helps, but you don't rely solely on that. The role that religion plays in our life is to connect us back to our maker, God. And when that purpose is served and met, it really does not make it absolute that I became rich today was because I recited Proverbs chapter 1 verse 20, or I chanted this chant, or I dipped myself in that water. It differs for everybody. So to say that the chant is what does it or should do it for everybody may not be absolute and correct. Do you agree?
No, I disagree with you. For me, though, when with what you said, my daimoko, my chanting Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, I will look at it as a sustainability that even when I'm down and I chant, it uplifts me. I'm clear with my decisions. I will get the type of wisdom that will help me, that will propel me to then be able to break whatever deadlock that I'm having at that moment. So that's what Nam-myoho Renge-kyo did for me. And I've also said in this platform, during this panel, if you are a Catholic or if you're a Pentecostal, if you're a Baptist, and you are able to have a key that you will use to bring you to whatever that you want to do as a human being. I'm not going to discriminate against that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying in this platform is that this Nam-myoho Renge Kyo helped me to break through, and it's still helping me to be the type of human being that I am today.
And
All
will
right.
not stop you from helping somebody else if they need the help.
The flagship. Thank you.
I've always helped people, but it depends. I don't want you to think that if everybody that comes to me for help, that I won't help them.
Thank you.
I tutor people who are about to do their nursing boards. Sometimes when people are not doing well, or maybe they have taken their boards and they fail it, and they approach me, I tutor them. And some of them will want to pay me. My answer is always no, you don't have to pay me. My payment will be that you go and sit for that board and you pass it. I can do that because I know that I can do this and see a result. Everything doesn't have to be payment. But when I say to you that I would like to share Nam-myoho Renge Kyo with people, is that it's going to sustain you for you to continue to move forward. For me, that's what it did for me. But in your own religion, if you think that you have that, I'm not knocking you. I'm not discriminating against you. No. But nothing anybody will tell me coming from where I was before I met this practice. And again, when you listen to Tina, when she was talking to Larry King, she said the first time that she had it, she didn't agree. She said she was a Baptist or a Methodist. She did not agree until the last time. I think she said probably she did something and she said, you know what? I think I'm done with this type of life. I'm going to chant. And as soon as she started chanting, she couldn't stop anymore.
Rudolph, can I just do a quick reaction based on what Flagship asked? Just a quick one. I just want to say that religion is a personal experience. She said it worked for her. It may not work for somebody else, but in Nigeria, I mean, you can't fault them for praying and fasting every day, hoping that God will send Angel Gabriel to come and help save the situation and reverse and save the economic situation. It's just the way they pray and fast back home in Nigeria. You can't fault them for it. It's what they believe.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Blackstone. Tony, I know you're there. Let me go to Abner. He just came and he hasn't said anything. Blackstone, go ahead.
Thank you, Officer Rudolph, and good afternoon, good morning, good day to everybody here. Thank you, Madam Nneka, and thank you for your lecture. I think you are trying to convince us to believe in your religion.
No. I don't think you want to use that word, convincing. I'm not trying to convince anybody. Rudolph asked me to talk about what do I believe, and that's what I'm saying. If I end up convincing anyone, so be it. And if I don't, so be it too. And again, everybody in this panel or the listeners, you might not listen to whatever that I'm saying today. And maybe down the road, a year from today, months from today, you might decide, okay, let me try it. I myself, the first time I heard about it, I didn't. And even when I went to New York and received the Gohanzen, I did not practice either. It took 6 months before I said, this is what I'm going to do. So everybody's journey is going to be different.
Definitely, right. Okay, before I ask my questions, let me just clear some issues, right? Or let me just bring back some issues. One thing is this: Christianity is a way of life. It's not religion, right? That's why I call it Christ-like, because Christ came to show us the way to live as people. So if you believe in Jesus Christ, you have a pattern of living, just as every religion try to carve out a pattern for the followers how to live their life. That is first thing, right? The second thing is see that Just Christ came to preach about love. You're talking about love. Came to preach about love. He said we should love your neighbor as you love yourself, right? And that is very key in the peace or whatever we are doing to each other, right? What you love is what you cherish. So if you cherish yourself and you love yourself, you can also cherish your neighbor and also love your neighbor the way you want to love that person, right? When you talk about chanting, I believe, I don't know if I'm right, maybe it has to do with meditation and things like that, or believing in the instruction that is given to you in the Buddha practice, right? In the Bible also, in the book of Joshua, God told Joshua that do not depart from the book of the law. Meditate on it day and night. In doing so, you should have good success, right? So that's another thing there that is very clear that once you meditate, once you dwell on that book of the law, the Bible, you always find success, right? You'll be a different person altogether. You will respect others as you want others to respect you, right? You will cherish others. You will not condone evil. You will not put your hand in what will sully your name. You understand me, right? You will stand on the truth. Jesus Christ said, let your yes be yes and let your no be no, right? It's not two-way. Like today I say yes, tomorrow I say no. No. Christianity has dignity, it came to preach dignity, right? So that dignity is there and should be followed, right? A true Christian will have to, first of all, put Christ first in every decision he or she is taking. We accept if it is Christ, how will he respond or how will he take a decision? That is, it's like a standard for every believers in Christ, that if I'm going to do this thing, will it bring a disgrace to who I believe in, Christ, or will it bring a disgrace to my name? Right? But I know today many people do not take it in that way. Right? So another thing is there. Another thing is also there's a way we have to live. There's the word principle. Bible says in the book of Corinthians that if any man is in Christ, he is a new creation. All things are passed away and everything has become new. Right? Just like now you have in your Buddha practice, you have a change. You are changed from your old ways and not taking a new ways of life. Right? Also in the Bible, it is there. If we believe in Christ, we now become a new creation, a new being. We will begin to shun, we begin to hate what we used to love and to love what we used to hate. Right? That you can see in the life of Paul. Paul was one of the people that were persecuting Christians. But when he was arrested by Christ, he became a different person. He was one that took the lead to stone Stephen to death. But also, he went through even worse than that, right? And when he became a Christian, an apostle, he went through many temptations, trials, and everything for Christ's sake. I have to bring out those things. So my question is this, right? Have you have studied Buddha or Buddhism for many years, right? Did you also take the same time to study the Bible in the same way the time and effort you are put in studying Buddhism and to believe in it? You also took that time and effort to really look into the Bible and see what will be the effect, because like what you said, you were born a Catholic and everything. At that time you were young, and there maybe the understanding you were having was the understanding that the priests were preaching to you, right? But once you move from there, you took now a stand and said, let me study this thing, right? Did you have also that mindset to tell me, let me study the Bible? Let me ask the Spirit of God to teach me to study the Bible. Did you have that mindset before or after now you are a Buddha?
All right, thank you,
Right?
thank you, the Black Sun. Thank you so much.
I know, Mr. Rudolph, you will not give me time. I know. So
You,
I just say in this platform, you don't like me. I will say it here. Oh, you don't like me. Okay. Thank
all
you,
right,
sir.
Dr. Nneka, you want to respond to?
What I'm going to say to Blackstone is that I did study the Bible. I read the Bible. I went to church. I participated in everything that is being done in the church. And I'm saying to you that ever since I started chanting Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, I became a different human being. I reason differently. And I just say to you that if you read the Bible and you are able to do the same thing, so be it. But I know that today, with what is going on in our country, if we have a lot of people that are practicing this Buddhism that I practice, the land will definitely change. That's one thing that I know for a fact.
Are you also
But we
sure that
don't have a lot of members yet in Nigeria. We don't even have a community center in Nigeria like we have in Ghana. We have a community center in Togo. We have a community center in Cote d'Ivoire. We have a community center even in Cameroon. But in Nigeria, because in Nigeria, we seem not to understand each other at all. Just like the Igbo adage will say, Igbo enweze, you know, we tend to allow our ego to overshadow everything that we do. Olumide talks about the Constitution all the time, the Constitution. Who are the people that came together to write that Constitution and did not allow every other person that exists in Nigeria to be part of that Constitution? And when this Constitution is written, is it not we, the human beings, that are going to uphold it and respect it? And again, I keep bringing it to the fact that with my practice today, I am aware of doing wrong, doing right, and sticking to doing the right thing, regardless of whatever is going to cost me. Whether it's going to even cost my life, I will still do the right thing. So
All right,
that's the way I'm going to answer that.
We're rounding up. Janaba, just a question, please.
Oh, okay, thank you for giving me opportunity again. With Dr. Nneka, me and her can disagree on politics and other stuff, but I think what you are saying when you say that when somebody asks you for help, you rather chant. What you are trying to say there is that I would rather give the person a long-lasting blessing that will deliver the person from that instead of that temporal food. Am I?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. And then you also say that you become more bold to stand your ground since you became a Buddhist.
Absolutely.
And that is also believe that I think in 2 Timothy chapter 7 verse 1 say, for God have not given us the spirit of fear,
Rudolph, put me on backstage.
but of power and a love and a sound mind. So which means that in the Bible as well, there is many scripture that can place you to be bold and to be honest if you do more research. But I understand as a Catholic, I think most of the time people are programmed by the Catholic things. And another thing is that you ever hear about Desmond Tutu and Delhi Lima?
I hear about Desmond Tutu, but Delhi Lima.
Okay, because what I'm trying to say is that every religion, we all have what we share. This is a bishop from South Africa, and Delma is the leader of Tibet, and I think he moved to India after some problem in China. He's also the leader of but they have that bond on relationship regardless of their religious differences. I also know about evangelist. I think what do you call evangelist? Frank. I think his father is. He's a very popular American evangelist.
Bill Graham?
Billy Graham, very correct. And now you deliver me one in your lifetime. And he goes to mosques, he goes to all kind of invitation without holding a barrier. And in the Holy Scriptures say, and many other books I've read as religious book, God is one. We just have a different approach to Him, and people are limited in their own understanding. And no religious should think the other one is better than the other. It's just how deep you are into it. I believe in sharing, and I believe also that we have our own African belief, or whether it's in Igbo land or in the north or across Africa, that very, very, if you are committed to it, that can put your head up. Everybody should know the difference between evil and good, but we are limited based on what we allow ourselves to know. Jesus said, "I have a flock that is not of this fold." So if you are to narrow yourself that, oh, Jesus said, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life." He also said, "I have a flock that is not of this fold." But then, by the way, I want to thank you for your own coming on here and opening. I also share us with us today. I hope when I see you, we spend more time to chant. I need deliverance.
Yes, Janaba, yes. I know. I was expecting that from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Wole, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nneka. It's been great listening to you. Well, I think from different perspective we might look at it. You're a Christian, you're a Buddhist, you're Guru Maharaji, you're Muslim. To me, I think human beings, we are kind of really complicated, because sometimes I used to think that, well, the creator, God who created us, could have made us angel and nobody would disobey. You know, you won't worry about money, you won't worry about clothes, you won't worry about where to sleep. You just become an angel and you praise Him 24/7. But He gave us this choice and freedom. So why choice and freedom? Is it for us to misuse it? Is it for us to be free from what? I'm just kind of sometimes confused completely. However, listen to either the Christian or the Islam or other religion. I think any religion that doesn't preach love and you don't follow the rules, say for example in Christianity, they said, love your neighbor than yourself. If you have more money than your neighbor and your neighbor cannot even afford to buy food, and all you could do is park your 3, 4, 5 cars to oppress your neighbor, do you love that neighbor? And the neighbor that is digging your faith because they're jealous of you or something. So at what point would human beings, is it because, well, what we've heard from the generation that, Abel killed Cain killed Abel, or Abel killed, I don't know which one killed who, or Adam that had apple and Eve that, convinced him to eat it. All those, we've heard it. But then they said God knows the end of the beginning. So does not God know actually that human being going to misbehave in the first place? So I think the more we think about God and the more we think about ourselves, it's just like what Ovia is showing us. Look at that sky, infinite. You can't see the end, and when you get to the place where you think is the end, then you see another one, and this sky, there's no pillar holding it. So it's just, and when you are in the plane, you just look at human being, what we call human being. We're so tiny, you can't even see us from 35,000 miles above the sea level. So all these, but one thing, that teaches me something great about human is I always tell myself, take a lesson from death. Because no matter who you are, where you are, one day you give up the ghost and you go with nothing. So as Bible says, like, what does it profit a man that gains the whole world, but it loses his soul? So thank you for what you've shared. The truth, the good aspect of human. We might not be perfect, but we can work towards it. And if we remember that if I do any evil to you, one way or the other, either it's karma, either is well, whatever it is, I'm going to reap it.
Yeah.
Might not be tomorrow, it might be my children, it might be somewhere else. And like Jim said earlier on, that either you serve God, you don't serve God. That doesn't mean rain is not going to fall on your sky. That doesn't mean the sun won't shine on your head. But would you still serve God when trouble comes your way? Or when things are going good, that's when you think God is on your side. It's a personal choice. And I think that's where the choice and the freedom comes in. So if I relate it back to Nigeria, we are so religious, but we're not godly. And I think that is one thing every single one of us can ask ourselves and say, this God I'm serving, am I serving it because I want him to be good to me? Job in the Bible, despite everything he went through, he didn't deny God. Jesus could have gained the whole world when Satan said, turn that stone to bread. He didn't do it. And Jesus was born in where? Not in the palace of Herod. He could have been born by one of those kings then. I didn't hear that Jesus had a donkey or a palace. But still, we all knew what, So we can go on and on and on and on. I just want people to think of two things. We are human. Is it that your conscience tell you that what you're doing is wrong? Get away from it. Or what you're doing is right, your conscience will tell you, except if you want to lie. And another thing is law by human. It might not be perfect, but it puts you in a situation where it says, if you like, you can do this wrong thing, the jail is there for you. The jail is there not to, to correct you, to make you reflect and think that what you've done is not good. Learn so that when you come out, you'll be a good person or a better person for yourself. So if we can look at it from that too, but human law might not be perfect. And God's law, it takes a while for it to kind of, punish you for whatever you've done. And I think that's where people get away with it. When they take Bible or Quran to swear that I will do this, I will do this. People will say use Ogun or Shango, but then they can bribe Ogun or Shango as well. I don't know, maybe Ogun has started taking bribe or so I don't know. Human beings just complicated, honestly. I don't know.
Wale, were you here earlier when they said that all bad people will turn to goat and dog? So I think Shango eats some bad people too. By way of jokes.
All right. Well, thank you. Let's move on.
All right. So thank you for coming. I think it's been
Thank you.
really eye
Thank
opener.
you.
That's why I love this platform, because everybody will hear their views and you can take your own. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Kenneth, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. And welcome, Dr. Nneka. Good to see you, my sister.
Thank you, Kenneth.
So I've been watching from the background. Something prompted me to call in.
Okay.
I didn't come to ask you questions, but to maybe share my experience, kinds of testimony, and maybe leave something for each and every one of us to reflect on later. So, yes, Dr. Jonaba, yes, I have testimony.
Lord. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. So this is it. So when I was coming to this country, I came as an international student. I had 50% scholarship. So I have to take care of the remaining 50% and my other small bills. At some point, I couldn't pay my tuition. So I was unable to register for the next class session. It was very difficult that I had to go to a bank to get a loan. I wrote to the bank, about 3 banks. I was denied the loan. Reason being that as an international student, you are not legally authorized to work in the state. So even if I was working, I couldn't even show a proof that I was working. So I was denied the loan. So a few days before it was due to register for classes, and if you're unable to do that, you will be reported to the government and they will send you a letter to go back from wherever you're coming from. I was sleeping and a voice whispered to me, Inwemba besara Jesus, Obonaneya nefichanya mili. I don't know how to translate that, but it says, whenever you have a trouble or going through some issues, talk to Jesus. He's the only one that will wipe away your tears. I woke up that morning, knelt down, and I prayed. Came to my kitchen trying to make breakfast. The same voice came to me again. This time I wasn't sleeping. This is the appointed time. Go back to that last bank. The last bank I wrote a letter to, or I applied for the loan to. I went to the bank hopelessly. I don't even know what I was going there to do. But I listened to that voice and I went back to that bank. Immediately I got into that bank. The branch manager waved at me and asked me to come. I followed him to his office. He said, what brought you here? I told him how I applied for loan and they denied me. So he asked me, how much again did you apply for? I told him 5,000. He said, can we make it 7,000? I was shocked. He did not ask me for any proof again. Amen. So he didn't ask me for any proof again. I told him, no, I just needed that 5,000. So he sent the 5,000, asked me, where will he send it to? I asked him to send it directly to my student account. And he did that. In 2 weeks, I was able to pay off the 5,000. Now, I made this testimony because that period, I was on that kind of situation where I was having disbelief to Christianity. I was leaning towards Omenana, which means, where you come from, the gods of your land, right? I was having this conflict. Should I believe in Omenana or should I continue with my Christianity? I was in that state of confusion then. And this happened. But this is why I made this testimony. In Mark chapter 12, verse 17, it says, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar and to God what belongs to God. And with this, what I decided to be doing since then was keep your hands clean, do the right thing. Do not offend anyone. Absolutely. Just the way you wouldn't want to be offended. What you think that will be done to you, you may not like, do not do it to other. And I also learned that if someone come to me hungry or needed something to eat or sick, I wouldn't just pray for that person, because if you go to Mark chapter 25, verse 37 to 30, verse 35 to 37, it says, when I was hungry, you gave me food to eat. When I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. When I was sick, you gave me medicine to get healed. Having this in mind, if you come to me and you are hungry, I don't just pray for you. I will give you food to eat. I won't pray for you to go get better. I will take you to the hospital and pay you a hospital bill. Right? So, I don't know. I would like to commend John Abbott when he said that we all worship same God, but with different route, right? However you want to worship your God, I don't think my God or the way I worship God is superior than the way you worship your own God or the way Mr. B worships. We have different routes, but same God. I will never claim superiority over, my religion, with my religion over yours. I can't do that. So Buddhism, I don't know much about Buddhism. And I don't want God to even want me to start looking into that, because I'm one person that is always looking for the true way of worship. But I think where I am today as a Catholic, I've been to other churches. I've been to Islam, actually. I've been to, I don't want to mention the name of those churches. And I still came back to Catholic and say, no, you know what? I think I'm better off here. Being Catholic, respect my Indichie, know my God, keep my hands clean. Any day I'm gone and I'm able to meet the Maker, that is fine. If hellfire is my destiny, that is equally okay.
Hold on. Can I hold on? Could it be that Jesus bribed you with $7,000? Just said we don't want to lose Kene, and let's just give him $7,000. Could that be what happened at that moment?
No. The thing is, okay, maybe I would like to rewind it a little bit. Me coming to this country, I would say that it's all about God's miracle. Honestly, I don't want to go deep into how it happened, but I would just say it's God's grace, right? So it's not about bribery. No. I would rather go to Jesus than take bribe.
All right, thank you, Kene.
Thank you.
Respond. I'll go to
Kene didn't really ask any question. What Kene was saying, he's saying that, obviously he's a prayerful human being, and he was almost giving up. And when he had the voice, and he listened to the voice, and he did what he needed to do. Again, from the moment we started this broadcast, all I'm saying is that this was the channel, the avenue that I took. And this is what I learned as a Buddhist. And Buddhism is not preaching anything to me other than everybody is a human being. And when I say that everybody is a human being, under no circumstances will I destroy another life, because I cannot create a life. That's one thing that is very distinct for me. So, and again, I want everybody at the end of this broadcast, I wasn't here bashing any religion. I said I was a Catholic, I practiced so many things, but the stability that I now have with this Nichiren Daishonin Buddhism, I'm not talking about Nimbutsu, Zen Buddhist and Tibet. I'm not talking about all that. Nichiren Daishonin's Buddhism. You never, at the end of it, anybody wants to know more about it and put SGI dash whatever state you are in or whatever country you're in, you're going to make sure that it's SGI that you're under. You're not under something else. You will then read more about it. And again, I wasn't here trying to preach for anybody to join me. I'm just, I was asked to talk about it and talk about, at this point in my life, I'm not afraid of dying, because I know, I'm not saying that I'm going to go and stand in front of a moving car or a train or a truck to kill myself. But to be free, I can easily discuss death. I remember every time I'm talking with my son, I said, if I die, do this. At one point, my son said, Mommy, every time you're talking about you die. I said, listen, if we don't have a relationship now, when I'm dead, what's the point of you crying? There's no reason, because your crying will not bring me back. So let's have a relationship now. Let's talk. Let's have a wonderful relationship now. And when my time is up, because my time definitely has to be up. So why is it a taboo for me to discuss about that? For me, it's not a taboo. Ever since I became a Buddhist, it's not a taboo for me to discuss. I discuss about anybody who wants to discuss about that. I always talk about it. And again, before I started practicing Buddhism, I would have, if I'm dead now, then people will come and view me and I'll be late. I don't want all that. I die today. By tomorrow, I'm cremated immediately. There's no reason for all this. For me, that's for me. I'm not deciding for anybody. There's no need for my son to start wasting money to fly my dead body with a cargo back to Nigeria. I don't need that. I don't need that. It's not necessary for me. So this is what my Buddhism has done for me. Again, every time I say, I'm saying that what it has done for me. Doesn't mean that I'm not going to help people, but I want something that is going to be sustainable to people. Because if we don't do that, people will continue to come back and come back and come back. And what also I mean is that everybody has a potential to do well without leaning on someone and become every time you're borrowing. No, you don't need to, because you for you guys that are in the Christian section that are telling me you believe in Jesus Christ, you believe in God. Okay, then did the Jesus or the God ask you, okay, Kene, you're going to be rich? Eddie, you're going to keep borrowing money from Kene? No. All I'm saying here is that we all have the potential to be whatever we want to be in life. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Loco P, you are next. About something you missed. You said you went all the way to different religions and then checked out different churches and then came back to Catholic. But you missed the point where somebody said that Catholics it's a cult. I wanted to know how you react to that, but that's after let's finish the show.
Okay. Let me write it down. If you need serious response.
Okay.
Okay, how you all doing? Hello, Madam Dr. Nneka. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Dr. Rudolph, everybody in the house, Tone, Kine, happy Sunday to you all. First, where would I start from? I've been listening to you since background. I didn't want to come in to because I would say for me, I'm not against what you're saying, but I think it's different for everybody. You understand? Everybody, they come in for a purpose. Everybody has their own destiny. Though they'll tell you destiny is in your palm. It's how you make your best, so you rely on it. Different situations will make you believe certain things in life. So the point you said you joined 1986, probably that was your vulnerable moments. You understand? And anything that works for you at that time, even if you're serving juju, that works for you at that time, that's what you follow. You get, because that was a point you were like, man, what is my life turning into? I can't tell my family back home what's happening to me. I was just trying. Then you became heavy, so you weren't thinking straight at that time. You understand? Too many things were coming. You were about to be taken back to. You might likely to be deported back to Nigeria. This and that. So that was your vulnerable moment. So it's just like women desperate to look for children. They can go as far as do anything that whatever herbalist or pastor tells them, because of that time they were looking for something, they needed help. So at that point in your life, that was what just came in at that particular time, and you give it a try. You just put some little belief, it works for you, and you just started from there. That was where you started from. So like I said, if it was even a herbalist that gave you a calories, swallow it, drink 7-Up water and this and that, and it works for you, that was what you still have been doing till today. And there's nothing nobody can tell you because it works for you. You understand? But my own take about this religion of a thing, I would say most of us here are practicing Christians. We are just doing sometimes copy and paste, but we all have conscience to just do the right thing. Most time we know what to do, just to do the right thing. But greed, selfishness, ego, pride, I just want to I bet forget issue. I mean that I'm here, God will understand, and just do what our flesh or our desire asks us to do, And I also commend the Kene for what he said when he said that part in Mark where he talked about when Jesus Christ met his disciples, asking him, Lord, where were you? When you were sick, I did not visit you. When you were this and that, he now said, what he said, so simple. What you do to your neighbor, so you do unto me. You understand? Remember, in the beginning, God created us in his own image and likeness. Simple English, we are all gods.
You're saying something I'm saying.
Yeah, we are all gods. You understand? So do unto a God what you want a God to do to you. You understand? Then taking that that statement with what Ekene said, what you do for your neighbor, that sick man, that poor man, that's what you do to your maker or your savior. You understand? That means what you do to that man, you are also doing to Jesus Christ, who is your Lord and your God. You understand? So it's simple English, but where we find ourselves is poverty, low self-esteem. We don't want to use our full thinking potentials to think. We always want to put self first before anything. You understand? Not putting others first. Like, what if it's me? If the same thing is done to me, will I like it? We don't want to think twice or three times or put two or three persons like if I'm them or if they are me, how would the situation would have been like? So we can make our judgment. We just would like, no, as person than me, I don't care what about however that person feels. You understand? So I think that is what is shaping our life. Then looking at the race we also came from, scarcity, poverty, hungry. So sometimes those circumstances we find ourselves also shape the way we want to do things or believe. You understand? But I think for me, this religion of a thing, somebody who's the person who said religion is the opium of the masses, I don't think is far from the truth. Because when it comes to religion, everybody's just walked as like, you're talking to my religion, my own is better than you. No, don't talk to my religion, like my own is this and that. So, but we sometimes seem to forget that this whole religion of it, it all started by one person or two person before it later became millions of followers or whatever. So if we go back to the origin of this whole thing, it's not that when God created the earth, he created the religion. No. So there was time of Noah where God was communicating with one-on-one. There was time of the 10th generation of Noah, which is Abraham, where God also communicating with him one-on-one. It was after Abraham that gave birth to the one way go one side, Ishmael, and give birth to the other one way go the other side, what's called Isaac, that this whole religion started, whatever. So at what year did Buddhist start? At what year did Hare Krishna started? At what year did all these things start? So why not leave all those things and go back to the origin? Maybe like Abraham. How was Abraham's life at that time? How was he living with God? You understand? And let's see if we can live that kind of life first, with before, because it was after Abraham, all these different religions came in and we started fighting ourselves, man is better than you. The Satan came in using our head against each other. You understand? So if we like, okay, no, leave all these things, let's go back to the origin, at least as far back as Abraham. They say he's father of many nations or whatever. So Abraham, how was Abraham's life with God, with the creator? So let's see how we can live that kind of life, which is, for me, that's supposed to be the true life of Africa, which is Abrahamic way of living. You understand? Which is like probably maybe, I will not say Judaism, but Abrahamic way of living. But people of later descent do not like it and they call it pagan. You understand? They tag, they say, when you want to kill a dog, you give it a bad name first before you kill it. So they call our ways pagan. So they call it pagan, our mode of worshiping God, call it pagan, to destroy it, to accept others that is not even working for us. You get my point? So I would like say, okay, maybe we can expunge all that and at least go back to the way Abraham was communicating with God and live the life of love. I mean, we just have peace of mind and all that. That's just my take anyway.
Thank you.
All right. Before we go to the final person, Ed, I want to read out a comment from Dr. Alexander. It's for you, Dr. Nneka. He said, Doc, hold on. With a PhD in nursing, you should be fully employed, especially with your special skills. Please relocate to Houston.
Yes.
Full employment guaranteed. So you have
okay. Can I tell you that my son has been begging me to relocate to Atlanta? You see, with this practice, I don't do anything just off the grill, just like that. If me relocating to Atlanta is going to be of beneficial, and I know he might say, now he's starting his own family, he has a daughter. If he wants me to be closer to him, because his wife's family are mostly around here and also in Florida. I always chant before I make a move or before I take a step into doing anything. I don't just do it just like that. That's another thing that I got from this, my practice. Whenever I'm trying to make a move or do anything in my life, I always chant about it, because wherever I move to, I want to be of a great value to human beings. I know maybe what I didn't say also is that ever since I've been in nursing since 1990, I have gone from being an administrator in the hospital to now being an educator. So my goal is I began to notice that mental health, whether here in United States or in Nigeria, is way on the high rise. And for me, what can I contribute to help with the mental health that we are seeing in the society, especially with the youths? So my having a full-time job is not really a problem for me. Like I said earlier, whenever I go for an interview, I have specific things that I'm looking for in a job. It doesn't all be around how much will they pay me. That's not my first thing in my radar. Is how can I make a difference where I am with the population that I'm dealing with? Because at this stage of my life, it's not the money. If I could stay in United States all by myself with a part-time job for 2 consecutive years and still be able to pay my bills, what else am I looking for? Right? So moving to Houston, as I continue to chant, if my call is to be in Houston, but it's not that I have to get a job. That is not my main thing, but where will I be able to make a difference? When I mean a difference in the lives of youth, because for the past 5 years, I teach mental health. And when you see a 5-year-old trying to commit suicide, trying to strangle his or her parents, and looking at parents outright rejecting that child, they don't want this child anymore. And then the child is put in the system. It becomes a double whammy for that child. So what do I do to help? As a matter of fact, if the election had turned out the way that I was envisioning it to turn out, I was really trying to go to Nigeria to start something. Because when I saw people, young kids taking meth, and the only thing that they could do in Nigeria was to tie them on a tree and start flogging them. And some of them, they stoned them to death. I said, what kind of life are we living? You know? What kind of life are we living? They took meth and it affected their brain. By stoning them, flogging them, we never questioned who brought this meth into Nigeria for these youths in the first place. Who brought it in? Because somebody brought it in, made money out of it. So that's the legacy that I want to leave. My working today, I'm going to pay my bills, no doubt, because I really don't want to move into Atlanta, moving with my son. I will not do that. Even if I decide tomorrow it's going to be Atlanta, I will have my own place. I will still work, and I will continue working until I drop dead. There's no retirement for me. My not having a retirement is not how much I want to save in the bank. Is how do I make a difference? Sometimes when I take my students to a mental health and I look at kids, I was one of them, 12 years old, all her hands is all cut up. And after the incision heals, she will develop a lot of keloids. And I say to her, why do you do this? She tells me when her mother yells at her, she then goes into this rage to cut herself, to kill herself. And I asked her, can I be your friend? She said, yes. I said, you don't have to do this. And please do not ever cut your face. You know, legally, I can bring that person to my home and said, okay, I'm going to show you that you are loved, that, you know, care for you. I can do that, not in this country, but maybe in Nigeria, if I build a place, I can get all these people together and give them courage and motivation, love. When I say love, that somebody loves you. So you don't need to do all this. That's just what my Buddhist practice really taught me, and that I want to follow. I'm not just being a Buddhist because everywhere maybe people will see me, I will tell them I'm a Buddhist. No, my Buddhism really brought out so many things in me. I don't know Imole, but the first time that I heard that boy's story, I cried, and I'm still crying. And every day, every morning, when I do my prayer, I pray for his soul. Every evening, I pray for him. I don't know him. I'm not a Yoruba, but I don't need to be a Yoruba to care for another human being. I don't need to.
All right. Just to add to the Dr. Alexander says that he's an expert in mental health. So, and there's someone else who wanted to know if you are willing to go to Nigeria, if a governor should invite you to come and help train nurses in Nigeria. So
absolutely, I will do that.
Okay, if anybody wants to reach out to Dr. Nneka, you can send an email to me at my email, or if Dr. Nneka wants to share her contact, she can do that on the private chat. Ed,
Rudolph, you have all my contacts, so you can always share, even my cell phone number. Anyone can call me. I know that Flagship already says that we're going to have coffee, so that he wants to know more. And I already told him where my son lives. And so if he can also get the number from you, and I will connect him with my son. So my son will tell him exactly. I already told him it's minor,
Yes,
where
you
the
did say
area that I'm,
you said
that I'm
Smyrna,
in.
right?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
about 24 miles from me, not too far.
Oh, okay,
In
okay.
John's Creek, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Nneka, will you accept an invitation from Wiki to come with him?
Why defend trouble?
Ton, even if you see Nwike or even Tinubu, I said this earlier also, they all have Buddha nature.
It's not been scientifically proved that Wiki has a mental.
No. They all have a Buddha nature. Even if Nwike has a mental problem. I also said while we were talking, you see, when I chant Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, I have the absolute belief that no matter how hard your heart is, I will break through it. I will break through it because you have a Buddha nature, regardless of whatever religion you believe in, or whoever you think you are, or whatever evil you're. You see, even this allegedly, again, this Oba Elegushi, whatever he has done, I don't hate him. But by chanting Nam-myoho Renge-kyo to waken the Buddha nature in him, he can wake up and said, "Oh, I shouldn't have done this," and repent. And if he repents, and everybody keep repenting, my guys, don't you think that Nigeria will be good? Why will if I was one of the Senate, or if I was one of the Senate members, and I hear that they are buying a car for 1 point how many billions for bulletproof. The question I'm going to ask you, what is the bulletproof going to do for me? As far as I'm concerned right now, even when my father died in 2010, my senior brothers, everybody, oh, let's get the police people to come and guide daddy's the embalmed dead body. I said, for what? Oh, because kidnappers. I said, let them kidnap him. Who cares? Daddy is not in that thing. But these are my brothers, all my siblings that are in Catholic Church. They pray in their own way, and I chant as a Buddhist. They were afraid. I wasn't afraid. I said to them, if any kidnapper wants to kidnap daddy's dead body that is already embalmed, by all means, let them do. I'm not going to go and look for it. Daddy is not in there anymore, as far as I'm concerned, with my belief. And I continue to pray for my dad up to today, every morning, every evening. Because I say to you, for the quick repose of human beings, when I know somebody and they pass away. Or crying will not help you. So what I will do is continue to send Daimoko, and that's that Namyo Horengekyo, to your life, to guide you, to help you, because at that moment you cannot pray anymore, whether you're praying as a Muslim, or whether you're praying as a Jewish person, or whether you're praying as a Christian, you're not able to pray that time. So what am I doing here for you? I'll keep on praying for you.
All right. The last question or comments from Ed, and then we'll let Dr. Nneka give us closing remarks, and we'll take a break, and when we come back, we round up. Ed.
All right. Thank you so much. It's been such a delight just listening from the background. And they say in the United States that there are two things that you should never talk about: politics and religion. Right? Because you're always going to have like
they are the same. They are the same thing. They're the same thing.
They're not they're not necessarily the same thing. But I want to just commend everybody for having this very placid, calm conversations so far. I have a couple of comments, not directed, not all of them are directed at Dr. Nneka. It's mainly comments that have been made during the conversation. So first, in terms, I'm a Christian, and I want to commend Chim for doing a very good job of laying out the Christian theology, because that's something that's so missing in Nigeria and globally. We talk about prosperity gospel, but that's really not the gospel. And Chim did a very, very good description of what the gospel really is, because at the center of the gospel of Jesus Christ is dealing with that sin nature. That's why Jesus Christ came to die. It's not about you getting a bigger house. But before I go further, let me just quickly add a little humor. Kenny, I hope you have my bank account, right? Because Dr. Nneka just said that I'll be collecting money from you or something. Don't worry, we can deal with that after now. Okay, so let me quickly point out some things. I know. I wish I'm calling everybody doctor today. I wish Pastor John Abba was here, because there were comments he made, like he was trying to create an analogy of Buddhism with Christianity, and he said something about the year gods. So that means just the same way that I don't believe I have the Buddha nature, but just as Dr. Nneka was asserting about people having the Buddha nature, that's the same way Christians have the God nature. Yeah, we have the God nature, but we are not gods. And I think it was a misinterpretation of that scripture, which is Psalm 82. The gods that was being referred to there, it says God presides in the great assembly. He renders judgment among the gods. So when he uses the word gods, he's talking about heavenly beings. Right, and it's in verse 16. It said, "I said, ye are gods, and ye are the sons of the Most High." Remember, in the book of Job, he called, heavenly beings sons of God. Right, and then he said, "But you will die like mere mortals." So why will he tell normal men that they would die like mere mortals if they're already mere mortals? So that's very clear. We are not gods. We have the God nature, right? If you're saved, if you're in Christ, you have the God nature, but you are not a God. So let's not misinterpret that. Also, I do not believe that all religions serve the same God, because the Bible says that God is not an author of confusion. I'm not trying to cast aspersion on any other religion, but it's okay for you to say this is what you believe in. But I do not believe in the same God as a lot of other religions, except maybe Judaism, because we believe in Yahweh, right? Christianity has its roots in Judaism, right? And then, okay, now let me get to Dr. Nneka. You said you've been talking about Buddhism, which is really like the religion of that Buddha started. So I quickly did some, maybe just a very shallow study of Buddha himself. He was someone that lived in the region of India and Nepal, that's South Asia. So so he was a human being, right? At least you agree with me on that. And we know human beings do not just exist. So what is your belief about creation in Buddhism? How did Buddha himself come to be? That's one. Secondly, you said something about reincarnation, and you said people can reincarnate and become animals, right? So it means that it's possible, because I know that most Buddhists and most people who have like Oriental religions tends to be vegetarians. You know, like they do not eat animals. Some of them even worship and adore animals just because they feel that could be a human being that's reincarnated. So if that is your view, what is your thoughts about okay, and I don't know if you are the vegetarian Buddhist, right?
No, no, I'm not.
Okay, so maybe this question would be really moot to even go ahead with.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
Sorry, you were going to say something.
No, go ahead. Finish.
Okay, so I wanted to know your doctrine of creation in Buddhism.
All right, thank you, Ed. And also, while you're Nneka, you can also answer the question about evolution. Do you believe in evolution? There have been questions around that. You didn't answer it last time.
Okay. When you say evolution, what do you mean?
Oh, the theory that of evolution.
Things that existed before Nuga existing, and
before human beings came into the world.
If there were giants before, if there were dinosaurs before, something like that.
I have never discussed that. If somebody wants me to talk about that in the terms of Buddhist perspective or beliefs, that I did not. I will not comment on that because I have not discussed anything about that. Yeah.
So please, before you go on to answer the questions, there was something else that John Abba said about Jesus. That Jesus said that he has sheep that are not in his current fold when he was talking to the disciples, and that could mean people of other religions that would find salvation that are not necessarily Christians. That's not what that scripture also means. What that scripture was talking about is Gentiles who would later become Christians. So let's get that right. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, and so in your question, you're asking me about the reincarnation. Am I right?
No, your doctrine of creation.
Of creation.
We assume that Buddha did not just happen. He's the one that is like the deity of your religion, right?
Yeah. What you Googled, was it about Shakyamuni or was it about somebody else?
No, I just Googled and saw that he was actually a human being.
So he was a human being, and I believe that I also explained it on this platform, saying that Sudatta was his really original name. Yes. And he was born of a very rich man, but he became worried that why does he have all this wealth, have all these attention drawn to him as the child of a king, a wealthy man. But then every time he goes out, he sees people that are either sick, beggars, cops, and people who are suffering. What he was questioning, Dad, why? Why am I different from all these people? And that's when he then set out to find the reason why people are suffering. Okay? And the father didn't want him to do this because the father, he was the only child of his father. And the father didn't want him to do this. The father kept discouraging him from doing it. But this, whatever that was pushing him, it kept coming up. You know, when the father will tell him, I'll give you anything that you want. I don't want you to set out to do all this.
So can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? I'm sorry, because I'm trying to track with you as you're going.
Okay.
So do you think it's not, do don't you question the fact that a deity would have questions about their own origin? If Buddha, that's the name I'm calling him, but he has his own name, a Nepalese name. Don't you think it's a little bit it's a little bit let me say questionable for someone who was born with a divine nature to start questioning the truth about life? Is that not something that he should have some sort of prescience about, some sort of like as in predetermined knowledge about?
So what you're asking me is, why was he questioning his father about all the things that, or all the
That was questioning existence, the things he was seeing. Are those not things that he should know, he should have foreknowledge of as a deity?
But he wasn't a deity at that time.
Also, he became a deity.
Yes, I said that when he finally left the palace, even when the father tried everything, offered him money, married the most beautiful wife for him, he still left. And then he saw a garden where there were so many monks, different types of monks, praying, fasting. He joined them. And while he was doing this, he wasn't taking a shower, he wasn't eating, he started hallucinating. And he said, this is not the right way to be enlightened. And he left. And as he was leaving, the other monks started mocking him, calling him cowards, saying all kinds of things about him. But he left. And that was when he saw a river. He first of all took a shower, because doing all that prayer and fasting, he emaciated and he developed sores on his body. He wasn't shaving anymore. I mean, mind you, this was a king's son, a prince that people worship. Maidens would be throwing flowers for him to walk on. Now he wasn't taking a shower, he wasn't eating, nothing. And so when he got to that river, he took a shower. And then he sat there and crossed his leg. That's why when you see a Buddha with the pot belly, the legs are always crossed. But that pot belly that you see is not the Buddhism that I practice. His name then became Shakyamuni. And he started preaching. Because while he was under that purple tree, he concentrated. I said animals, all kinds of things was coming. You know, if we're praying or we're trying to concentrate, sometimes a fly can come and then you try to take off the fly or you itch somewhere. But no, all these things were happening to him, but he didn't move. And that was when he got enlightened and decided to start preaching to people. And he did comment to the disciples that he was preaching to, that it was hard for them to understand what he was preaching. Even at his deathbed, he told them, please do not idolize me. Do not create any idol of me. Just practice what I've taught you. But there will be somebody from the Far East that will come up and break down what I have been preaching for you so that you can understand it. And that was when Daishonin, at the age of 12, from Japan, then took up the practice. And then before Daishonin even started, there were so many different Buddhist schools that was around at that time. And he said, he questioned some of the priesthoods at that time. Why is it that we have so many different Buddhist schools? Why can't we have a unifying thing that unites everyone together and then everyone will pray together? And they couldn't give him an answer. So he went around in quest to find out what is it that will really make human beings happy, or will really make human beings to awaken to their Buddha nature. And that's when he come up with this word, Nam-myoho Renge-kyo because he was reading so many of the sutra, Lotus Sutra books. He was lost of it. This Daishonin never got married. From age 12, he left his family home in quest of what is it that will make people happy. So this Nam-myoho Renge-kyo that he carved out, he said that when people chant it, they will awaken to their Buddha nature. Awakening to their Buddha nature is that you will begin to see who are you and what is actually the truth. And you need to stay with that truth. So these are the things that I myself saw when I started practicing.
Ed, hold on. You'll get a chance to ask the final question. And Nneka, when you're answering, maybe you can then round up so that we will take a final break. But Ed, okay. I wanted us to maybe when you expand the conversation, because sometimes we talk about one other religions and we forget about the one we believe in. So like Jesus disappeared from the age of 12. We don't know what he did. We don't know whether he was questioning.
What happened to him when he went to?
And I want to also answer that question because I knew you could ask me the question about Jesus being a human too.
Yeah,
right. Jesus did not discover his deity. It wasn't like he had to become an ascetic to become a deity per se. Jesus, one of the core doctrines of Christianity is that Jesus, being the second member of the Trinity, is co-eternal with God. So he existed with God from eternity. So what happened was that Jesus Christ incarnated. Can means flesh, right? So incarnated, he took on flesh to become one of us, to pay the price that deals with the sinful nature of man, right? So it's not like Jesus Christ came and like, because that's one of the problems that I'm sorry to use this word, the word of faith theologians, they tend to feel like, Jesus Christ, he was just a man like us and then he discovered himself. So if you do the same, you can. No, that's heresy. Jesus Christ, he was 100% God in the manger. So it wasn't like he went on a voyage of discovery, right? So Jesus Christ, the baby that was in that manger was 100% God. So I just want to be clear about that.
Eddie,
why you engage the fact that when they tell you men are also gods, you say no, it's not true.
No, Jesus is God. You are not God. That's what differentiates you.
Okay, hold on. Listen.
Okay, hold on. Let's finish with our guests and then we can go. So Ed, one last question, and then we round up. Nneka will round up for us. Go ahead, Ed.
I didn't see anything to insult anybody's religion, but I'm seeing someone like AY for real in the chat section saying I'm blinded by my religion. I'm just giving a thesis of my religion. I'm not pulling down anybody's religion.
Forget about those people. Just go. Let's have
No. I'm not. It's not like I'm flustered, but I see that tendency a lot. And okay, so my question clearly to Nneka was, what is the Buddhist theology of creation, seeing that Buddha himself was a man? So it's like he wants us to be happy. He wants us to, as in that's the whole idea of Buddhism, like how to make men happy. But the question of who we truly are, where we are coming from, has not been answered. So that's where I want you to like maybe interrogate.
Okay, and I'm also saying to you that the Buddha nature that I keep telling you that everybody has is that God. For me, that's practicing this Nam-myoho Renge-kyo made me to believe that I'm that God. So whatever that I want, I will chant. Just like Kenneth said that his hands are always clean. He's also okay, go ahead.
Dr. Nneka, you're talking about what you can do to be happy. I'm asking you, what is
I'm not just talking about what I can do to be happy, but I'm talking generally as a human being. I am that God. I am that God. And it's also letting me know that I cannot eliminate somebody's life, because God do not eliminate people's lives. I have no right to spill blood. So under no circumstances will I ever spill another human being's blood, regardless of whatever that any other person has promised me that I will get in return if I do this. So if you're asking me why is it that Shakyamuni doesn't believe that, no, Shakyamuni was worried and saying that I need to go and find out why is it that people are suffering so much, and how come, and then he took off on this journey.
Yeah, Dr.
And then at the end he discovered that every human being can use their Buddha nature that they already have in them.
Who gave it to them, Dr. Nneka? Who gave them the Buddha nature? How did they emerge as human beings?
Well, God created all of us, isn't it?
God.
And I said it earlier. I said even in the Bible, He says, God says to you, I've made you in my own image. Now go.
So in Buddhism, did they acknowledge that there is God who made people in His image?
Absolutely.
I think so.
But it's not something that we are sitting down and be expecting God to come down and do anything for us.
So
By we chanting,
there's no connection between Buddhist and God anymore after God made them.
No, there's no connection. So it's not a separate entity that we're looking at. We already have that image in us.
And this God is not Buddha, is he?
No. Even Shakyamuni will tell you, do not look up to me. We are all human beings. All he was doing is preaching and telling people to do the right thing. Doesn't mean that temptation will not come to them. It will. But at the same time, how do you handle it? One of the things that I read in one of the books when I actually started this practice was Shakyamuni preaching to the disciples. I have the book, I have the picture, and all the disciples were listening to him. But then the government of the place at that time did not like the way he was preaching and was trying to set him up. And so who did they use to set him up? They paid off a lady to come to where he was preaching to so many disciples. And the lady came in and said that while all the disciples were listening to what he was saying, very engaged and listening to him, the lady stood up and the lady said, "Oh, I'm pregnant and you are the one who pregnanted me." And immediately all the disciples who were listening to him, respecting him, they started looking at him and like, "You did this and you're preaching this to us?" And what did Shakyamuni do at that moment? He just kept quiet. And when the lady finished talking, he then lifted his head and said to the lady, "It's only you and I who knows who has that baby." The moment he finished, a mighty wind came and blew the lady's clothes off. There was no pregnancy. So when I read that, what did that do to my life? It doesn't matter how much you accuse me of something. Before, if you accuse me, then I'll start arguing with you. Now, if I know I did not do that, you could even have a gun on my head. I'm not going to budge. I'm not going to tell you, okay, I did it. I'm not going to cop out for a plea bargain and say, yes, I did it. No, but I learned not to argue, but to keep quiet. When you finish, I'm going to tell you I didn't do that. I'm not going to say to you, true to my God, I didn't do it. I'm not going to say that to you. I'm going to say to you, what you're accusing me of, I didn't do it. And that's enough. You either take it or you don't take it.
All right. Nneka, thank you so much for being here today. It's been a wonderful conversation. We will bring you back. A lot of people are already asking for you to come back another time to talk more on this. And we are going to take a break. When we come back, we do our own take on what happened today. And course, I promise you guys, those at home, next week we are going to get another interesting guest. So let's take a quick break.
Debut.
And we'll be
This
right
is
back.
his most recent album.
Thank you,
right here.
everyone.
It's called
Thank you.
Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long.
Notification.
We've been fooling around
New notification text. Here are the 8 connections. 0 and parallel facts. Thank you, Nigeria flag. Thank you to Texas and your Obi for another wonderful faith. Check mark. Thank you to our amazing co-host, Miss Pearls and Hashtags One, and Belandian for Negoriayo Park, Twitter.com/I/spaces/LP. And Aishis, when I don't pay, I go still they impress you on the other side. And Aishis, I'm not desperate for her.
Remember the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for new America. Remember Martin Luther King, who are the dream for new America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing down for so long.
Chant.
Nam Myoho Renge Kyo. That's what I do.
That's it?
Oh, it's that, but then there are 5 prayers. But
Can you give me a little variation? I like that.
Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, 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 Myoho Renge Kyo.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's been a long day. I thank you all for staying with us. Those watching at home, those at the comment section, we appreciate all of you. we just want to go around and get our take on what happened today, and then we'll call it a day. Let me start with you, Chim. What's your take?
Well, it's always good to have these conversations if we can have it civil, if we can have it respectfully, if we can have it, and there will be no. What I try to avoid when it comes to religious and political conversations is the political. What do you call it?
Banta.
No, there's a word I'm looking for that just skipped my brain now. I'm just surprised it's political correctness that it has to be involved in it. I want the Muslim to tell me that I'm clearly that I am wrong. I don't have a problem with that. Let him tell me I'm wrong, and let him tell me I'm wrong using the foundation of his religion, explain it to me, but also tell him that even though I'm wrong, he doesn't hate me and all that. So usually what I do not want to engage in is this whole fear that if I assert that Christianity is the way, the truth, and everything, everybody becomes offended. That's why I run away from having this conversation, because people want me to do slightly what John Abbott tried to do to an extent, which I love how Ed came and tackled it. This whole that we are not all worshiping the same God. I keep saying it. No. But it's okay. Worship the God you want to worship. It's okay if somebody also tries to want to appeal to you to see why he thinks what you're doing is wrong without necessarily carrying a jihad against you. It's okay. But it's also okay for you to say, okay, I hear you trying to talk to me, but I don't want to follow you. It's also okay. I don't know how we can arrive at those balances as human beings. That's the balance I like to see. But that being said, like I rightly said, I might have to go back at the end of this program and watch those early stages I missed. I haven't done that to see the context she put at the beginning. I don't have that exact context, which is why I avoided asking her questions pointedly, because I didn't understand the foundation of where she was coming from. But one thing that my takeaway is this. There's a rise in Oriental religious practices in America. It's on a rise, and predominantly those who are embracing it in this dispensation are the celebrities. They are predominantly the celebrities, and there is a reason why. I won't go into that today. It's a discussion for another day, but I understand why many of them are going into that direction. Like I rightly said at the beginning, I'm a Christian. This is what I believe. I am not a Christian because of the colonial expeditions in Africa. That might have helped, no doubt. That might have helped.
I've heard you before.
Wait, Chim, hold on. Are you saying if they didn't come, if the Europeans didn't come, you would
exactly
be today? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let me give you good, fantastic. I like that. So Christianity was in Africa before Europe. Christianity was in Africa before Europe.
Chim, can I quickly chip in a point?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Yeah. When you say Africa, you are talking as if there was Africa before the Europeans.
Exactly.
There was no Africa. You can say that Egypt and all those areas that knew.
No. Ethiopia was actually the second Christian nation.
Okay, so I'm sure you understand when I use. You see, you remember at some point of my contributions, I said something that, because we are limited by language, sometimes in trying to explain yourself, there are some restrictions you will have in trying to explain yourself. So, pardon me in that.
What I want you to do, Chim, what I want you to do when I ask that question, what I want you to do is to say, you are Igbo, okay? And before the Europeans came, you were Igbo, that you were not African. Nobody, you didn't know.
All right.
Your grandparents didn't know they were Africans.
Okay, so fine.
Your frame of reference is Igbo. So just imagine that Europeans did not get to Igbo land. What would you be today?
Yes, I hear you and I understand that, and I appreciate that. I've always told people that one of the things that makes me, when I relate with people, I always say, if I had been born a Muslim, what would my worldview be? How would I have seen life? I appreciate this. That's why I said, if you listen to me, I said that I am not a Christian because of colonialism. But colonialism may have played a role in where I am today. Now, let me go further in explaining why I said that. That was where I was trying to explain before the interjections came. When I said there was Christianity in Africa, fine, I agree with your definitions, and you're trying to put it in that perspective that there was nothing called Africa before the Europeans defined what today they call Africa. But what I'm trying to say is this: in what Christ was trying to do, Christ talked about taking his word, the gospel, to the four ends of the earth. At some point, when these Ethiopians and Egyptians or whoever in what we call Africa today got it, they didn't take it that far. But my perception of who God is that God will not be limited. If he gives you a job to do, you don't do it, he will find other people to do it, which is why the Bible I read says, if you don't praise me, I will raise stones. It sounds very bogus to say, but God is saying, if I give you a job to do and you don't do it, I will make a donkey, like the donkey of Balaam, to speak. So
Tim,
what I'm saying is
Bible,
this.
sorry, Tim, that Bible, which version? Wait, which version? Hold on, wait, which version?
Loco,
which translation?
Loco,
we're yet to get to the evening shift.
Time,
No. I'm telling Loco, we're yet to get to the evening shift where they do this, this kind of thing.
So my belief is that if the Europeans did not bring it through colonialism and all those things, I would have still heard this gospel and perhaps still become a Christian. I firmly believe that I still would have. So that is where I am with it. I have accepted it. I have researched it, and I'm at peace with it, and I see the truth in it. What I don't understand is, and Ed is a bit more intellectual than me, which is why I kept pushing him at the background to come, because I know that there are things I want to say that Ed will be able to pass it on very well. And I'm so happy he came. I was calling him and he responded and I said, my friend, come and attend to this topic today. I'm a bit short of how to go about it. So, and I'm being honest about it. So
you guys have meetings behind the scene to bring perspectives, and that's good to know.
Oh yes, yes. We if Tinubu can meet in the middle of the night with Wike and agree, why wouldn't I meet with Ed? But anyway, listen. In summary, I respect her views. I just do not. Even Christianity is scientific to an extent. People tend to always think that Christianity abhors scientificism. That's not true. Some of the things she has said are not exactly very scientific to me, if you ask me. So to that extent, I respect it, but I'm not heavily convinced, because one, on the issue of deity, she didn't answer it very well. And like Ed rightly said, Jesus was not confused about his mission. I keep saying it, the baby in the manger did not just come to do this Christmas we're doing here. The baby in the manger was on a mission. And that mission is what he accomplished.
Okay, Tim, I want to hear from other people, but
yes.
One last question. Do you think that, someone just told me that Buddhism started 500 years before Christianity. And from certain things that she was talking about, like somebody was 12 before they started this. And don't you think that these religions, they were borrowing from each other? If you look at Islam, also borrowed from Christianity. Do you think that Christianity or Judaism borrowed from this, whatever was around at that point? And they modernized it to the point that they answered some questions that the other ones could not answer.
Okay, so I don't have an exact answer, but there's just one thing I just want to say, and I'll leave it here. So in the revelation of Christ, there were some wise men from the East who were led by a star to come to Bethlehem. It says wise men from the East. Those wise men from the East were worshiping in a particular way, but God wanted them to have this revelation about this baby that was born, and they responded, followed that star, and they came. Now, Christ said, he says, everyone that came before me was a thief. I've forgotten the other parts of how to quote it. He said it was a thief or something.
And the sheep did not hear your voice or something.
Good. And the sheep, fantastic. What I believe is that there were all sorts of religions, all sorts of things. God knew, but God was trying to harmonize humanity and bring them, because the problem I keep repeating, I might not be. I'm good. In fact, she has thrown a challenge to me today. I need to go and do more research. My perception is that this sin problem I've been screaming is the whole reason why Christ came, to bring everything together, solve it, and then people will accept. But the same Christ knows that everybody will not accept it. He was very upfront. He knew. That's why he's talking about to those who will accept, to those who will accept. In telling us that there will be people who will still, kind of like question his existence, question what he came to do, and question what we're talking about as Christians. And that's fairly okay. But guess what? At the end of the day, there will be a judgment for people to explain why they didn't accept what he had freely given to them. Hopefully, we won't have to get there. People will do the needful. So I will leave that at this level and let other people contribute. But there were things she just couldn't convince me on a couple of things. That's just the truth.
Thank you so much, Tone. Let me frame this question this way. I like what Tone said, even though I made kind of issue with that. That the transformation Tone went through from Catholic Church to different churches to where he is now. And Tone, when you look at Europe, I know you're in London, I think UK, and when you look at UK, you find out that those people that brought Christianity to us, they are turning their back on that. In fact, churches are closing down there, and the people who are going to church, we used to live in London, they are old people. Young people don't go to church anymore. So when you think about that, don't you think that 100 years from now, even the religion, the domination, I don't know what it is, that you agreed to now, you abandon the Catholic Church, that people in Nigeria might be like people in UK now, young people who are saying, they will say, you know what, we don't trust any of these things anymore. We want to either follow Eastern religion like Nneka, or find something. Some people are going back to the traditional, or the ones of their grandfathers. Don't you think that could happen? Because we are limited by the time we're here. We're thinking about today, tomorrow, 20 years from now. What about 100 years from now? What if we transform the same way that Europeans turned their back to Christianity? What are we going to do?
Yeah, possibly. I would like to say that the reason why people are turning back from Christianity, I think it's been started, but we are not noticing, because people are starting to ask questions about the so-called GOs and all that stuff, things, especially things touching tithes, people raising money. There's this very particular American channel. Just trying to think what it was. It's all about money raising. It's nothing. It's got nothing to do with God. It's all about money raising. You have all these super men of God. They're asking you give $1,000. Someone's just giving $20,000 and all that. It's just all about money raising. Yes, I will see people, but like I said during my submission, that people sort of use this word loosely. Religion and relationship.
Hi, Ify, how you doing?
I believe in relationship with God.
I believe
in relationship with my Lord and personal Savior, Jesus Christ. It's not about going to church. It's not. That's why I said I've been in Catholic Church. I know what I've seen in Catholic Church. In Catholic Church, especially even from my town, even in Lagos and all that, I've seen non-occultics people and all that. They are knights in Catholic Church and all that. So what's that about? So that was when I started asking questions. And I knew how naughty I was when I was in my teenage years. And I was saying to myself, there's some certain things I've done. I can't possibly bring it upon myself to go to a priest and say I've done this, and then God will forgive me. That was where I started. I personally, I'm talking about my own experience. That's where I started asking questions, and I just said, you know what? I didn't go to church for many years until when I got involved in the military and all that, and then the God thing started coming in and all that. When I left and all that, I started looking and researching, and I knew that I needed a relationship with my Lord and Jesus Christ, and that's where I am now. So religion is about do's and don'ts and all that, and that was what we had, and that was why it wasn't sustained, because religion, the Spirit of God is not there. It's just you must do this, follow the 10 commandments, you must do this, you mustn't do this. It's not coming from the heart. So yes, you're correct, Rudolph.
Performance, you meant to mean.
Yes. Yes, thank you. So people maybe in 50 years time from now, even 10 years time from now, we don't know what will happen. You know, Shiloh, the last Shiloh, I saw the comparing to the past years now, because I used to worship in Winners in London here, and I saw the difference, you know, and even seeing that lady Edu coming to give line and give testimony about how God gave her a job with a gang of thieves, you know, and that she's come to thank God that it was because Oyedepo touched her head. That was why Tinubu made her a minister. That was disgusting for me. I mean, you need to see the comment section that day. It was just like your channel, Dr. Rudolph. You went on fire. People students, people that are Christians, so they started swearing across to the woman. You know, so that's the sort of problem, hypocrisy. People are going to start questioning, because people are getting smarter now. You know, there's the internet, things do go around very quickly.
All right, thank you, Tom. Can I?
Yeah, thank you,
Can
Dr.
I quickly say something about there's something Tone said? You asked him on the question, you asked him why people are leaving Christianity. He narrowed it to Nigeria, but I guess you're talking about in the Western world.
Mm-hmm.
Knowledge, see, that's why I said the Bible is a book. It's not just some historical thing people drop. The Bible talked about this thing. It says in the last days, knowledge will abound. Knowledge has a way of making you self-sufficient, and you don't think you need anything outside of yourself. And that's what we're seeing. People feel with science and everything, they don't need this knowledge, this God that they can't see. And as a result of this, they've chosen to do the individualistic things they want to do. And you know, science is answering questions. So why do I need a God and all that? So those are parts of the things. And then lastly, it also says that in the last days, the first shall be the last, and the last shall be the first. That you got something earlier doesn't mean you will hold it. You could lose that thing you have because you suddenly don't feel that there's any value in that thing. You probably just feel, oh, I don't know, what do I need this thing from? After all, I'm self-sufficient. I mean, there are hospitals.
Tim, what was the last that is not the first? Sorry, what is the last? What was the last that is not the first to you? What do you think?
The last I mean is that the people who started pushing this are leaving it off. That's my understanding. We can have this conversation.
What Tim is saying is that 50 years from now, we will have a black pope, and the Catholic Church will move. Anyway,
so this is it, right?
Yeah.
I'm not here to defend Christianity, nor traditional way of worship, nor am I here to speak for any of this. But I'm here to respond to what Dr. Damages asked regarding Catholic being an occult group, right? Thank you.
I didn't say it.
No, somebody asked the question, so you were trying. Yeah, you are helping the person to pass the message. But this is it. Free will is a gift from God, and I think most of these denominations or religions, they believe in this. In Catholic, for example, Catholics believe also that free will is a gift from God. You have the right to make your choices, but if you choose to do the wrong, to take the right, the wrong part of life, that may cause you suffering, right? This is what Catholic believe. But this is it. If you are asking, or if you are certain that Catholic is a cult group, now let's check the sign warning associated with cultism. For example, in a cult group, the leader happens to be the ultimate authority, right? I think everybody will agree with me. And this group, cultic group, perform their rituals in secret. We also have where where this group delegitimizes her members. For example, if you're a member of a cult group and you choose not to be a member, you are not legitimately even authorized to partake in any of his rituals moving forward, right? These are few warning signs of a cult group. Now let's bring these warning signs to Catholic to now see if Catholic is a cult group or not. In Catholic, yes, the ultimate leader is Jesus Christ. Agreed. So Jesus Christ, the Son of God, is the ultimate leader in Catholic Church. Now, do Catholic delegitimate its members? No. The reason being that if you're a Catholic and you choose not to be a Catholic any longer, which I've done in the past, maybe some close brothers from Catholic Church will even call you to persuade you to come back to church. But if you vehemently refuse to come back, nobody gets your time. Au revoir, bye-bye. Whenever you feel like coming back, you come back. Nobody will stop you from taking any, from partaking in any of his religious rites. Now, do we suppress skepticism in Catholic Church? No, you are free to ask questions. But in occultic group, you are not even allowed to challenge the authority, talk more of asking questions. What is been dished out to you is what you follow till the end of it. If you try to ask questions, you become a rebellious member and you'll be asked to leave. So Catholic Church does not practice elitism. For example, in Catholic Church, you have priests, you have papas, everybody is allowed. We don't even have front seat meant for the rich. Just as we've seen in other churches, that this seat is specially made for the elite. It is not like that in Catholic. You can sit wherever you want to sit at. Now,
but that's not true, Kenneth. That's not true, but go ahead. That's not correct, but go ahead.
From my own Catholic church, I've never seen that. I've never. So, do we perform secret rites in Catholic Church? Maybe in the past, when Catholic Church is being hunted down because of their religious belief, things like baptism or liturgy of the Eucharist were performed in secret. But do we still do that today? No. It is open for everybody. Again, for example, the night of Columbus, all those nights in Catholic Church, in the past, they do perform it in the private, closed door before the public, right? But today it is in the open. And why do we do that in the past, or do it in secret in the past? Does it mean that it has to do with secret activities? No, it's just a way of having fun, just a way of maybe trying to, when a new member is coming and is clueless of what is going on, just to give him that suspense. Just the way we have in Omenana. In Omenana, you have what we call Eba Mau, like where you have a little kid trying to be initiated into the masquerade world, right? Does it mean that those things were fetish? No. It's just a fun stuff, which I did when I was tender. So Catholic Church is not an occultic group. Catholic Church is one of the Christian denominations. So if you've never been to Catholic Church, please try to take just a Sunday to go to Catholic Church and see what they do there. Does it mean that me personally, I believe in everything that Catholic Church does? No. For example, I cannot go before my fellow man and kneel down to confess my sin. No, he's not my God. I can only confess my sin before God, right? That person that I'm kneeling down to, if you check well, I may even be better than that person in terms of intimacy with God. So I can't kneel before any man to confess my sins.
So why are you not dwelling in the same sanctuary with him?
No. The thing is this, like I told you here initially, I've jumped from one church to the other, trying to seek for the right denomination to worship with. I've gone to many churches, and I've taken one or two from those churches and put them together. For example, there was a time we were having a African gathering, and I was choosing to pray. After prayer, some people were like, I thought you're a Catholic, but you don't pray like a Catholic. I said, what do you mean by that? I pray the way I want to communicate with my God, right? So, for example, I've even taken some things from the traditional way of worship, which is, in Christianity, they say, oh, if you sin, you go back to God, you ask for forgiveness, God will always forgive you. If you do all manner of abominations, you always go back to God and ask for forgiveness. And I question my God, I question myself, what kind of nonsense life is this? you do things all the time. You always go back to ask for forgiveness, and the same God will forgive you. The same God that they told us that is keeping hellfire for us somewhere, that when you finish your foolishness and come back, he will sentence you to hellfire for eternity. And then you always, so what is the use for that hellfire? So because of that, I've chosen the part of the Omena that says, if you commit evil, God will deal with you. The gods of the land will deal with you. So having that in mind, I try as much as possible, not that I'm a saint, try as much as possible to stay away from those things that may lead me to death. Because as in Meluana and if you go against the land will kill you. So I try to stay with that from Omena side. And from the Christianity side, maybe I pray the way the Christians pray, which is, I think, is okay for me. So I try to take one or two from each and every of those denominations that I've been to and put them together. And I think it's perfect for me. The only one that I may not take from is marrying 4 wives from the Islam, and then maybe having the Buddha nature. No, I don't think that would even come close to me. So those is
All right, thank you so much. But just so you know, the person that called the Catholic Church a cult was a former Catholic member, so it's not like a stranger. All right, Loco P, I don't know what you believe in, but what is your take in the conversation?
Okay. First, I was born Baptist, right? And got to a point you must always question life, question everything. So, like Ekene said, I didn't go to many religion. Because as a then Nigeria young chap now, you were not exposed to many religion. The only thing is just Christian, Muslim, and paganism. There's the 3 major ones you were exposed to. So, Muslim, yeah, like you said, I checked it like, no, this is not for me. Paganism, then because we were young and pagan, juju, hell, devil, this and that, smelly shrine. How can you build an idol? You're the one who constructed the idol, and yet you are still worshiping that idol. You're like, nah. So Christianity was it for me. Then in Christianity, we have different denominations, right? There's the deeper life routes, Lutheran. There is what's it called cherubim, seraphim. There is different type, Anglican, Pentecostal, and all that, Catholic. So I still said to myself, okay, I think in all of this, I think Pentecostal will still be like, the best. But I later discovered, that the problem we are having now in Christianity is coming from Pentecostal, you understand, denomination. So, and those ones are the real problem of the Christian, nation or whatever. So, but for me, I think the religion of a thing, it's a thing of the mind first, because all what we're talking about religion was what is being sold to us. What is being sold to us, whether we like it or not. Like you said, if Chim was born in the northern part and all his life was trained to be a Muslim, he would have been a Muslim. There's nothing that will enter his brain that will make him become a Christian.
And I'd become a Christian by now. That's what I was saying to you.
No, you wouldn't have. Trust me. You wouldn't have. Trust me. I'm telling you. Look, when the Bible said, train up a child the way they will grow, and when they get old, they will depart from it. The Bible is not foolish. You know what he's saying there, and this is just normal psychology. You don't even need the Bible to even tell you that. Psychologically, that is how you will be. You understand? If you train your human to become a monkey, no matter how, it takes time before, except you see other human beings behaving otherwise, before you try to behave otherwise. But in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is, look, this religion of a thing, right? It's simple. God made you in his own image and likeness. I've always said this. Treat others the way you want them. See, these are just simple commandments. Love your neighbor as yourself. Keep your hands clean. You understand? Just do what you know your conscience tells you is right. Before you do anything to any human being, put yourself in their shoe first. If you are the one at the receiving end, how will you feel? How will you react? Will you be happy? These are just simple. So religion is just a way of life. Whether they tell you Christian, you this, you that. Look, it's just how the life you're supposed to live is. That was why I'm still repeating what Ekene said. Like, when they met Jesus Christ, what did he tell them? When I was sick, you did not. When I was naked, you did not. So all those common, simple, and these are just common sense on how to live life, common way of living. These are all principles of life. You understand? It's not difficult. And by the time you live those life, wherever God wants you to go, that's where you go. If it's heaven where he is that's where you will meet him. You understand? But saying no, like what Ed was saying, we're not worshiping the same God. We are worshiping the same God. It's like writing an exam. Hold on, hold on. Listen to me. Just this is look. This earth is a design, right? It's a design. Everything in this life is related. You understand? The place you see in the air is not by magic. It came from flying objects, flying animals. You understand? The train track you see is not by magic. It came from millipedes. You understand? These are all design. Humans, the air we breathe is coming from plants. The carbohydrate we breathe out is what plants use to survive. Everything is like a web, interconnected. It's like you writing an exam. You understand? Yes, our aim is to pass, but we have different formula and different ways of passing that exam. You understand? So we have a target all to pass the exam. You understand? It's like you have a document, original document, and you have a photocopy document. That does not mean the photocopy will not be accepted when you're asked to present a document. So it's like we are all gods. We are serving the same God. Everybody
but local, the photocopy will not be accepted. The original has to be cited.
No, hold on. It's if on request. And that request is for trust. If a trust has been breached, if I have doubts, that's when I'll ask. If I don't have doubt, because there's no reason why you submit fake documents if you are true to yourself. Because if I believe I'm real and you are real and ask you to bring documents, photocopy, why would I think you should give me fake? It's only when I think that, hey, I am sorry, I'm Chim. This guy won't give me fake document. I was okay, bring original for sight for yours. I'm not accepting it. I'm just for citing to confirm that what you are submitting as photocopy is true. You have the true record. You understand? So what I'm saying is like we have different ways of worshiping. You understand? But all of them is coming one after the other to shape our way of the true way to worship the Creator. Because trust me, all these different religions, they know that there's an almighty Creator. They know that, look, we did not come to life by chance or whatever. All of us, all religion, believe that there's an one Creator which they are worshiping, but different modes, different ways, different avenues of different channels of communicating with that Creator. That is what is causing this division in religion that we're having right now. Nothing else. Because for me, I'll tell you this. Now, Noah, Jacob, Isaac, David, Solomon. If I ask you where are they right now, you tell me they're in heaven, but they're not Christians. You understand? They're not Christians. So will you say God is partial for our lives of people to go to heaven? Then he now brought one barrier, one mark for us to come and follow through that channel before we can get to heaven. You understand? There are people who are Christians who are not Christians, but they're also in heaven.
Just a minute. Yeah, just a minute. Let me add to what I was saying. Just a second, right? Somebody from the comment section also asked the same question. He was trying to say that Catholic Church, just like Freemason and all that, are all secret cult. But let me correct that person. Maybe you may go and do some research. If you're a Catholic, you will never be admitted into Freemasonry. Go and research it. So I don't know the reason why they turned down Catholic application into Freemasonry. I don't know the reason. But the fact still remains that even as of today, 2023, they still maintain that position. If you're a Catholic, you would never be admitted into Freemason. However, if you go into Freemason, you see other Christian religious members being member of Freemason. So I don't know why.
Okay, thank you.
For Freemason, it's an open
look, we have to go. We have to go.
Jesus Christ. Why now?
No, we don't have time. Ed, I want you to give us your takeaway, but let's premise it this way. I had someone like Loco saying things like God made you in his own image. We all assume that it's true because all of us here came from the same background. Okay, for someone in India, someone in Japan, someone in Thailand, okay, who didn't have the same background as us, this is questionable. What we say here and take it like it's granted is what happened. And when we talk about Europeans turning away from Christianity, and we talk about emerging religions, there are new religions that are emerging now. We may not know it now. It's not popular now. And if you look at them, they are borrowing from the ones that are in existence. They are reforming it. They are trying to make it better so that. But don't you think in thinking about your own Christianity, do you pause to say that India, Japan, Thailand, all those, Indonesia, that they continued with whatever they were doing before they were colonized by different people and whatever religion they had, and that they are advancing technology-wise and everything? And why must we, do you ask this question, why must we now say that we abandon our own? We are adopting this this one that were given to us either by the Muslims or by the Christians. Nneka is bringing the Eastern one to us again. Do you ask these questions when you think about this absolute conviction that Christianity is the way and we have accepted it?
I think the framing of it, I mean, I like the question, but I think the framing is a little bit contradictory, because you're thinking of Christianity, how do I put this? Like, there's nothing inherent in Christianity that's anti-development or anti-development, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the colonialists that brought Christianity to us, they did not force it on us, right? I have records of listen. I have records of I think there was this colloquium that was held in Benin, because I'm from Benin, so I tend to like read a lot about my place. And one of the speakers actually made a point where they actually gave some sort of commendation to a particular priest that was sent to Benin, and the points they were making was that the man did not dissuade people. Like, he did not, like, the whole idea then in the English press was to demonize Benin, right, because of what happened in 1897. But that the priest, the Christian, the clergy that came at that time, they never used those kind of words. They allowed people go with their religion. And I think, most of the time when we talk about, I'm not from a Christian home. Like, my parents are not Christians, right? I was born in a traditional setting, right? I chose Christianity. I had a choice, so it's not like maybe I was forced, so and again, to the other point, I don't think it's really the issue of the religion of those places you mentioned that made them embrace development, right? I don't necessarily think that's the case, because there are other parts of the world that Christianity, like you think about a place like, let's say, Brazil, right? Brazil, they do not, as in their state, they actually have the highest population of Christians in the world. And by the indices, we see that country is doing well. It does well. You could say they imported Christianity based on your own argument, right? But you see that country is doing well. They have one of the biggest agricultural sector in the world. So I don't think there's something inherent. Even the Western world that we talk about, like, Christianity was not their own religion, right? Christianity actually came into Africa, again, based on that frame with which Chim described Africa. Christianity actually came into Africa before it came to some places like Germany. The first Christian nation in the world was Armenia. The second was Ethiopia, right? So it's not the fact that we embrace Christianity, and again, it was not forced on us, right? Right now, one of the things that is enshrined in our constitution is freedom of religion, right? So it's that.
Now, not then.
Okay,
no,
let me continue.
Not that time. No,
so because
Loco, we'll have this conversation. Let him finish.
Yeah. So I mean, I hope I made that point. I also want to go back to the thing that Loco P was saying about all of us serving the same God. Well, my frame of reference is Christianity, right? And I think Tone actually made the point where Jesus said, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life. So like no one comes to the Father except through me. So Christianity, as people have described our faith, right, is based on the teachings of Jesus Christ. So are you telling me that I should go against that since I say I'm a Christian? Okay, so that point you made is moot. I'm not saying, see, even the Bible is very clear that God created everybody, right? But what you will not see in the Bible is that we all worship the same God. So let's wait now. Are you writing? Wait. Are you writing your own Bible? As in, let's be very clear, because these are issues of Christian orthodoxy. You cannot just come and I know I've been called a fanatic in this place, but all I'm just saying is what basic Christianity is about. Like in Islam, there are basic orthodoxy. I'm not going to, I might disagree with them, but I'm not, when I see a Muslim professing those things, I'm not going to tell him, I'm not going to argue with him on the basis of his religion, because that's what Islamic orthodoxy is, right? So if you're a Christian, the first thing you have to believe is that no one comes to Jesus to the Father except through Jesus. And then I was going to ask, I think Rudolph, they were talking about Chim, like if he was born in the north. The truth is the Bible is very, as in, one of the things you have to believe about Yahweh, the God that we serve as Christians, is all-knowing, and that he has foreknowledge of everything, and that nothing happens like as a surprise to him. So he is already, like, he says that, I know this scripture, I'm going to quote a little bit out of it. It says all things work together for them. So a lot, the Bible, we as they say, we play checkers, but God plays chess. So he knows everything from function. It said, it talks about the book of life, in which the names of people written in the book of life of the Lamb who was slain from the foundation of the earth. So from the foundation of the earth was a reference to the people whose name was written in the book of life, not necessarily the Lamb himself. That's the way I see it. So God already has a foreknowledge of people who will be saved, and he knows how to do it. It could be that if the colonialists were not the ones that evangelized Christ to Chim, it could have been the Ethiopians.
So,
right?
so Ed, just to connect it to the conversation today, because we actually talked about Tinubu and what he said about what happened to the people in Kaduna State that the military killed by accident. Are you saying that God knew that would happen, and that the military is going to misfire, and the military is going to kill these people? Are you saying that God knew?
Yeah, God knew. God knew. And let me tell you, because there are two truths.
I would like to weigh in after him on that, please.
There are two truths we have to accept in that. The foreknowledge of God does not mean that he actually has a hand in doing something, right? You can know something without actively doing it. Then the second thing we have to also understand is we as humans, we have a will. Right? We have a will. And so there a lot of times we see human will being enacted on the world in the world. That's the cause of suffering.
So hold on. So your defense for God is that he knew this, but he had no hand in it. So are you saying that God is just a standby? He's just watching, and these are his children, his creation. Okay, he's watching. He saw bad thing coming to happen to them. He said, "Well, I'm not the
maybe innocent children. Innocent children.
Wait. This is Almighty God.
Rudolph. Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
I don't know about your faith story.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like God to force you to be everything he wants you to be?
Well, yeah, if he's God, wait. If that look at what happened. Look at what happened on the Bible, the story.
Why not?
Rudolph, the word is force.
Hold on. But even why not?
Angels, okay? He made the angels, and one of them, or some of them, revolted against him. He pushed them to that's the story we were told. He pushed them to the earth.
Yeah.
These are people he couldn't deal with wherever he lives.
No, it's not like he couldn't deal with them.
He couldn't. He pushed them out here.
It's not like he couldn't deal with them.
Okay, tell me. No.
Because only Michael, only Angel Michael can deal with all those angels.
Okay, but
he's way beyond that.
So you were told.
So he chose not to.
Okay, wait now. There's one person.
So he chose not to. Okay, let's give it to him. He chose not to do anything about it.
Why don't you frame it? Why don't you frame it like we chose not to allow God's will?
No, wait now. No. God made the angels. Okay, let's start from here.
Yeah.
And some of them revolted. He chose not to destroy them because he could destroy them. He pushed them down here. He pushed them down here, and then he made us, and kept us with those bad people he couldn't deal with.
But when he made us, he kept us in a perfect condition. We were the ones that strayed away from the perfect conditions.
How did you know that?
What perfect condition? We were here with the evil, the dangerous people.
No, we according to the Bible, life started in the Garden of Eden.
You see, according to.
Am I not a Christian? Do you expect me to be Christian?
All right. Thank you. We are going to.
I don't understand the cook.
We are going to come back to this conversation one day.
But Rudolph, on that issue of Tinubu, I'll be quick. See, when Tinubu said that God knew that those kinds of things were going to happen, but this is an irresponsibility of government, because that God knew that people would die doesn't mean that God is permitting that evil to happen per se. And as according to Ed said it's irresponsible of the government to say because God knew, therefore the government won't do what they're supposed to do.
No, Tinubu said that God designed it.
God did not design.
But you can't use Tinubu's frame. We're not even of the same religion. We're not even of the same religion.
You guys are saying that God did not design it, but he watched and saw them dying, and he was looking at them and said, okay.
But then again, Rudolph, that question comes into that brings us back to the question of the ultimate purpose of man, because our frame of reference as human beings is always limited to the 80 years people spend on earth. But when you understand that there is Nneka was saying something, and this is something I could agree with him. I personally, I'm not afraid to die. I might be a bit wary of the way to come, but I'm not afraid because I know that when I die, there's an eternity of pleasure to spend. So when you frame questions of life with that kind of lens, it will make you understand that the Bible says that to be absent in the body is to be present with God. So those people, if they are truly saved, you just made their life easier. You just made their life easier because they are going to be spending eternity with God.
Rudolph, I'm even afraid that if when somebody asks if they invite you back home to come and
your radio is stopping us.
Are you gonna go back? Are you gonna go back home? Are you gonna go back home and help? You understand? But I disagree with that assertion because of her orientation, she's gonna be judged. In as much as she wants to help, the moment some people discover, that is why everything she has said, I'm looking at the message. I'm not trying to say, you know what, Christianity is, because some of the questions that were coming to her were gotcha questions to try to pin her, one, and then two, she wasn't trying to convert anybody. She was only trying to pass a message to say, my faith helped me did this, overcome this. So it's left to anybody to want to join and be part of her faith or not. You understand? So and then she'll go back home, and then once they see that she's a Buddhist or Buddha, the Muslims among them will begin to judge her. The Christians or the Pentecostals among them will begin to judge her. Oh, she's this, she's that. Not minding the fact that regardless of your orientation, whether you are Ifa traditional worshiper or you are this or that, everybody has a contribution to make towards nation building. All this faith thing that we're discussing, and we kind of trivialize it, and I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't kind of look at that message. You understand? She's gonna go back home and they're gonna start judging her. a shithole country that has no light, that has nothing functioning. Somebody's going to go back there. Listen, somebody's going to go back there to go help, and they're going to start judging us.
The conversation of today was not politics. The conversation
No. It wasn't politics, but attach it to nation building. Related to nation building.
So
that is what the platform. That is what I believe the platform is about. It's not about politics. But unfortunately, the politics of the day has affected our lives here.
But Olumide, that's for you to read it from that perspective and approach it from the
what I am saying, that's fine. Everybody can interpret it whatever way they want to do it. But I am saying that to try to now then judge her based on her faith, to think that our faith is zero. And did you know that there was a time during the medieval that even these people that brought this religion to you, do you know that there were times they were killing people because of their faith? They were killing witches.
Olumide,
do you know that there were times the church was killing witches?
Nobody is judging her. If that woman, if Nneka, sorry, let me be specific, offers me food, I will eat. If she offers me help, I will take. Yeah. If I see her in trouble, I will help.
Which is fine.
Do not agree with her.
I'm not necessarily referring to you, but I'm just saying that
I know it's not me. I'm just speaking in the first person's.
It's like we are fighting a superiority battle to see which one religion is better. My Christianity is better. We are not even agreeing among ourselves. Christians. Somebody thinks that the Catholic is a cult society.
Olumide, please, can I round up, please? Can I round up?
Yeah.
Thank you. You made a good point that but it's kind of related to a point that I was going to make about even the idea of living here to go work with the government. You know, some people would say, oh, they'll use the Bible as a reference. Oh, Daniel worked for the government and this person. You know, one thing we have to also understand, some of those people that worked in the government in the Bible, they didn't really have a choice. A lot of those things were happening in the context of absolute monarchy or theocratic regimes, right? But now what we practice is a democracy where people have a choice. So for me, I'm not going to.
My own fear is that she's going to go back home now.
No, but not necessarily. Do you know a lot of people are becoming atheist in Nigeria, so it's not.
I don't think going back home got to do with that.
I don't think people. I don't think people
would judge. That's what I'm saying. This is
who tell you that one?
People in government, people in this. They're going to say, "Oh, she's this, she's that." This happens.
Who tell you that one?
It happens. Even on this platform here.
Yeah, and Olumide, part of what
majority of those of us abroad judge that.
Olumide, part of why I didn't want to come even to the platform, me and Chim, we had a lot of back and forth, was because I didn't want it to be framed as a question of religious supremacy, right? I just wanted to correct, like why I really jumped in was there were some points that had been made about Christianity that I knew were not biblical orthodoxy. And that's why I came on the platform. So I'm not, well, if you say I'm a Christian fanatic, I think I'll wear it as a badge. I think I'll like that badge, but I'm not coming here to behave like I have everything perfect or I'm like the perfect Christian. But I believe in the finished work of Christ.
I think some of us behave that way because, to think of it, if the Muslims had brought their own part of it, it would have been chaotic in here.
All right. Anyway,
Ed, hold on. If I may ask you, Ed, why did you stay in this your denomination? I don't know which one you are.
Well, okay. Yeah. Let me quickly touch on that, please, because this whole talk about the Catholic Church has been going on. I actually became a Catholic at some point. I was a Catholic from the year, I remember the date exactly, January 4th, 2000. So when I got into the university. The reason why, before then, I had gone to the Pentecostal church. My brother took me to church and all of that. And then I had to I started studying the Bible. And there were some things that I couldn't really explain in the Catholic church based on what I had in the Bible. That's why I left. I couldn't explain things like the Marian devotions, I just couldn't. Based on the Bible. So that's
Pentecostal right now.
Yeah, you could call me a Pentecostal, yeah.
Loco,
Okay.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. There is no forefathers today, so I'm rounding up because I have
Okay.
almost
I have to leave now. I have to leave now, Rudolph. My computer is about to go off. All right.
Your chance to your takeaway for
Thank you.
this. Yeah. Ed, thank you.
So, oh,
Steph.
Hello, Rudolph.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah.
okay, Steph.
Yeah, your chance to win.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. Thank you, my brothers and panelists. Chim, Loco, AY, and
Steph, we don't have time to say hello to everybody. We are
okay.
running.
No, Rudolph, you can end the session. We'll continue background.
I
want to
called in earlier on when the lady was here, and I didn't really have any question for her then, and even now because I started listening from beginning. She did not come in today to canvass for followership to her faith. She just came to explain what she is into and how she became part of it and how the impact it has had in her life. That's the summary of what I understood. And from that perspective, I convinced myself that it doesn't make sense trying to, compare her religion to whatever I believe in. And the only point I made was to explain to her that I'm a Christian and Christianity is not a religion, but is a way of life, which I still believe. I have nothing against what she said today, because if what she found some years ago made her a better person, if she's truthful that this is the life she's living and she has been living since that time, then I think that she's a good Christian. And the only thing that may be missing from my perspective as a Christian is that she have not accepted Jesus into her life, because as a Christian, that is my own conviction. But other than that, I think she's a very good Christian. She practices what we call practical Christianity with the way she relates with her fellow human beings. But then there is still a missing link, in my own opinion. You understand? Because if I am a Christian and I want to talk to somebody who is supposedly a Christian, who I believe have not really understood where he is, there are basic principles. Number one, there's no Christianity without Christ.
No, Steph, I don't think we need to go there. She's not aiming to be.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That
she didn't tell you that she wanted to be.
My problem is some people wanted to convert her on that platform.
Let's go to
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay, that was the reason why I didn't push more with her when I called in. You understand? Yeah. But for what other people have been saying here, if you want to put it a little bit in a different context, like I said, maybe some other people here have been digressing a little bit. So if it is the summary of what she came for, then I think there will be no basis for me to begin to talk about my Christian faith.
All right. Steph, let's leave it there. We'll continue this conversation now. At the flagship, you are going to have coffee with our guests. So what are you? What do you imagine it will look like?
Well, I imagine it to be a great conversation. Actually, today she highlighted something that stood out to me in this conversation. At a point in her life, there was a void, and she needed help and sought for solution. And within the practice of faith that she was in, she tried to get help for that, to fill the void, but she couldn't get it. However, she found a religion that took care of the problem for her. And to her, that floated her boat. And she decided to stay with it and stick with it until now. I really commend her for coming out to boldly speak and say, this thing works. The part that gets me is I wish that our Christian religion will be such that we'll have doors that are open to see people for who they are, meet the needs that they have, and give them an opportunity to experience the truth and beauty of the religion we practice that is the greatest in the world, so to say. But we have that gap that is so huge today that makes people to do what you were trying to ask a minute ago, Rudolph, why people live in the church, or do we see people living Christianity 100 years from now? Sadly, yes. In fact, we are at that point. People are leaving, not because they don't trust God or they don't believe in God, but religion has been twisted in a great way that Christ, which supposedly is supposed to be the center of the gospel, has been taken off and replaced by the preachers. There's a part of the Bible that struck me. I've read it so many times until recently that I looked at it again and compared it to why the modern day Christian belief or faith is suffering so much and compromised so much.
In fact, you are right. See, some pastors now hellfire them. They don't shag all the choir members finish.
Please.
You see all these people.
Olumide, I give you hand.
Has the way of thinking.
I give you hand.
Let me land this on Olumide, please. I read somewhere in the book of John. I think it's chapter 20, I believe, 21, maybe 15, 16, and 17. There was a conversation between Jesus and Peter. Well, we know that Peter was Jesus' right-hand man all through his time on earth for 3.5 years. Jesus asked Peter, the first verse 15, Peter, thou son of Jonah, do you love me? And Peter looked at him and said, oh, of course you know I love you. And he responded back and said, feed my sheep. And the next verse, he repeated the same question. Peter, do you love me? Peter said, Jesus, I wouldn't have left everything that I was doing to follow you. And Jesus said, feed my sheep. 17, the same question. And at that point, he got irritated a little bit based on the description. How would you be asking me this question so many times? And Jesus said the same thing. Feed my sheep. Today, it is the sheep that are feeding the Peters. That is why they are all now, having been so overburdened, they are beginning to look out somewhere else. Their own needs are not being met, but the Peters are living fat and living well. They are doing good. And to make it really sad, the Peters will look at them from the hard stage that they are talking from or speaking from and tell them that don't think that it's because of this little change you give in church that has made me who I am. It is the grace of God. So how did the grace elude those followers that they are leading? So these and many more is the reason why the Christian faith today is suffering so much that people are beginning to look elsewhere. And if they don't find it anywhere else, they just decide not to believe in anything that they want to hold on to tentatively in terms of religion, and just decide to just ride life the way it comes, one day at a time. So I look forward to really wanting to sit with her to understand. She's gotten that satisfaction on what fills that void in terms of taking care of the needs she may have here. But I want to understand a little bit more about how that religion helps her to reconnect back with her maker, God, because it seems to be a part that is limiting from all that she's explained. Everything else, humanly speaking, has been put together, and she's doing well with that. However, that connection back to God is not there. And also, I want to talk about this reincarnation part because the way she explained it was a little bit not confusing to me, but I wanted to say maybe confusing from her point of view. If your next life you reincarnate the opposite of what you used to be, then do you have a chance to go back from being an animal or a chicken or a fish or plant back to human again in your next life and next life and next life? That there has to be a point where it has to stop. So I want to have this very broad and detailed conversation to know a little bit more other than chant that takes care of the present need and fulfills it and keeps her going by the day. She doesn't make any move until she chants and perhaps get that feeling to say, all right, it's good to go. And if she does, where does she get it from? Is it a God? Is it the person in her? Is it some spirit somewhere? All of these I want to understand. And we'll wrap the conversation up, not trying to buy into a religion or trying to force her to buy into my belief in God, but just to get an understanding. The end goal actually is, how do we make this world better than it is? And not blame God for everything that happens that doesn't fit the picture that we want. There are ways to make life good, not just for me or for the next guy next door to me, but for that person who may not have the ability to look inward and be able to pull that strength to say, let me get up and make good of myself in this life. And then it expands to every facet of our lives, be it politics, social lives, and everything else. It's got to be a way to make the world more better than it is. And speaking of and I rambled with this one, with the case in Kaduna and God being the orchestrator or the one who designed it, that's just a sorry reason given by the president of Tinubu to Nigerians. It is sad to see that being the president, who also is the commander in chief, he failed to let us know if in the chain of command he was informed of this what do you call it, operation that we're going to have, and if he okayed it. If he gave the okay for it, was he sure that he got the intel explained to him correctly? If he did not give it, who in the chain of command gave this order? If he did not support it or approve it, and I think we're in a far more bigger trouble in Nigeria than we think we are. So it's not enough to say God designed it. God is far, far away from this one. We don't need to go there. Thanks.
All right, thank you, the flagship. I hope when you have done with the coffee, you'll come back maybe next Sunday and tell us a little bit.
We'll do. We'll do.
All right, thank you. We have like 12 minutes. I don't know how we can get CM, Blackstone, and Pansato to weigh in 12 minutes. All right, CM.
Rudolph, let me leave. I need to go do an assignment.
All right, thank you. All right, Olumide, thank you. Go ahead, CM.
Wow. Actually, Rudolph, good night from here. Actually, I wanted to join earlier. I left when she was saying something about her travels in America when she came in earlier. So I didn't quite follow on the details of her religious inclination and then how it panned out. However, I'm really not enthused about religion, to be honest with you. I believe religion is a way of life, or the way you relate with whatever entity you believe to be God. First, you believe there is God. How you relate to that God is up to you. So that is my main concept of religion. If you believe this red pen is your God and you relate to it and you feel comfortable doing it, I don't have problem with that. I respect you. If I'm convinced, I can join you. If I'm not, I stay on my lane. So that has been my concept of religion in respect to, and I respect every religion, no matter how maybe it may, even if it doesn't appear clear to me, as long as you are happy doing it and I respect you, I respect what you worship. That's all. So that is my concept of religion. I don't lose hair over it because I've seen that I'm a scientist by training and by inclination and by reasoning. So I don't the issue of religion because I don't believe, because if I say your own is not good, it's my own good. If I disparage your own for because obvious reasons, there are obvious reasons for you to disparage my own. Now let me tell you, I'm a Catholic. I went to the
Yes.
Vatican.
Yeah,
I went.
CM, hold on.
Yes,
I want
please.
to. You said you're a scientist. I want you to weigh in on this while you are concluding your thoughts. We asked her about evolution, and she did not answer that. So what do you believe as a scientist? Is evolution is it right? Is it what is the connection between that and religion?
Well, I may not be able to draw a clear line between them, but I believe that's what they call. If as a scientist, I believe in improvement. Scientific theories with time are improved on, either they are dropped or they continue, or whatever you use it to produce, then later you modify it, because I believe in theory of learning, and that is what science gives you. As a scientist, you'll be open-minded. Anything could be challenged. And in as much as, particularly if you do it to doctorate level, people will always tell you, yes, whatever you do, make sure that somebody else here can challenge you. And are you really to defend the method? So in terms of evolution, I believe in it because some people evolved. We can say archaeologists, people that did that archaeology, which is the artistic aspect of science. So if you, science is science, art is art, but the artistic part of it is archaeology. So in archaeology, people will tell you they excavate this, and then gradually you see how it is. So in evolution, I'm bringing it to religion. No, because religion is, to me, religion is a different word. It relates to an external being. That is my understanding. I may be limited because in science, there's no being. All you want is prove it. If you prove it, in science, you hear about some scientists will discover this. After a while, this person will modify it and disagree, and then you see reasons and you see the way they are moving. Or they may tell you before it used to be like this, but now given everything, it is like that. So nobody is fooling you. You can see it. I mean, with your, so far you are an adult. So that is, as science can exist in any form, insofar as you are willing to have an open mind to approach it. But religion, you only, the way I understand it is that you already been seeing this as your being, external being or God or whatever you feel. Whether you are chanting with the intention that maybe a superior power higher than you is listening or something. So that is why I see religion. So, but let me quickly say what I wanted to say because of why I'm not dogmatic about religion. I visited the Vatican. When I went to Vatican as a Catholic, what happened was some of the people I entered the lift with, I didn't know some are cardinals. Cardinal in Rome, Vatican. So when we are talking, they were so much interested. I didn't know I'm in the midst of even bishops. I didn't, but they were somehow, I thought they are priests. Until when they started talking, I found out that I missed my way. I entered their sort of common room where they give coffee room or this. So everybody were taking tea, and I looked, I said, why did I leave here? Somebody was telling me, no, sit down. I said, no, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm going somewhere. So here is a common room. He said something. I said, I'm not a priest. He said, doesn't mean, just sit down. I had coffee with them. In the course of talking, they started asking me, who are you? They are philosophers anyway. Say, who are you? Started talking, I'm from Africa, this, Catholic. He was asking me, and I started being interested. I learned one thing. know what they told me? And this is Catholic. They say they know that Catholic in Africa, maybe in Nigeria, they've added some doctrines that are not there that they know. I was shocked. He said they know that there's a way they maybe to suit them. This in the Vatican. Then I said, why do they allow it? He said, no, it doesn't mean so far it doesn't distract much from the body of Christ or the main principle. So that taught me really. It's not as it's bad though, but they said they know that there are some the way they introduce this, maybe during mass or procession or all these things. He said, but they know because there is the Vatican, the Pope is aware. So that is my idea. But there's one question I had prepared to ask her, which is this, because I believe in knowledge. I'm an inquisitive type of person. I wanted to ask her, and I will give a background. That somebody was renditioned from somewhere to Nigeria, extraordinarily. It happens that the person, against all known international law, was subjected to trial through the High Court. Nothing found. They moved him again to appeal court. Appeal court said, let him go. They delayed it for 12 months, since November last year to this year, and take it to the Supreme Court, which is the final court. The Supreme Court say, go back to High Court and start again. I wanted to ask her, before I give my judgment, or I will give my judgment, I wanted to ask her, I said, look, in Buddhism or in her this thing, how does she do, how does that make her feel? Or as a Buddhist, what does that, because to me as a mortal, though I've said I'm a Catholic, is gross injustice. You don't subject a man to double trial under whatever guise. You've got into the Supreme Court. Now you are telling him, go back again and start. Knowing fully well that you, the Supreme Court, agreed that the extraordinary rendition is illegal. So you now want to build, for those of you that are lawyers, there is a principle in law by Lord Tennyson, an Englishman. He said you can't put something like this on nothing, and they expect it to stand. You cannot build legality on illegality. You've agreed that the rendition is illegal. You've agreed. The Supreme Court now agreed that Nneka Egbuonu was illegally renditioned and even encouraged him to seek redress. And then you are now telling him, still go back to trial. A second time in High Court, Justice Binta Nyako, Federal High Court, Abuja. From there to Appeal Court. From Appeal Court to Supreme Court. From Supreme Court back to High Court. It has never happened. I wanted to ask her two questions. Say, have you ever read somewhere that it happened anywhere in the world? If you haven't, then what are we? See, because that thing, since yesterday I've been boiling. Why? Supreme Court should have said we are finding guilty, life imprisonment, ends it. Now you have letting go. Nobody. I'm coming. Nobody goes to court. Court is not like football match in which you can be draw at first minute. You people are starting. They blow away. So you started. It's 0-0. You are draw. 90 minutes you can still be 0-0 or 1-1 or 2-2. But if you go to court, two things must happen. Either you are free or you are convicted. Two things. It can never be draw. So why should this type of thing happen in a country and everybody kept quiet? So I wanted to ask her, what does the Buddhist have? Because if you been to High Court before, okay, from High Court now, somebody may say this, then you go to appeal again. From appeal, it will return to, what nonsense is that? So that's what I wanted to ask her anyway. So maybe people can weigh in on it if they want. But that was the question I prepared, but I'm sorry I couldn't get in. I left for something. I didn't know it will take me time.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rodolph, can I just ask a question?
No,
and then
no.
I will leave the panel.
We are out of time. Sorry, Olumide.
No, I'm not gonna make my own submission. My submission is going to be a question that other people want to make a submission. I'm weighing on.
You already made your submission.
No, I only counter them. The question I was going to ask is,
go ahead.
For the Christians among us, some of them have left, but maybe if they want to add it to their submission, that I'm a Christian, and there's a part in the reason why I say we shouldn't be too judgmental is because I say Jesus Christ himself said it will be easier for a poor man to enter the kingdom of God than for a rich man to pass through the eye of a needle. So in that, regardless that, and I want to mean that Jesus Christ meant regardless of orientation. So we need to be careful before passing judgment. Some people will make it to heaven. They will do. I mean, they may not believe in Christ, but they will do everything they need to do that God will be happy with them. But for some people who claim to be pastors, they will have the hottest place in hell because of their way of life. So I don't know if people want to weigh on that.
All right.
And I'll go back.
Thank you, Illuminate. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rudolph, before I step out, please, would you mind sharing her contact information with me?
I will. Go to the private chat.
The private chat. It's on the private chat. The number is there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. The Blackstone. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
So what I want to, in my conclusion, right? There's a parable in my language that says that a tree that has a fruit is that tree that everybody stone at. Right? So everybody throw a stone on a tree that has a good fruit or a fruit. Right? So what I mean by that, even Jesus Christ said it, also said that in the last days, the love of many will wax cold. Right? When we are talking about Christians, the Christian religion is losing people because the love is already going down, because things are responsible, because what people are expecting to see from the churches or from the pastors, they're not seeing it. So their love is waxing cold, right? So it is like what you guys said, a tree that has no fruit should be cut off and be thrown into the fire. So that's what the churches today is going through. Not that the Christian religion is bad, but it is the practitioners, these people that are making it bad, right? So, and Christ came for a purpose, right? To show us the way to God, right? And to give us a way we can live our life and live it happily and be in peace with ourselves. So that is what I believe that the Christian religion should be, right? And today we have so many religions that are up there who draw their belief or their philosophy from the Bible, and they are all there, right? Only that the way they present it is quite different from how the Christians will present it. And one thing I believe is that your personal relationship with God or with Christ matters a lot, right? It's like a man having a personal relationship with his wife. It's quite different with the relationship we have with your friends, right? So that's what it is. So if your personal relationship with God is not a relationship that is based on divine love, total love, you have issues. When trouble comes, when temptation comes, you begin to have double mind. So that is where the issues of now begin to criticize or things like that. The Bible is there for us to read. And one thing I believe that if you pray and ask God to give you direction, it will definitely provide direction for you. So that is my own thinking in all. She has gone through what she went through. She believed in what she have read, what she's practicing, right? And I'm not disputing that because that is a religion. Even today, people talk about the power of the mind, how you can be able to use your mind to connect to the spirit world, right? But that in the Christian food is quite different. So there are many ways you can be able to enrich yourself and become a better person, even without being a Christian, right? But the difference between the Christians and those other people is that the Christians believe that they are going to, after death, there's a place they believe they are going to, which is heaven, right? That's what made the difference between the Christian religion or the Christian life from other religion. That is my own take in this. Thank you.
Thank you, the Blackstone.
Where is forefathers? We didn't appoint it. We didn't apply it today.
I don't know. He said he won't be able to make it. Pansat, you have the final word.
All right, thank you. Let me.
All right, good night, everybody. God bless you all.
All right, bye-bye, Blackstone. Rudolph,
Yeah,
nice to see you. Local P, CM, and those who just left. I glanced a little bit at the guest you had today, and was interesting. But one thing we have to understand, we're human beings, and we're woefully equipped to assess God and all that stuff. Scientists, I have a lot of respect for CM and all that, but scientists or no scientists, what we know compared to the universe. Now, I know that you're extending this, Rudolph. You've been here for a long time, and normally you had somebody assist you, and they're not here. So I'll just make it short by saying the following things, right? The universe is a big place. I really don't think a lot of people understand this, especially our people. Let's say Nigerians, even those who are here now on this platform listening, and those who are in diaspora, especially those who are home. If you understand how big this universe is, you would humble yourself and pursue things that really matter. The universe is like infinite. Now, I don't know how to translate that infinite, so it won't be like a cliche. It's infinite in a physical form. Like when you start looking with the largest telescopes, like the James Webb or whatever telescope, and Oyibo is able to look back even to the beginning, or the quote unquote beginning, searching for the Big Bang. It's infinite. And then it's accelerating higher than the speed of light, which is 186,000 miles per second. That's the fastest anything can go. But this universe is exploding and getting larger and larger. So now, when somebody who made, first of all, it's ridiculous to try to come here to defend God. If they say God, obviously they say God. There's no debate about that, right? I know that by proxy, Rudolph, you try to show your atheistic ways here, or at least you don't believe in the Christian world, right? So look, if it's me, if I'm hosting a show, I will say it. Look, so that everybody will know. Do you understand what I'm saying? I will disclose it.
Hold on. So let me say this, Spencer. You will actually enjoy my book, that's oncoming book, Why I'm Disappointed in Jesus. You said that we are woefully equipped to access God. And then the Bible you believe in said that we were created in the image of God.
Yes.
So why are we, is that really true that we were created in his image, but we can't access him? We can't even understand the universe that you are talking about, which I agree with you, that universe is so big to think that we are not humbled by the idea that we are the center of this universe.
Exactly, because it's human nature. But the question, what you just said right there, that's what I'm saying. As a human being, you have to humble yourself, right? We are created in the image of God because we also create us. First of all, you don't even know if you're just a mere thing in somebody's program. Scientists are still trying to find out if we're actually like Mario Brothers. You know, when you play Mario Brothers, right? That actor he's doing things, but he may not be aware that he's just somebody's plaything, a toy, an avatar, right? That is how small we are as we're human beings. And for you to determine if there's a God or not is just by observation, right? First of all, you are there. You are, right? You have a conscience. There's consciousness, right? And then you look at the physical world, right? It's designed properly. This is not a good platform, obviously, to get into apologetics and polemics, right? Because even you who do not believe in God, that's a belief, that's a religion, right? So you have to prove your case. You have to show that all this stuff that's going on. But let's first agree that there are stuff, right? You have matter, you have the cosmos, you have the universe, you have the sun, you have the planets. So it's there. all those things that I'm mentioning are the stars as huge as the universe that you see with telescopes, with infrared, is only 1/4. The rest of it is called dark energy and dark matter. That is the overwhelming stuff that you can't see. So therefore, here's what I did. I know it's a short thing here, but we're not gonna, it's a big topic, right? So here's what I did, right? I am not involved in God's administration, right? Hierarchy. It's none of my business. But I know there's a God, and I don't try to debate administration because I looked at the Bible to see.
Pansa, not even about the administration. Don't you think that the books about God that we have today, that they actually they are limited? They don't even know.
Yes, not the truth, not the.
It's not possible that
exactly.
the God of the universe that you know, that scientifically we know, that God was captured by these books. Because people writing the books were actually limited because of their level of understanding.
I'm sorry, Rudolph. Those people have never been to Jupiter. They've never been to Mars.
You know, not that you've never been to. They don't know that it was in existence.
Let me tell you, because obviously the books were written a long time ago, right? So you have to read that book with the spirit, right? I know that's a cliche, another cliche. You can't like. Lokopi is with no energy. Instead of him sitting up, he's on TV. He's lying back, listening to what I'm saying, right? So what I'm saying is that when you read the Bible, what the Bible does, sometimes I'm just going to give you an example. It doesn't mean that this is actual on the Bible. If the Bible says, look, God knows everything, God is everywhere, or things like those kind of things. It's so omnipotent, so omnipresent, or something like that. I bet he's talking about some kind of parable of casting away evil from a pig, and you're concentrating on that story, you know, but you don't look at that word when the Bible says God knows everything, right? That is a huge statement. What is everything? Now, could you tell me what's excluded from that? There's nothing excluded from that. Nothing in that Bible has been disproven. So people try to, for example, evolution is a popular one. I heard CM talk about it. It's none of my business how God created this universe. If one of the processes is evolution, right? Remember how time itself, when you're looking at time, you're looking at the 24-hour clock. That's man-made stuff. What is time? As far as we're concerned here on this planet, it's the revolving of this earth around the sun or something like that, right? Spinning around, revolution, right? But think about the universe, though, how big it is. If you're going to count God's time, it has to be the revolving of the world around the universe, for example. That's infinite. So you can't be taking your stuff and putting it with God or tell him how to do his stuff, right? There is nothing, even when you take a corn and you put it in the ground, right? You should be pondering that, or you should be worshiping the corn, as a matter of fact, if God wasn't a jealous God. Because you put just an ear of corn, not even an ear, just a seed into the ground. 3 days later, it germinates into a full-fledged plant and then give you more corn, right? So don't question things, especially, did you know that as you are right there, local P, as you sit there right now, you're nothing but a wave. You could be reduced to molecules, atoms, to subatomic levels until there's nothing, right?
Okay, hold on.
You can.
Yeah. Hold on. I know I told you should be a guest on this show. You refused, but let me tell you this. You said something very important. That telling God how to do His stuff. That God is this mighty being, mighty thing. But how come ordinary people wrote His biography? How did that happen? And we believe them. This mighty being, this mighty giant thing that is bigger than we can understand. Ordinary people wrote His biography, and we want that
let me
wrote. Yeah.
Let me tell you, Rudolph, that's a pedantic. I mean, the question you're asking, right? When you're looking at Christianity and you're just looking at it as a history book, right? It's the wrong thing to do. If you look at Christianity it's intricately intertwined with history and formation of Western society, at least, right? And throughout that long history, church has been a major source of social services, schooling, medical care, inspiration, art, culture, philosophy, right? There are a lot of things that that book does. It's not talking about God existed before that book. God is nothing. As a matter of fact, what your best thing to do is to stay away from trying to get into, because there's your responsibility, like the way I do it as a Christian, proud Christian. First of all, there's nothing else. All the other stuff, Islam, that lady that came here, yeah, they just cobbling something together, right? But you know that Christianity, right? That's it.
What makes it different? I mean, these people wrote the book.
Right.
What makes it different? Why is it unique? Why are you trying to make it look like all the other ones are
It's not me making it. You have to look at the apologetics, like I said before, and the polemics. I say even I mean, you have to be a dunce to believe anything else with Christianity. I mean, you have to be stupid, right? You look what you. Let's take the one that is closer to as far as numbers, right? Islam, right? It just came out a couple of few years ago, maybe 1700 years ago, right? It's a copycat thing. Listen to what I'm telling you, and the violent, right? In our country and throughout the world. Now, I have no problem with people believing in whatever they believe in. It's okay, no problem. I can't tell somebody what not to believe. But when you look at things as a human being, what are we concerned with? If you're going to be discussing polemics, you can't expect me to be countering Muslims with apologetics, right? We have to do it apologetics for apologetics, polemics for polemics. Do you follow? I hope you understand what I'm saying. You have to be stupid not to be a Christian, right? You really do, because all those kind of little questions like, okay, why did God do this? First of all, that's none of my business. You have to, on your own, determine that it's a God, right?
Pastor, yeah, that's what I'm getting.
Right.
Someone said that when the premise of an argument is wrong, the conclusion is also wrong. You have not dealt with the premise. Who told you what you are telling me that is right?
Oh, I just told you by observation, right?
What observation?
Listen to me.
You're basically basing it on a book written by
No, I have not quoted you any text here. Have I quoted you any Bible? I have not quoted any Bible, and I can, right? You know I can, but let me land.
Pastor, hold on.
Yeah.
Take away the Bible. Tell me what you know about God.
No,
say that again.
Pastor, I have a question for Rudolph before I sleep. I have a question for Rudolph, please. Pastor,
I want to
just give
hear
me
the last
because
Please.
please.
We have. I just want to hear if you have not had it for a long time. Say something.
I know. No. My question will be interesting to everybody. Rudolph said he has a. Rudolph told us he has a forthcoming book, Why I'm Disappointed in Christ.
Yeah.
So my question is, what expectations were you having from Christ before? Because for you to be disappointed in somebody,
I evaluated him as
there must be.
Based on what the Bible said about him. He was there during creation, and he watched his father do things in the Old Testament. So I was evaluating him about what his father was doing and what was he doing, watching him behave that way. You know, that was what I did.
Okay, hold on.
I will review. I will review the book free. I will review the book free of charge.
Look,
I will review it.
Look,
okay, I can send you.
Look, Rudolph, let me give you one little advice.
Okay,
stay
away from Christ.
let me give you an advice, right? It's unsolicited, but really, this is no joke here.
Okay,
don't do it. Okay.
Listen.
No. What I'm saying. Listen. Remember, there's a guy that's called Christopher Hitchens, right?
Mm-hmm.
He wrote a book, a very popular book that he calls God is not great, right? Right? You know about the book. Did you read that book?
There's so many books about it. I know that.
I know, but do you know this particular one?
Yeah, yes.
And Hitchens is like you. He's an author. He's a writer, right? He has the same background as you do. And he's an intellectual, amiable, likable guy. He went on a tour all over, especially here in the United States. He went to the Bible Belt and go to college campuses. I'm sure you know this. Now, Google him, you see so many videos. Okay.
Yeah.
So now he wrote a book that he's called "That God Is Not Great."
I had it here last week, but I don't have it now. I will have shown it to you. Go ahead.
Okay, I believe you. So now, but you know, the interesting thing is that Hitchens, if say I was God, right? I'm not saying I am. I'm just saying, say I was God, right? Hitchens comes closest to somebody who actually believes in God, even though he's questioning. He's young. He wants to know, but the mistake he's making is that all the evidence is looking, it's right there in his face, looking at him. You do not have anything whatsoever to go challenging the Lord Jesus Christ. Rudolph, let me just tell you, right? If you've written it, show them, call them and tell them that you change your mind. Now, this is not funny now. Unfortunately for now, I'm not saying there's a correlation in these events here. Hitchens, within a couple of years, maybe 12 years of him writing that book, right?
Yeah.
He was struck with the most awful cancer. He couldn't talk.
God that did that. God
no,
is
no.
Wait.
Yeah.
Look at God as you and Hitchens as an ant, very tiny. Yeah. And God felt so annoyed by what he wrote that God now decided to throw cancer at him. Is that the kind of God you worship?
No. Listen.
Wait. I have an article coming out next on Tuesday. The first line in the article is this: if I discover that the God that I'm worshiping will design evil and for his children, I will put in my 2 weeks notice.
Okay.
And that's it.
Let me tell you what I said to you before was that I'm not involved in God's administration, right? It's none of my something like that judgmental call there, or whatever happened to Hitchens there. It's none of my business, right? Listen to me. But as somebody who likes you, right? I even though you don't want to get rid of forefathers from hosting the show here or make local peace sit up with energy when we're talking, things like that. But we like you here. You're fair. You're trying to do your thing, but don't question God, because first of all, you have to know, find out how small you are, right? Find out how small this planet is. Find out how small this whatever you call it. What does planets revolve around?
Pansat, you are just as small as I am, but you have
smaller.
But you have figured out God, and you figured out that if you question God, He will deal with you. How?
God won't deal with you.
No, that is incorrect. I don't think
not say that.
All right, we have to go. Pansat,
I didn't say that, but let me conclude with that what you just said before you go.
Pansat, if we continue, if we talk, I mean, Pansat will agree.
All right, okay.
Pansat,
look, P has rude. Okay, no problem. If I want to hear from you, go ahead.
Let's hear from you. Nice to see you.
Papu Doka, longest time. Good evening, guys.
You decided to move to the evening shift, and I don't get to see you, but that's all right.
Papu Doka.
I hear things you do on the evening shift. I hear a lot of stories. So
Papu Doka, what did I do?
You should take over. Actually, we will talk. I don't have your contacts, but someone recommended I should talk to you.
Papu Doka, I don't mind them, please.
The evening shift people that they don't hear.
Oh boy, welcome back from Nigeria. No.
Thank you.
Hi, Pansat Siem, Loco. Good evening, guys.
Okay.
I didn't really listen a lot from Dr. Nneka. That was shocking to me to see that she is it a Buddhist? Anyway, I don't know much about that religion. But the thing that concerns me much is Christianity, honestly speaking. I know a lot of people are going to bash me, but that's fine. I am Anglican, born Anglican, parents Anglican, but I've been to different churches. But one question, there is this thing about Christianity that always amuses me. The white people gave us this religion. Now we took it and ran away. So we now know more than them. In fact, it's not even what they taught us, that's not what we are preaching or practicing at this point. What we have now is prosperity religion. That is what is going on. But anyway, but that's by the way. With the little argument you guys are making, one thing I've always asked myself, when people talk about religion is, who wrote the Bible? How do we even know that all these things that were written on the Bible is true? Because I've asked myself these questions over and over again. We have different versions. We have international version. We have King James version. Some of the versions, verses and chapter in King James is not in this. So who wrote the Bible? How are we even sure that the things in the Bible are from God? How are we even sure that it's not man-made? But the thing about Christianity is
Could I take a stab at that? Is that rhetorical? Or you want to know?
No, Pastor, don't do that. I'm here. Don't do that. I'm here.
No, anyway, I just brought you so that you help make it balance the picture, not that you should say something. If you
you be mascot. You are a mascot.
When there are 3 people up, there should be 3 people down so that you will balance. That's why I brought you up, not to say.
I thought she's curious for real. She wants to
when
know.
the lady is talking, Pastor, you need to be respectful to ladies. Let if he speak.
No, wait a minute. I'm saying if it looks like
no. Don't be disrespectful. When the lady is speaking, you need to let them speak.
All right, I have to really turn off.
Continue.
Yeah, go ahead, Ify.
So that's that's one thing that really always comes to my mind. But now the Christianity we have is different. Like I said, we have prosperity religion at this point, especially in Africa. We that are in the Western world, what we are being preached to is different from what we learn, back home. It's all about money. And then, somebody will deceive you and tell you that, God ordained him. How? Were you there? How do you know that God ordained him? How do you know that God ordained her? Why is it that once somebody owns a church, his wife will be also called a prophetess or called Mommy G.O.? Who brought that idea? So, honest, I haven't been to church maybe in 5 years. I can't remember the last time I actually went to church. Because all I know that is what is going on now in Christianity is all about donating money, threatening you with.
Is that applicable to imams as well? What you're saying?
I cannot talk about. See, I'm not a Muslim. I cannot speak.
But you're not a Christian either.
I said,
you can't tell me
You
that.
said you're not a Christian, so stay out of ours. I mean, talk about the Muslims, right? Talk about their sheikhs and their thing. Why are you picking on us? You're not a Christian. Stay out.
See, this is the problem with Christians. Even if I'm not a Christian, now you're trying to make me look as if you are better off than me. But you people are the worst people.
You cannot eat your cake and have it. If you say you're not a Christian, no,
let's
listen
be
to me.
honest.
Listen,
most of the crimes committed in this world, they're committed by the
You're my
Christians.
sister.
The
You're my
worst
sister.
human
Listen to me.
So
You're my
let's
sister.
understand
I like
that.
you.
You can't tell
I've
me
seen you do the same thing.
Let her speak.
Let me now.
Do this.
You can't convince me otherwise.
Hold on.
We have to go. Even
Let's have order,
Christians
please.
among the so-called people you call
Let's
Christians.
go. No, hold on. I wanted to make a point to if you hold on.
Let's go.
Please. Remember, AY is a Muslim.
Let's go backstage.
He's here to attack me because I'm a Christian. So
let's
mute him. Let me deal with Ify on this, please. Ify, you do the same thing when you're talking about Igbo, right? You say, I'm an Igbo.
Let's go backstage. Let's go backstage. Backstage.
That gives you license to talk about Igbo anyhow. You say I'm a Christian, that gives you a license to talk about Christians.
Let's go back.
In our place.
I have every right to
right? If you're not one of us,
you're not going to shut my mouth.
Whichever one you quit, stay out of it, right? If you're no longer Igbo, stay out of it.
You cannot even tell me what to do. Don't disrespect me because I'm very good at giving it back to people.
Go ahead. Let's trade disrespect.
everybody.
I want to trade disrespect with you.
No.
Let's do it.
Hold on. Let me.
Don't do everybody. Bye.
Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate this conversation today. We go backstage and have this conversation with them. But next Sunday we have a special guest coming on Sunday, so stay with us. And thank you. I appreciate all of you, those at home and those who watched. And those that came on into the studio and those that are on the comment section and everybody. Thank you for coming, Ify. Thank you, AY. Thank you.
Ovie want to come in. Ovie want to come in. Give him link. Ovie want to come in.
Ovie, ask for link.
Okay.
Ask for link. You want to come in.
I appreciate all of you. I will see you.
Bring me back to the show.
Next time.
Oh, Mr. Seth is here.
Okay. Yeah, you can end the stage, end the live, and leave us backstage.